Oh, hello.
Did you all like the new movie?
Yeah, baby, we're back.
Hey, everybody, we're back.
We're back. We're back. We're back. Hit Gorbo in chat. Life said, parry this, casual. Folks, welcome to another episode of Westside Tyler Live. Yeah. And do you believe it? Hey, folks, welcome to another episode of Reduced Sharpness Side Tyler Bell. Don't fix your sharpness, kids, while you're staring at the smallest monitor you have. I end up hyper. I noticed when I was editing videos recently, I was like hyper sharped. I guess fucking Hutch was right. Oh no, still not a fucking cell shading filter, but goddamn, folks, welcome back to the West Side. We are live on the West Side. Tyler Bell, rocking out in the free world. Folks, it's 9/11. Happy 9/11. It's been 24 years, a quarter century next year of 9/11s, and really what I like to think of as the 25th anniversary of not necessarily 9/11, but of the unfortunate delay of George Carlin's comedy album, I Like It When People Die, later renamed to something else because it was scheduled to come out on September 10th. Folks, did you like the video? In memoriam, we'll skip right to it. There's no reason to even say anything. What the fuck? Where's my... Get up here, you. That's not good. I'm gonna have to tape this to the table. Welcome back, people. How was your trip yesterday? Very good, very, very good. Oh, I gotta update the channel. Whoa, thank you very much, Ding Dong, the Witch's Dayad. Yes. Okay, let's see. I forgot to do this. Who's next? Classy. Get banned from Twitch before I ever have to actually like get anyone on there. Well, it happened, folks. I think some people have been giving me a little bit of credit for predicting this, but the thing that happened, folks, Charlie Kirk was a guy in Utah. Charlie Kirk has transitioned finally into the grave, and I would like for everybody to permanently respect Mr. Kirk's pronouns from here on out, which are were. Truly, he has become a has-been. Charlie Kirk got shot to death with one shot in Utah by what police are saying was a fucking bolt-action rifle from 200 meters away, which is just fucking stupendous as far as accuracy goes. Like, I mean, people have been talking about this. I'll get to that all in a second, but I just want to say, god damn, one shot with a bolt action, god damn, it was time. Charlie Kirk is dead, and died doing what he loved, promoting gun ownership and downplaying gun violence, which is probably one of the funniest fucking ways to die. I've got to say, that's really top of the pops. Funny. I don't know how you get past it. People have been saying that he's a family man and shit. I don't give a fuck about his personal life. Fuck him and his family. I don't give a fuck about them. I don't know them. Okay? As Charlie Kirk would say, their sorrow is a necessary sacrifice for people like Charlie Kirk's assassin to own a fucking rifle. I don't give a shit. Are you happy he's dead? Yeah, I don't like him. Yes. I'm not going to lie to you. I can't do it. All of these people there's like two camps online right now. They're like, fuck, I'm sad that Charlie Kirk, this is what, it's people like Hassan who are like, oh shit, I'm probably going to get clapped someday because, you know, I do fucking half-dick terrorism all the time. And I'm rich and I like to pose and take little fucking little fucking thirst trap shots for my merch line with me holding guns, but the thought of somebody actually like walking around outside with one like shivers me timbers. All right, so like they're like, yeah, this is bad because I feel like I might get killed, and then there's other people who are just too big of pussies to go like, I either don't care or like, yeah, I'm happy about it, right? Charlie Kirk, and I really want to hammer this home, was a Nazi. Not like, that's not lightly spoken. It's not like we're pissing about. He had every ostensible position that Nazis had, minus like one or two, okay? And I'm pretty sure he just wasn't outspoken about those. I don't care if he's dead. I don't care about his fucking wife and kids. I don't care about the people that were traumatized. I don't care. I don't have to. That's the cool thing about being an American. I live in Kentucky. That happened in Utah. The people of Utah can suck my dick. Go get fucked. I don't give a shit. Fuck you and that stank ass city. Fuck Salt Lake City. Fuck Provo. How about that? Just Provo can catch strays, all right? As it does. Provo using a third party, as usual. I don't care. I don't give a fuck. I really want to hammer that home. I don't care. Like, it's funny to me because of the way it happened. If it had just been he was shot to death randomly, it would have still been lightly funnier because he's like the gun killing kids in schools is like a necessary sacrifice for me to get paid to talk about how it's a necessary sacrifice, right? So I don't care. Like, that is called getting what you paid for. If you would have told me like he went to CVS and they gave him a huge receipt after he bought just one single bottle of Rogaine, and I would go like, yeah. It's CVS. They give you giant receipts. If you didn't want a giant receipt, he shouldn't have gone to CVS for his Rogaine. He should have bought it online or somewhere that doesn't give you a long receipt. It's such a it's causal. I don't care anymore because people have been getting shot in America since I was in fucking grade school. I came home one day and my dad was shitting. He was shitting. He was sitting shocked on a couch, looking at the television. And he was like, kids were just murdered. Like 10 kids or something were just murdered in Columbine. And I was like, what does that mean? And like, I found out that kids had gotten shot to death at Columbine. And then that just kept happening for 3 fucking decades. And I don't care anymore. Every time there's a shooting in America, I want to hammer this home. And this is how you should feel too. Every time there's a shooting in America, I say in my mind, I hope it's someone I don't like. Because nothing is going to change the shootings happening in America. We have a whole half of the country that's dedicated to maintaining access to mass murder at any given second. And they want to fucking piss and fart and pee and fucking poo pants about it. And so it's never going to change. We're just going to have mass shootings, political shootings. People will get fucking clapped in America with guns. It's probably how I'm going to die. It might be how you die if you're an American. That's how this country works. It's not even like, oh, it's a tragedy. Like, it happens more than car crash. If he died in a car crash, I'd be like, oh, I wonder if he was drinking or something. That's tragic. Oh, no one else got hurt. Finding out that there was a shooting and the shooter just killed one person I don't like in America and didn't kill any bystanders is fucking awesome. Oh, cool. That's the best possible result for any day in America. Just be happy. Oh, cool. All right. Great. Hey, it rained today. Oh, shit, I hope it hit my crops and not me. Oh, it hit my crops and not me? That's great. You know, it also rained on this guy. Oh, I don't fucking even like that guy. Good, fuck him. That's it. I don't care. If I hear that there's a shooting in America, understand, if you're on the right wing, I hope it's you and not one of mine. Because why the fuck else would you pray, family man? No, shut the fuck. I don't care. I don't care about any of that shit. I'm too old. I'm too old for thoughts and prayers, okay? I've been seeing, like, the people that refuse to die, Nancy Pelosi, Elizabeth Warren's, like, what, 90 now, 77, whatever. You know, that generation of cunts, fuck them. I don't give a Chuck Schumer, he's half in the fucking grave. Dianne Feinstein probably raised a finger out. Political violence. And put it back. Like, I don't fucking care. People are gonna get shot every day in America. I think the same day there was some kids pretty much gunned down in like a high school or something. I don't even know. It doesn't register. it's just part of my life. It doesn't click, right? It doesn't have for most Americans, like, unless it's actually like, oh, it's actually me. Like we're running out of new places to get shot up in America. I think we're down to like maybe like a profession, like an NHL game, something in a coliseum. Like we're running out of like new ways to be shocked and saddened. Cause now it's just at the point where like, yeah, of course. What is it, fucking Wednesday? Yeah. I had a thought the other week when they finally announced whatever the most recent school shooting was a few weeks ago. You can't even keep them fucking it has to be novel. It's like kids died, like high number, double digits, not even double. Okay, well, you're not cracking the top 10 anymore of this year sometimes. And I was just like, oh, it's been a while. I was like, that feels like it's almost overdue. Because like Republicans they want kids dead. That's it. It doesn't affect them. Whatever. And I can't let myself fucking like get detract every time there's a shooting, because I would just live in constant like a sobbing Hulk. So I just did what happens to every person in America, was I got inured to it. It washes off my back. I'm poor. I grew up around bad places. I live in shit ass neighborhoods my entire life. Finding out that like, oh shit, there's blood on the ground. Like you walk around, you'll see blood on the ground. You know what I mean? Like, oh fuck, somebody got shot to death. Okay. Oh, they lived? Oh, cool for them. Good for them. Just crippled? Hey, well fuck, it could be worse, maybe. I don't know. Kind of depends on how they feel about being crippled instead of dead. That's what America's like. Louisville kids just get shot at the bus stop. You know what I mean? It's you just wake up every day, you're in America, and then like you just do a little coin flip on whether or not you're gonna get shot to death. The thing that shocks Republicans is normally they're the ones that go like, the gays, trans, they have something to say about it. And usually, like, the left side of things, the Dem side, would be a bunch of weepy cunts who start, gun violence, but it was one of their own. Whoa, shit. And we're out of that old shit generation of people that give a fuck. I don't care. Everybody younger than me has survived a school shooting. Vosh survived a school shooting. Did you guys know that? It didn't even register to him. I've heard that. I think it's one or two. Like his school got shot up when he was like in high school or like college, and he was just like somewhere else. Like it doesn't even register. You have to like know the kid personally and like watch them die to even go to the memorial. You're like, fuck. Some schools have been shot up more than once. Like you're just an anonymous gun violence statistic. I don't care. And when I hear someone got shot in America, I hope it's someone I don't like. And if I find out it's someone I don't like, I go like, good, and especially if it's somebody that promotes mass access to arms and has said like gun violence is not a big issue. I'm like, oh, fuck, that guy died? Oh, awesome. That's cool. Good. I say good. Yes. I like that. I'm happy. What, you want me to lie to you? What are you supposed to say? Is it illegal to say like that? Like, oh, fuck. Awesome. It's not like a unique thing. It's not like it's the first person to be shot to death in America this millennium, much less this year. I don't think he was the first person shot in America that hour of that day. And it was shortly after noon. And he was in the 3 minutes. He almost probably lost his opportunity to be the first person killed shortly after noon on September the 10th Mountain Time. I don't fucking care. I hope it's not people I give a shit about. And if it's someone I don't like, good. If it's a Republican, great. Awesome. Okay, yeah, cool. Look, you guys have to share the wealth. You say it's a reasonable sacrifice. At least you're making it as well. Awesome. Great. What about his family? Fuck him. Okay? Fuck him. I don't give a fuck about other people's families. I got my own to give a shit about, right? It's America. Did he give a fuck about other people's families? He like, oh shit, yeah, I fucking said gun ownership. But like he goes to all the schools and starts like, paying for hospital bills and shit. No, he said the same thing. He said, fuck them. Fuck them kids. Fuck their families. Fuck his kids. Fuck his family. I hope they're sad as fuck. I hope it fucks them up. Maybe they'll change, Probably they'll grow up psycho as fuck. Go crazy. A bunch of small-toothed, big-headed fucking monsters eating human flesh. I don't give a shit. Fuck him. Fuck him. I'm glad he's dead. That's it. What do you want me to say? We gotta fucking political violence in this country. We gotta call it. Oh God. No, I'm not doing it. I don't care. I saw, what's his name? Dean Withers. I saw the Dean Withers kid, right? He's showing up. That's a fucking plant. That's a plant of a human being. I saw him. He was talking about he was 30 feet away or something. He was fake sobbing on TikTok. I can't believe we were doing political violence and we can have comedy. Shut up. You're too young. You're too young to cry about fucking political violence in America, all right? If I had to guess, the person is probably my age. We're sick of it. People pushing 40 are sick of it. You can only say millennials are poor because of fucking Starbucks so many times before people snap. Y'all like that fucking Falling Down movie? Hoes be falling, bro. That's it, though. I don't know. I think that if you're hand-wringing about political violence, you're a fucking pussy. That's all I got to say. That's a thing to concern yourself with when, like, the people that are the victims of the political violence follow the law. You know, which is like, what about your side? Like, dude, we don't have any ability. I have never seen a trans person ever be able to pay their way into the presidency so that they can get pedophilia allegations thrown out by the literal FBI. I don't know, where's the gays that want to get married and then are also just stacking the courts so that they don't have to pay taxes on, like, poisoning people with their fucking data centers. That's it. The courts are stacked. People have no recourse. They're going to turn to violence. We know this is a thing that can happen. And the founding fathers were like, hey, make sure when that happens, the people have guns. Because if they start getting desperate because the government's fucking them over like it happened to us, if they don't have guns, they can't kill people that support the government. What did you do? It's America. We're not, like, I know fucking people that control the media and shit are like, you're foreigners, right? Like the fucking Murdoch's a foreigner. Probably some French people, some Middle Eastern, who knows? But, like, this is America. You push Americans too far, right, left, or otherwise, they're gonna get a gun and shoot somebody. They've done it. It's been 250 years of the same thing. People are like, oh man, when Democrats get upset, they shot fucking Lincoln. Like, okay, whatever. Did you learn your lesson? Stop pissing off the Democrats. Like, you can't arrest everybody. You already tried. You have such a fucking population of people in prison. You're sending motherfuckers to El Salvador and shit. Like, motherfuckers are sick of it. You are breaking the law. People are raw corrupt. Politicians will lie and then do, like, not even just a little bit lie, like back in the day. They'll just completely flip to a different seat. And it drives people crazy. The political violence has just started. Donald Trump survived 2 actual assassination attempts before his fucking election. And another one. A woman just went to fucking DC the other day. She talked to the fucking Secret Service. And she was like, I fucking hate him. I think about disemboweling him every day. I want to kill him with my bare hands. And then she went to DC with a knife. Like fucking Donnie Darko, I guess. Banging on that fucking invisible wall between him and the rabbit. And they arrested her. And then they took her to a grand jury. And the grand jury was like, nah, she's fine. And they just put her back on the street. Dude, there's a real possibility that this guy could get arrested. I mean, it's Utah of all places. But if it happens, it's done. He could get arrested and go before a grand jury. And somebody could say, like, no. Because people don't give a fuck about the system anymore. Republicans lied about it so much that actual Republicans turned their back on the system. They did. And they said that the system doesn't work, even though they're using the system and it literally works for them. But then they got elected. They started destroying the system. So now you have people that are out of jobs. Some of those people that are losing their jobs, by the way, and I said this already, are military individuals. And you can say what you want about trans people. If you're like, you know, a little fucking, Republican internet pencil neck. But, like, a trans Marine is still a Marine. Like, that bitch might be on the fucking, the estradiol. She might be fucking herded up. But you fucking take that bitch's job, she can still crack shots at 500 meters. That's just what you learn in boot camp. You pray to a rifle and you shoot targets. That's what boot camp is. You get tortured, you go roll around in a sand pit, you pray to a gun, and then you fucking go and you learn to shoot really fucking far away. And you're just like canning these people, right? You just put them out on the street. You know how many fucking Marines are Latino? Like a third of all Marines. You know what you said, and they're abducting their families and sending them to jail? Like, yeah, well, you're a citizen. Like, I know I'm a citizen, but you took my fucking deal. What are you upset about, man? Well, everything. I served this country for 20 years. I retired as a gunnery sergeant. They threw my fucking deal in the fucking jail. I'm losing my fucking mind. Well, what can you do about it? Legally nothing. Legally nothing. Legally nothing. Legally nothing. Legally nothing. Dude, it's about to be Watchtower hours in America. This isn't a threat. It's a reality. The fucking FBI has been telling us this for years. This isn't me like, this isn't like a Tyler's half-dicking terrorism like Hassan, not understanding it. I'm giving you a threat assessment. It's going to go every way. It's not like it's going to fucking benefit me in the long run with any level of certainty. People are just going to start shooting each other. We already had, and like people are like, it's death on the left. We already had the fucking governor. Who was it? The state senator from fucking Wisconsin or Minnesota shot to death in her house, right? With her husband and her fucking dog by a guy who was like a literal Boer from the fucking Congo. Like a Rhodesian level fucking Republican fucking came back to America and then like started living like a fucking spy off grid and then shot them to death while dressed as a police officer. We're already in it, right? And the thing is I don't fucking care. I don't care. I have been living with PTSD from Iraq since fucking 2005. I already go outside of my house and walk around in downtown areas with my pulse rate elevated, flicking my eyes around from window to window to window, watching people's hands, looking at bags in the street, and just being generally fucking terrified to the point where I have to like take medicine in order to calm down enough to operate at a fucking human level around other people. I used to talk faster than I talk now because you got to get a lot of words out just in case somebody shoots at you before you said everything. And now you all get to live the same way that I do. And I love that for you. Every person that was ever like, hey, I'm kind of for the fucking war in Iraq. You know, you're like pushing 70. You've been watching people get shot. Now you might die from getting shot to death. Here's the thing. It's equality, okay? And the equality of dog shit ending moments is now for everyone as well. And I'm happy. Now you all get to know what it's like to be a fucking paranoid like me. You walk around terrified. You look at windows and shit. What the fuck's happening? Am I gonna get clapped? Am I gonna get killed? Now, welcome. Now this is America. You wanted the guns, now you got it. Now anybody can get shot. No matter how rich you are, no matter how much God worship you do. President? Fuck that. All the security? Sorry, bud. Did you just learn the fucking first rule of guns? Angles, angles, angles. Armor, armor, armor. Every fucking... Here's the fact, Jack. Hey, Jack, you want some facts about guns? You're not safe ever. That's what I learned. I went to Iraq. I was in sappy plates. They were shooting at me with fucking Dragunov rifles from the 1970s. Okay. Motherfucker, the things didn't even have scopes that lit up, right? Glass and iron sights. They shot us in the fucking neck, right down through the top, over the top of the sappy plate. That fucking thing can stop fucking 7.62 armor piercing. If you hit it straight on, there's hundreds of pounds of fucking armor on. Or dozens, whatever it is. And they still got us. Oh, you're in a fucking armored fucking Humvee? Flip it. Oh, you're in a fucking turret? Shoot through the glass with something bigger. Set it on fire. You just learned the rule. No one's safe. The only thing that keeps you safe is not pissing off other people. And once people are pissed off, they stay pissed off at you. And when it comes to guns, if you're not going to walk around in fucking body armor all the time, it's just a matter of if someone is good enough and has an angle. And that's it. And that's always what it's been. It's always been like that. And Republicans fought for, hey man, do you want to have an opportunity? I'm going to make sure you get at least the gun to take advantage of it. Now all you got to do is learn how to climb something. Because all you have to do is get higher. All you have to do is get an angle. 2 buildings, about 15 foot of clearance, crosswinds. I don't give a shit. I learned how to fucking calculate crosswinds when I was 18 years old, and I could do it. I drew range cards at 18. The fucking user manual for an M16A4 can be read by a 13-year-old and put into fucking practice. Anybody with a rifle can do this. Anybody can, and now we live in the fucking sniper zone. Now you guys get to know what it was like in Iraq 2005, 2006, 2007. You ever wonder what it's like being in Iraq during the push? Now you get to relive the experience live with me, even if you're a fucking politician. Tell every politician, say, hey, have you looked at the windows today? How many windows are around you? How high is that building? Where's the closest exit? How long is Kazovac till they get here? Oh, you had a guy standing next to you with his he's got nice, that dude looks like he can do curls. Why doesn't he have a gun? What's the longest glass your fucking security team has? Oh, they don't know what I'm saying? They just watch David Goggins and jog a lot? What's the longest? Oh, they can shoot with lasers? What's the longest glass they got? Oh, they shoot C-clamp? What's the longest glass they got? Can they hold an angle? Do they know how to fucking emplace on the back of a car? Do they know what parts of a car are most bulletproof? No? They've never even heard of that shit? Oh, you're driving around with tinted windows? What do you think that's gonna do? Did you know the seats are always in the same part of the car? You don't aim for the window, you aim for the seat. Oh, you've never heard that before? Oh, wow, that's crazy. Dude, it's fucking welcome. Welcome. Now you get to see the world through mine eyes. And you shouldn't live like this. You really shouldn't. And the only way is gun control. And the person that fought the most for gun control to not be a thing since he was fucking 18 years old, height of the Iraq war fighting against gun control, just got killed by a fucking sniper in the middle of a college campus surrounded by a bunch of real serious boys. Guys wearing fucking polo shirts and goddamn fucking Ray-Ban sunglasses. Okay, yeah, I would feel really safe. I remember seeing fucking, what's her name? Caitlin Clark surrounded by those guys. And like, hey, come on, back up. I'm like, dude, you guys, if I see your skin, we're past that. We don't fucking fist fight. John Hinckley didn't try to punch his way through the Secret Service. He went, pop, 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 pop. Like, you fucking ding-dongs. You open it up. And here's the thing. I knew this was going to happen, especially once fucking... Oh, dude, once that fucking CEO got clapped, everyone went, all right. I know people would say it about me. I know that's going to be the response. Tyler, what happened to you? Dude, I've been waiting to get shot to death since I was 19. 18, actually. Like, I'm over it. If it went, I'll probably go like, oh, thank God. 2 decades of waking up like, huh. Trying to find a rifle. Hey, now you guys get to know. Welcome to America. Welcome. Hey, Republicans that have always liked the service. You love your service members. Now you get the service member thing. Maybe now you get to wake up at fucking 2 a.m, 20 years after something happened, trying to find a fucking, where's my fucking rifle? Ha! It's actually, it will be right here. Ha! Ah, shit. I'm asleep. Fucking ding dogs. Oh, man. Hilarious. I don't care. I don't care. Fucking idiot, dude. That's what happens. That's just what occurs. It occurred. There was an occurrence. It's gonna happen again. By the way, did Tyler ever talk about the Rooster says hello to my 12 gauge guy? I don't even know what the fuck that means. Oh, man. At the same time, Charlie's event, another school shooting happened in Colorado. Yeah, and if he didn't die, he would have gone like, well, you know, my prayer, this is about, it's probably an insane trans person, whatever the fuck. We're reaping what Donald Rumsfeld sowed. I mean, that whole fucking generation, they're all dead in the fucking ground, and the world is way worse off for them having been alive at all. What's my carry preference? I never say. Threw me Theo in prison. I am done. Can't have big government. Those people are being told by Republicans who are big government they ain't gonna listen. What West T is saying. Circumlocutioner. Well, good thing we have noted. Fuck, I can't read these things. It's off. Where's the dashboard? Oh, is it underneath this? My thing is going off the edge, so I can't actually see what the fuck is being said. Oh, I missed super chats, by the way. $10. Welcome back, people. How was your trip yesterday? I didn't go anywhere. I stayed at home. I was editing videos all day. It was actually kind of shocking. I was like, I should probably say something just in case. I looked it up. You could not even remotely get to Utah and back in that amount of time. But sweating in the video. No, I was like working all day. I was trying to catch up on my backlog of videos. I got the thing talking about evil and stuff and the AI coming out today, and then I like get off in the afternoon and like I actually check my phone for the first time. People are like, Charlie Kirk is dead. I'm like, that's not what? Okay, thank you. Whatever. And like I ignored it. And then I was like talking to my wife about something else, and I was like, why do people keep saying that Charlie Kirk died? Is this a meme or something? She goes like, oh no, I heard about that forever ago. I thought you already knew, just didn't care. Oh. What? So then I had to spend like the next fucking 3 hours just making sure that everybody wasn't fucking Fed posting and shit. Goddamn funny as hell. Okay, hold on. I gotta start saving these. Save image as quick clips. We'll put this in the view new folder. So we're gonna do a tier list today. Once I get all this together. Calling that headshots is actually pretty ironic, but also, let's see, that was Destiny, wasn't it? Destiny. Save image as Hasanabi. Save image as Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns is a moral bankrupt man. Save image as Bosch. Okay, I'm doing some stuff here in the background. You guys want to talk? But oh yeah, John Williams super chatted $2. I didn't see anything yesterday, officer. Michael Solachek gifted FOD gang 5 subs. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Michael Solachek. Solak. Jadovian super chatted $10. I'm more in Charlie Kirk just as much as he more in violence against LGBT or minorities. Yeah. Terradona gifted plan 5 gifted VOD gang subs. Thank you. Rob Ford gifted a VOD gang sub to target user. Kevin Cheesy super chatted $5. Message. LOL, we're reaping what Donald Rumsfeld sold. True. Failson Prime super chatted $4.99. Message. Charlie spoke in my university a little over half a decade ago. Wasn't impressed and not surprised by this. Yeah, there's definitely going to be a very big, I'm afraid to go outside anymore type shit happening. Bad empanada. Which one? Empanada live or cigarette? Cigarette empanada. Open image, new tab. Save images. Bam. Who else are we going to get out of there? Ooh, H3. H3, the whole podcast. Oh, the whole podcast, I should bring up that one too. So open image, a new tab. But also, I'm just going to take a little picture of my friend. Clickety click. So, yeah, I'm talking to you guys. Save images. I want to get a bunch of these. H3 podcast. Mike from PA. Well, yeah, we're gonna have to put that. No one's gonna notice the sock dem thing. Denims. Damn, not really noticeable. We're gonna take a picture of her face. Blink. Okay. Who else? Sander Hall. Save images. Sander Hall. Let's see. Charlie Kirk already got killed. Fuentes, I have quartering. Who are some other ones? Chud Logic. Boop. We gotta get some bigger people. Okay, who am I thinking? Oh, Benny Shaps. Ben Shapiro. Open image, a new tab. Save image as. Benny Shaps. I typed in Benny Shaps. As a Utahn, I'm honestly not surprised it was here. I mean, dude, the amount of fucking open space in Utah, coupled with the amount of people that can shoot from that fucking state. I'll talk a lot of shit about Utah, but Utah motherfuckers can crack them off. They got plenty of fucking range space up there. So, like, it's a true Midwest area. They have high levels of gun ownership, but also a pretty fucking decent level of gun fucking competency as well. A lot of the people I knew in the military that came from Utah already came knowing how to shoot. Sometimes to their deficit and they had to relearn shit, but, you know, it is what it is. Candace. Candizzy. Yeah, Candizzies. Candace Owens. Let's see, who else? Oh, Dave Rubin. Open image, a new tab. Save image as Dave Rubin. Okay. Majority report, Sam Cedar. What is this fucking image of him? Is that... Dude? Can I just have Sam Cedar's face? What do you gotta do? Okay, yeah, click on the majority report. You gotta go to the end of the majority report, and they always have that Sam Cedar headshot, right?
Back.
Nope, not that one. Okay, there we go. I'll take it. Sam Cedar, Tim Pool. Tim Pool. Why does he always look like he is trying to like he wanted to be in a band so bad. Tim Pool. Let's see. Anyone else? Peter Thiel. No. I want to keep it to internet celebrities. I already have Fuentes. This is just a list of people I unfollowed after the Taylor Lorenz thing. Oh, Taylor Lorenz is a good one. Taylor Lorenz. Open image, a new tab. Save image as Taylor Lorenz. Noah Samson. Noah Samson. Open image and new tab. Save image as Noah Samson. Who else? Let's see if you guys are saying anything good. Fuentes is already. Yeah, I got Fuentes before I even started the stream. I just had to take a screenshot because you can't look up his headshot through fucking. You can't look up his headshot through YouTube because he's banned. Let's see. Okay, move. All right. Obviously, Charlie's already fucking there. Let's see. Who else am I thinking of? We got Quartering. Got these guys. Oh, Loner Box. Oh, and Hutch. Yeah, I gotta put Cucks United on here. Koofy. Cucks United for Israel. Why is that funny to me? Hutch. Oh, man. Assassination of Charlie Kirk. All right, well, let me get a better.
The conservative political.
Hutch, let me get a fucking good screenshot of you. Come on, did you do one of your stupid fucking react faces on here? Hutch, by the way, if you're watching this at some point, you should react to my fucking Taylor Lorenz video.
The bulwark video in this video.
Okay, cool. He's alive right now. I'll take this. Actively being added. Oh, Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Powerful JRE open image in your tab. Wow, he gets his whole own fucking like tab thing. Joe Rogan. Joe Rogan. Tim Dillon. You can't even tell the difference between him and anyone else. Tim Dillon, I think, Theo Vaughn. Okay. So let's see how many people I have now. One. Okay, put this in here. Shots. Open up. I've got properties. 26. I got 26. I'm going to go through the list real quick, and I want you guys to tell me if I should add anyone. I have Ben Empanada, Benny Shaps, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens, Dave Rubin, Destiny. I'm going to fucking flip Destiny's out with a better one. Destiny and Dylan Burns need to be flipped. Hold on. Destiny American Online Streamer. Let me get some images. Oh, Jesus Christ. Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns is a morally corrupt, bankrupt man. Most common picture of Burns. All right. Let me reconfigure this. Okay. And by the way, if you're responding now, you're wasting your time. You should wait until literally you can tell that I'm going to see it. So, Ben Empanada, Benny Shapiro, Candace Owens, Dave Rubin, H3H3 Podcast, Hasanabi, Joe Rogan, Noah Sampson. Come on. Nick Fuentes, so I can actually see these. Ethan Klein. Mike from PA. Denims. Sam Cedar. Oh, I know who else I gotta add. Chud Logic. Chud Logic. Wait, where the hell? What? Who got changed to Chud? Oh, I got Chud Logic mixed up with a quartering because the pictures are so small. I got fucking Chud Logic mixed up with quartering. From a distance, you can hardly tell. Come on. Chud Logic. All right. Tim Dillon. Hutch. Nassim the Liar. Theo Von. Destiny. And Burns. Dylan Burns is I don't know why that shit is in my fucking head. Dylan Burns. Okay, I will now take up to 10 additional names just so it's a nice full roster. Orca guy. That poor guy, man. Dude, I wish that kid the best. He skedaddled. He skedaddled in the smartest act of skedaddling that has ever fucking occurred on this earth. Oh shit, I hope that wasn't the important one. Okay. Dude, Mix It Up has failed again. Let me. Can I do this and then resum and mix it up? God damn it. All right, hold on. That's still showing up. Why the mix it up? Come on. Mute command, mix it up. How do you... Dude, I hate it when things disappear on fucking Windows. It is so irritating. All right, how about if I do it over here? Will I get the pop-up, the requesto? Okay. There we go. All right. Okay, and chat's back up. YouTube's crazy with this bullshit, man. I swear to God. Teovun. We were just gifted 5 gang subs by Base Tal Holloway. Thank you very much. Oh, Sam Hyde for sure. Yes, Sam Hyde. Sam Hyde. Give me a better picture than that. There we go. Open image in new tab. Save as Samantha Jekyllstein. Okay. Oh, okay. All right, that's one. Matt Walsh. Ooh, good one. Good pick. Matt Walsh. Oh, come on. Come on, acne face. Someone here's got adult acne. To Kill a Mockingbird is racial propaganda. What the fuck is Matt Walsh on right now? That's the most recent Matt Walsh video. Aside from Charlie Kirk dead. Oh, me, yeah. I have a picture of me somewhere. Did I get Matt Walsh? Gallery. Headshots. Matt Walsh, me, eventually, Sweet Cheeks. Kirsch, Sargon of Akkad, John Doyle. I feel like they're out of it. Walsh and Crowder. Oh, Crowder's a good one. Does he still make content or is he gone? Oh, he's still here. That's crazy. Steve Crowder. It's second 15. What the fuck does that even mean? Dennis Prager? Dennis Prager, I think, died. Shank, Ethan Ralph. Oh, God, bro. Never mind. No, Ethan Ralph is never going to die. Critical Drinker. These guys are a little bit too far out. Walsh and Crowder, yes. Vosh or Hassan, I have both of those. Archcast, Kirsch, Jane and Kyle Kalinsky. FD Signifier is a good one. I was thinking about throwing him when I had this showing up. Open image. Oh, man. New tab. I just breathed up. The fuck? There's a dust bunny on this. I breathed near it and went in my mouth. Save image as FD Sig Fire. Someone tell Primshood Cinema to hit me up because that man is damn near impossible to get a hold of. Are you taunting me? How about some reasonable centrists like Jason Wiley or JJ McCullough? I think JJ McCullough lives in Canada, so it counts less. Kirsch. Yeah. Oh, Kirsch. Fucking Asmongold. Kirsch. That is raw as fuck AI. From a distance, that is the most AI coded fucking thing I've ever seen. Asmongold. Open image, new tab. Save image as Asmongold. Gold. We're tired of professional victims. Okay. Medicare is fucking dead already. Sneeko and Alex Jones. Jones is a good one. Jones might pick this up. Alex Jones. Alex Jones has officially transitioned to being a sad old man in a car. Oh my god. JPEG, you mean Dreg? JREG? Yeah. ContraPoints. ContraPoints is a good one. ContraPoints. Natalie, I'm going to need a closer shot of your face. Thank you. How about this one from Cringe? Thank you. Okay, ContraPoints. Tucker Carlson. No, he's too famous. Aiden Ross. David Pakman. Yes. I'm gonna have to zoom on his too. Dude, these people putting their whole fucking body in a thumbnail is crazy to me. Crumbs, though he might be relevant. Yes, Fuentes already got. Hey, right, chick. Keemstar. I think I need some more. Dead Domain's a good pick. Open image, new tab. Nope. Open image, a new tab, not link. Open image, a new tab. Oh, well, no one's going to recognize what the fuck that is. Okay, there we go. Girl, your makeup is on point. I'm going to take a picture of that one. Dude, I can do Cavernacle and Big Joel. I really know that like Cavernacle is spiritually in the global south because the man can only afford one facial expression. Shadiversity. Shadiversity doesn't count. He's too out of here. Brian Tyler Cohen. Well, then again, I guess I did do fucking Cavernacle. So Brian Tyler Cohen, fucking demonic with not putting other people's fucking.
You're watching the legal.
You're watching the
breakdown. Line. We have a.
Dude, your face is like mine. Brian, you fucking move your head around too much, dog. Midas Touch, Candace Owens, Ethan Klein already got. Surfs, Thought Slime. Thought Slime is funny. I'll do Thought Slime. Thought Slime. Mildred. Somebody posted that the other day. Oh, well, there you go. There you go. Liquid Sonic, Thought Slime, Bread Tube's worst creator. Couldn't find an actual worst picture of Thought Slime, and Thought Slime would put up himself. Somebody was saying, like, it was like, when these trans people get their names, they never pick anything like Gertrude or Rebecca. They pick Destiny or you know, Amelia or Sapphire, and everyone goes like, fucking Thought Slime is Mildred. The first time I read that post from someone, I thought it was like opposite, because like I feel like dusty grandma aesthetic is like 30-ish% of all trans women. Like, y'all transition. And like some trans women try to transition into like sex icons or some shit, or at least that's what people think. Others just like, it's just literally the same thing as before, but plus estradiol or whatever the fuck. So it's just like, you know, dusty ass library clothes or whatever the fuck. You just dress, you dress like Kite. I mean, let's be honest. You all dress like fucking Kite before he gets his head cut off and then turns into a girl in fucking Hunter x Hunter. The amount of the most trans identity you'll ever see in media is Hunter x Hunter, and the way that Kite looks like before fucking transitioning into an actual girl. It's like 99% of y'all just dress like awkward zombie. But there's a insignificant chunk of trans women. They're just like, I'm gonna transition. Like, what's your dream? And like, I wish I was 40 years older than I was and just clad in knitted wool. What? Like, you know, it's a chance for a new life. I know, and I want to transition to a life that is kind of at the end. Like, I want to transition into the end of some woman from 1943's existence as a homely librarian. You just fucking just decked out. It's like, how did you manage to layer 6 cardigans there, Gertrude? Like, yeah, I try. I find that I've grown cold in my new life. like, dude, you spent all that money to transition into a wizened crone. Like, yes, like all I wanted to do was wear half moon glasses with a big pearl fucking necklace holder and walk around smacking kids on the back of the fucking knuckles with a ruler when they're too loud. Like, oh, okay. Live your life, girl. She's like, I am. The cat crawling up onto her shoulder as you leave the apartment. Okay. Oh my god. 80% of the trans men I've met would have become any character from Team Fortress 2. Well, Team Fortress 2 is the entire spectrum of manhood, so that it's kind of not a catch. Oh my god. I'm not gonna lie, as a trans girly, I wear hella jumpers. Hank Green, Robert Evans, one of the Chapo dudes. Oh, Friedland, yeah. Adam Friedland is a good one. Where's your face, Adam? Show me your face, Adam. Okay, Adam Friedland. Oh, of course, of course. What the fuck is that? Oh my god, don't I have... I'm gonna... Dude, Jesus Christ, that's fucking hilarious. Just doing great. Longtime viewers know what I'm laughing at, but no spoilers in chat. Oh my god. Okay. All right. What am I up to? See, I just added 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Well, that's how many I said I would add. Purchase. Common Star 91 just subscribed to the 1 tier. Dio della Madonna ti vogli bene, magari sono solo sfortunato, ma vorrei solo che tu mi potessi leggere un messaggio per aggiornare Jordan Peterson, lui dai cazzo. The fuck does that mean? Is that fucking Italian? God della Madonna. God fucking damn it, right? The something good bene e sono sfortunato solo over. God damn it. Of all the good days, vorrei solo che tu mi potessi. I don't know what the fuck that means. Hold on. Let's just throw whatever this fucking authentic gibberish is. Copy message. Into Google Translate to see if we have to fucking ban this Italian. Google Translate. Am I banning this Italian person? My God, I love you, and maybe I'm just unlucky, but I just wish you could read my message to add Jordan Peterson. Come on, damn it. Fuck you. Okay. How dare you write that in Italian? How dare you fucking write that in Italian? No, internet influencers only. Internet influence only. Jordan Peterson. Oh God, he looks so... Y'all are making fun of putting the sharpness up too high. But look at this fucking picture of Jordan Peterson. Why in the fuck? Open image and new tab. Look at Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson looks like he drank out of the wrong fucking grail. Jordan Peterson, right before he took this picture, heard an old fucking Crusader knight off in the corner going, "You chose poorly." Motherfuck, bro. God damn. Okay. Hype train started. Oh, 1600 to next level, whatever that means. Oh my god. Liver King, Mudahar. Mudahar. Mudahar, we'll add Mudahar. I think. What about Charlie Kirk? Disc, my friend. Oh god. Why is that the fucking. Why is this what comes up in Google search? Oh my god. If you go to Google search for Some Ordinary Gamers, the thing that comes up is Mudahar looking like the profile pic of a guy that just sent like 16 lines of poetry and a picture of his penis to a random girl through Twitter DMs. You are the sun and the moon. You shine. I wish I could see your feet. Send me your toenail clippings. Here's my penis. This is the profile picture. Okay, bro. God damn. Oh, murdered. Absolutely murdered. Okay, let me. I think I've got a solid amount of stuff. If we have a good time with this, we'll add some more later. But I'm currently up to 41, so it's going to take a little while to get through these. I'm going to name everybody. The most blatant fucking engagement bait I've ever done. Dude, oh my god, this is gonna be the most gangbusters fucking show ever. Cavernicles. Mildred with an A. Punished Alex. Dude, I've gotta do a fucking segment on Alex Jones. Contrapoints. And dead domain. Okay. Now I've got to open this fucking tier list so that I can modify it slightly so that people understand what the fuck is going on. Okay, I'm going to put in some text boxes here. S tier. Greater than 90%. We're going to put that as impact. All right, and increase the size to 20. Increase the size to 48. Boom, okay. Save and close, move you right there. All right, and don't worry, the segment's not 100% starting yet. By the way, thank you, guys. We got the Sweet Cheeks meter. I'll do that before I start. A tier. See if it goes down to E. I'll start from the bottom too. E tier. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We'll put the A, B above 60. All right, yeah, we'll start that at 60. So just move this placeholder text down. So it should be 60% to 75. Which... No, 55. 55%. No, 56. 56%, yeah. 56% to 74%. Yeah. 48. Is that what I have the other one at? Oh, but it's not. Impact. Dink. There we go. Okay, good. It looks great. And then I'll throw a stroke on these here in a second. Okay, so yeah, I'm sorry. I'm doing this off stream, but it's because I need it on the big screen before I put it down in the small one so that you guys can actually see what the fuck's going on. Yeah, so my B is going to be moderate probability, which would be 45 to 55%. 45% to 55%. Save. White. Impact. 48. I could have done this before stream, you know, but I was joking about Charlie Kirk and I ran out of time. God, that's fucking bright. Okay, another one here. 45%. So middling probability would be, yeah. Let's start at the bottom here. So we're gonna say like less than. So sub. Number is greater than 90%. Number is less than 10%. Or probably less than 15 is uncertain. Vastly uncertain probability. I can't remember how these are actually supposed to be laid out, but this is actually a real thing. This is going to be an actual like a real segment trying to teach you guys some stuff about threat assessment, but I can't remember the exact specifics. I'm gonna look at somebody that does like game theory shit. Oh, I forgot to add. I'm gonna add Flesh Simulator before the end of this too. 16 to 25. 16 to 30. 30 to 44. 16 to 29. Okay. Percent 16 to 29%. Click. White size. 48. Oh, you know what? These look way better as black numerics. Impact. Save. Close. Yeah. We'll switch these to black. Black don't crack. Yep. Sorry guys, I know this is like low impact, but trust me, it's gonna be fun here in a second once I get all this like production stuff done. If you like the stream, please donate. As we get bigger and I can hire people, you know, if I made about maybe 400 times the amount that I make now, I could have somebody just do this for me instead of having to do it myself, like a common graphic designer, which I married. Save. Okay. Close. I don't know why this dialogue is like this. And one last one. Okay, and that would be 30%. Why did I have the percent sign the wrong direction there? 30% to 44%. And stay black. Go to 48. Make this impact. Save. Close. Okay. I'm going to get into a bunch of people where it's just going to be memes too, because I just don't even know enough about them to make a good guess, but Flesh Simulator. Musical artist. How dare you? I mean, he really is. Oh, thank you. Your Spotify is perfect. Oh my god. Has anybody ever seen Flesh Simulator Spotify? I'm not gonna bring it up. I'm gonna leave that as a surprise for people that are passing by. Let me get a gallery. Okay, yeah, these last three, drop them into my headshots folder and name them Mudahar. Flesh Simulator. Jordan Peterson. Okay. And I'm going to decrop this, right? No, I think I can just add them one at a time, starting from the top. And yeah, I think that's good. Okay, so are we ready for the segment? Give me just a second. Let me make sure. Okay, these are PNGs, pings, and JPEGs. Okay, perfect. Let me get this settled down here. Okay. And we will go to middle click, right click, and full screen. Yes. Is that gonna actually fucking work? Oh, you know what I should do? Cancel. Oh, wait, no, save. Yeah. Save. Command Shift save. As I'm gonna go up one, random images to death pool tier list. Actually save that in the headshots folder. Okay. And what we're gonna do is actually back out of this, because I know there's a way to detach the fucking screen, so I can actually manipulate everything up here and click all the tools and then send it down. So view, detach canvas. There we go. Okay. So now you guys can just see the full screen canvas down here. Not quite the zoom level I wanted, but I'll live with it. Actually, no, fuck that. I'm not going to live with it. I just zoom in just slightly, fucking thing. There we go. Okay. I hope I don't have to expand this too much, but it should be fine. All right. Let me double check supers and all this stuff. Make sure everything's good. Outside live notice, $4 for Sweet Cheeks. Thank you very much, Morgan Hefferman, Commissar Plan, VOD Gang, Total Time 1. Thank you for subbing to the VOD Gang. Commissar Plan. People seem to have dropped messages, but they did not show up. Somebody cheered 50 bits. Thank you, Muppets Corner, for cheering 50 bits. Who cares what Eli thinks? Trump sounds fucking run down in that video. Somebody's saying that the Trump video released about Charlie Kirk was AI, and it kind of looks like it. It might not actually be, but I think they might have smoothed the cuts with AI and made it look like that. Please do Metatron. Oh, Metatron and Shad. Fuck me. You guys are making me add more stuff. You caught me at just the last second. They're not remotely at risk. No, actually, I'm gonna leave them off because they're not even remotely American, so they're gonna be fine. Although it wasn't Bad Empanada included. This is bullshit. I mean, yeah, but like, Bad Empanada lives in Argentina, which is a lot different than Australia or Italy. Okay, fine. We'll add them. Even though I don't know too much about their current circumstances. YouTube.com. Metatron. Hello, true believers. Whatever the fuck it is he says.
Hello, number ones. Welcome back.
Okay, thank you. All right, Metatron. Shadiversity. Whatever the fuck this face is. Okay, there we go. Okay. And now I've got to add them. See, you guys keep making fucking work for me. Move to the headshots area. Shad, and Metatron. Okay, so dark story. And then I'll put me on there at the end, I guess. Oh, Sweet Cheek, visiting boy. Oh, actually, I've gotta pay the tax. Oh, eating his secret tropes. Let him be for just a second. He's finishing his health snack. What's that? What's that? What is that? What is that?
Just gonna check up. Just gonna check real quick. Sweet Cheek. Oh, Sweet Cheek. Ooh, there you go. Thank you. Dance.
There you go, little guy. Yum 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 yum. Hi, bud. You want one too?
One for the mug. One for the mug. Two for the show. This. Come on. Over here. Ready? Come on. Go get it.
For me, that's for me. Oh, come on now.
Oh, friends.
Is that bright enough?
That's as bright as it gets. That camera might need adjustment. Hi. Scares me. Okay, thank you everybody for donating to the stream. We hit $100. Sweet Cheeks has been here. Okay. So, Charlie Kirk was a guy on the internet. Boy, howdy was he. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was recently assassinated, which has brought to mind, the thought, the overarching specter of political violence. As we enter the mid-late parts of 2025, we're kind of really for sure now moving into new territory for the internet. I always said this was going to be the case, and people don't believe me, but it just is, and you got to get used to it. Where Destiny, his community, and Hassan's community, and H3H3, Ethan Klein's communities are in a co-doxing war with each other, naming not just creators, but like random chatters and stuff. It's actually fucking crazy. Bandit Banata's involved in it. Hassan's directly involved in it. So people's like raw addresses, the raw addresses of YouTube creators, and their full names and stuff are being like dropped on live streams by people who don't want that happening to them. The risk after that is people's belief that someone is going to be murdered similarly to the way that Charles Kirk was murdered, which is not at his own house, but at a pre-announced public event in the middle of a college campus. So political violence is an aspect of talking about politics. One of the biggest reasons why free speech was so tantamount to the growth of especially right-wingers on the internet is because when the internet political scene started, especially if you go back like 10 years or so, when it was kind of like entering into the Gamergate post shit talking on a few like different tiny live streams and transitioning into like the Destiny era of internet debates, the Dylan Burns era, the Vosh era of like these large debate panels and like creators who ostensibly were not political destroying their careers, like JonTron did by being, just basically saying what they thought. A lot of that era and the growth of Republican creators on there was kind of propagated by the fact that there was a few well-known, full name out there Republican types, your Dave Rubin, Ben Shapiro, Alex Jones, who would kind of be the lightning rod or the core. They would form the core of the messaging. They would form the core of the personality, the cult of personality, the money raising, the point giving propaganda machine, and they would use small unknown creators around them to prop up their messaging and boost what they're saying and fill in the blanks for people when it came to dog whistles. So you have you say one thing, crime statistics, blah, 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 blah. And then you have smaller creators who are anonymous, basically giving like Nazi talking points or anti-worker talking points and stuff that would actually piss people off and would probably in real life result in you getting your shit pushed in, which has created a sort of deviation online from what acceptable behavior is as compared to the real world. Charlie Kirk was really one of the foremost people like this, pushing the bounds of what is acceptable behavior in public when it comes to pissing people off, because a polite society is an armed society, as people have been wont to say. And, if you're impolite and people are armed, you'll find out why a polite society is an armed society, as Charlie Kirk eventually was, discovered on his own. Going out into public and actively antagonizing people has been a YouTube tradition for like 10 years. H3H3 built their entire platform on calling it out once upon a time, and I still think they're highly against it when it came to like prank tubers and stuff. And there was always a political side section of that with prank tubers and whatnot, but like Charlie Kirk was the guy who did the going out, setting up a table and saying like, disagree with me, yada, 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 prove me wrong, whatever the fuck, okay? Or actually, was that Steven Crowder? I don't know, one of those guys. They look the same to me. Either way, Steven Crowder also really high up on that list. These guys would go out, they would actively antagonize people, and then they would cry foul when people got irritated by what they said and told them to go fuck themselves, that they hated them, get the fuck away from me, blah, blah, blah. Which is them violating the social contract, but running back to people that are sympathetic to them and basically trying to pretend that everybody else is wrong and not them. Now, this has resulted in ultimately violence becoming kind of the solution to irritating people from YouTube who go out into public and bother motherfuckers and are impolite. You have the prank YouTubers and stuff from like Kick, the IRL YouTubers, people like Sneeko, people like, what the fuck? Not even necessarily, Sneeko, but he does it less now. I can't remember. Johnny Somali, what's his name? That got fucking arrested in the Philippines and sentenced to 20 years. There's a bunch of these dudes, right? And they're irritating as fuck. And people have been shooting some of them. Like one of the guys that does this kind of live stream content on Kick got shot. You're like, well, that's not politics. I know it's not, but you're irritating people in real life and there's repercussions for that. There really just is. For the longest time in America, one of the things that would keep you, and it's one of the reasons we have like parades and stuff, is that you had to show that there was a level of solidarity with your ideas when you went out to present them to the public for the first time. Because if you went out, stood up on a soapbox and said, I want Nazis to come back in 1948, you would have probably gotten beaten to death with a pipe wrench within a few minutes of starting that talk. Justifiably, because people were really fucking pissed at the Nazis still in 1948. So the internet has created this kind of false belief that you should be safe in public saying shit that infuriates people, which is not the case for a lot of lefties know that, because lefties get killed in public for just existing. That's usually why they end up becoming lefties. But the Republicans kind of had their cake and ate it too by going out into public and being fucking irritating as shit where they can get got to. Okay? And that is a bad way of addressing threat assessment. If you're any of the security personnel for these individuals, it's like, wow, really? You just fucking went out there, all them windows, broad daylight, with a guy that says shit like that? Like, were you sacrificing him? Did he pull a fucking short straw or what? To me, it makes sense. Now, this doesn't mean that like anybody that goes outside should be like a victim of violence, but there's a lot of people online who can no longer rely, because of the way that the internet works and the amount of like the scale of the amount of people you're irritating and the amount of money you're making and other people can make because of how irritating you are. There is now a disintegration between that belief that you should be able to say anything that you can and anything that you want to online and then face no repercussions for it in the real world. I've always understand that. That's always made sense to me. I don't say anything here that I wouldn't fucking take a punch for, right? I don't think you should go out and shoot people because it's a fucking crime. But also, like, if you are actively trying to piss people off and bait them into being as furious as possible with you, you should probably strap up and make sure you're in a good safe position before you go outside and talk to people in large crowds, because that's like, statistically speaking, as far as assassinations go, the best place to get at you. So with that in mind, I want to talk about threat assessment. So there's a lot of YouTubers now as well that this has happened, saying like, well, now I don't know if I feel comfortable. Well, this political violence, blah, 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 because some of them are pussies and some of them are legitimately at risk of danger. I'm calling this the death pool, but it's not really. This is just a likelihood of someone taking a shot at you in public, how at risk you are of facing a life or death situation in public because of who you are on the internet in the year of our Lord 2025. What is the risk of you facing a potentially lethal interaction with somebody simply by going out into public is the name of the game for this. I'll probably have whatever the title of this video actually is what it's going to be. But to that end, we have, and thank you for the gifted subs, we have a collection now of 48 individuals, and I might add some more. These are just people that I immediately thought of. Some of them are really good examples. Some of them are bad examples. Some of them are people that I want to just say, like, they doth protest too much. But what threat assessment is literally like, hey, man, how much have you pissed people off? And how capable are people of getting at you, right? Relative to how pissed they are. That doesn't mean that somebody's not going to randomly come and attack you. This is sort of why you're going to see a series of, right here, percentages, right? So this is pretty much like a statistical possibility map. There's different ways of laying these out. Usually you always see this 45 to 55, plus 90, minus 15. And because of, I had 6 slots here because this is the thing that I downloaded. Everything else looks like that. Hold on just a second. Let me click this so that this is, I don't want to accidentally use the brush strokes on this. And let me add another paint layer. Yeah. Okay. So, hello. I should add a vector layer, actually. Vector layer. Yeah, maybe I can add those to the vector layer. That would be really nice. It would be really nice, YouTube or Krita, if I could add those to the vector layer. So what these really mean is this is a moderate likelihood. 50-50 chance, sort of. But this is, when you start, really should start here in the B's. You don't start at the top or the bottom when you're trying to figure out the likelihood of something. This is kind of a wash, right? It could happen, it might not happen. It feels good, it doesn't feel good. The level of certainty that you have is going to be there, right? This is kind of a wash. Going into A is a near certainty, right? Like, okay, this feels very possible, but there's still some likelihood it's not going to happen. When you get to the plus 90, the S tier, it's very likely that something is going to happen. When you go down in the opposite direction, it kind of trends opposite. You'll see normally things will usually, when you try to do threat assessments, you will see bell curves appear in these, right? This isn't something that's a full science the way that I'm doing it. But actuaries and people that do actual threat assessments do literally put these type of things together. And they will look like this, and it's going to be something that's actually pretty banal. Like, what's the likelihood of the failure rate of a headlight on this new Buick model of being cracked by a road piece of road dust? And then you just do all your little things and then you pop it into here to these percentages, so that you can kind of simplify it, because usually the percentages will be all over the place. When you have these subcategories inside and you break it up from 100% of possibilities into these little subcategories, it starts making a little bit more sense when people are trying to do their own personal gambling relative to what's going on. Obviously, Charlie Kirk was up here in the S tier. Which was crazy. Yo, Deadass gifted 10 subs of Odd Gang Level. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Shout out Krita and the weird Robo Furry mascot they have. Absolutely. Do we have a robot loaner box on the list? Yes. So to the end of trying to explain to this how likely these people are, I'm going to start putting people on this list, and then I'm going to give you a breakdown of what I know about them, my level of certainty, and how that kind of shows up on this list. Kind of the good thing about this is I have a lot of people on here that I don't know too much about, and that still does count into the certainty. So the amount of knowledge you have about somebody would also kind of go in here. And this is a thing that you can bring into your real life to make actual decisions, right? and start calculating risk in a more sensible way. Because a lot of people do just say, well, there is or isn't a risk, and you end up here in this B category. But we're going to pop off. I'm going to start with, we're just going to go alphabetically down this so I don't get lost here. We're going to start with Adam Friedland. New layer. Hold on. Maybe not necessarily a new layer. Let me try. Open new document. Insert as reference image. Cancel. Insert many layers. Insert as reference images. Cancel. Can I file import video animation? Okay, it's not going to let me do that. So that's fine. So, yes. New layer. So we have, and let me get here. Okay. We have Adam Friedland. Adam Friedland is one of the Chapo Trap House guys, right? And he is over here hanging out, having a good time. So, what I know about this guy is he goes out in public. He's a bit of a public personality. He is Jewish. Jewish people are facing some pretty serious anti-Semitism these days. But I don't think he's actually very controversial or irritating to people. For his minority status, just being a minority, talking about especially leftist issues, but being a minority talking about politics, you automatically get like kind of a higher threat assessment. But I don't think that people particularly hate him in ways that other individuals that you're going to see on this list are hated. Not by a fucking long shot. And so I would say, I would put Adam pretty much down here in the D tier of risk. I think it's highly, highly unlikely, but not impossible that he would ever be the victim of some sort of attempt at lethal violence on his life. Never heard of him. Yeah, he's friends with Hassan. He is a Chapo Trap House guy, but that's kind of where I think he's going to be. Moving on. Asmongold, new layer. He's going to be up here because everybody's going to pop up in this top corner. That's not my fault. Asmongold. Asmongold is a right-wing political video game streamer, sort of the darling of the unwashed masses, which are a less common subspecies of person now that washing has become kind of commonplace in the modern era. But he is a representative of an older time in America, a glorification of ignorance, a lust for simplicity, and a desire to avoid soap at all costs, right? He does truly live the ascetic life of an estranged 1200s rich person's monk's son. Kissless virgin, I think. Asmongold is pretty controversial. He's also very accessible. While he doesn't really go out in public very, very often, he's not completely out of the public eye. He's also pretty fucking, pretty invective drawing. But he's also considered, I think, in my opinion, as a leftist, and having seen other leftists talk, I think he's seen as pretty harmless. He repeats stuff. He doesn't make talking points. He kind of just chatters about them for money. I think that there's a real risk relative to him for not just like lefties trying to do political violence, but really for people in his own audience that might want to go and do stalker violence to him. I think that he lives a pretty dangerous existence by having his home kind of and in his entire life put out there. You can always tell when Asmongold's going to be at his house. You can always tell where Asmongold's house is. It's been there for a while. And honestly, like, if somebody wanted to do something bad to him, I think you could probably big bad wolf huff and puff with like a leaf blower, and you might knock the entire house down on top of him. So I would say he's in a pretty bad situation. I just don't think he's horrible enough for somebody to act on it. But I would say he's in actually I would say Asmongold is actually in pretty serious risk of harm despite how he feels about it, but it's not a certainty. But I would say, if I was Asmongold, I would try to mitigate a lot of the risk that I go through on a day-to-day basis by having so much of my life out there and having a highly, highly predictable schedule, a known location, giving out dangerous talking points to some degree, and kind of being lightly antagonistic of people. I don't think there's an immediate desire to hurt him, but anybody that did have an immediate desire to hurt him would feel basically hit no impasses towards doing so, which, he doesn't really have to live like that. But as he becomes more infamous, he is putting himself in a position where he's extremely accessible. The bullet stopped by all the dirt. Jesus Christ. Moving on to Bad Empanada. Bad Empanada. New lair. Bad Empanada. Argentinian, Australian, Greek Australian, Argentinian, anti-union, anti-worker, Maoist, leftist, or something. I don't know. Bad Empanada is very literally a guy on the internet. Former friend of Hassan, maybe still current friend of Noah Samson. Highly, highly invective. I believe that Bad Empanada has been already targeted by people for retributive violence, at least according to him. Like some fascists have put out his name and address and all that sort of stuff. He also says things that are highly, highly, highly divisive. And he lives in a place where the law is not going to probably be very much on his side or even actively working against him if someone wants to make harm befall him. I feel like he is both highly invective and also kind of blessed by the fact that most of the people who would be hearing him, he speaks to an English language audience of mostly like Americans and more to the point, anti-American Europeans who are not Argentinian and don't give a shit. I think that's one of the reasons he really stays out of Argentinian politics. So he is kind of simultaneously in a very dangerous position, but also insulated by the fact that he doesn't really talk about his home turf very often, which I think is probably an active decision on his part to keep himself from more than likely being fucking just walked up to and cracked on the street by some random fucking... South America has people from all sorts of different countries that can kind of like go in. Argentina, from what I understand, has pretty permissible borders. So, you know, if you want somebody to not get investigated, because the countries are all around it are all very tiny, you can kind of walk right through the bureaucracies of other countries and kind of get away with stuff. See FARC and American interference in South America for fucking 60 plus years. So he's in a very dangerous position, but he also seems to be playing it pretty close to the chest as far as stuff that's going to drive people crazy. I've heard that he fled to Uruguay, but I heard that from, I think, Ethan Klein. So who the fuck knows? Probably not. I would say Bad Empanada lives in a reasonable... He has a reasonable possibility of being injured. Okay. I don't know what the fuck that was. Muppets Corner just gifted 5 tier 1 subs. Thank you very much, Muppets Corner. I think Bad Empanada is taking extreme precautions to protect himself from common people. He'd be a little bit more difficult to get to. Everybody that thinks that and they don't have a professional working on it for them is not. Like, I don't, you don't, he doesn't, Hassan doesn't, which we'll get to, have any extreme protections from violence. It's like, it's people are extremely soft targets because you don't want to live the way that you have to live to be as safe as you can be, where I was surrounded by like dozens of literally armed and armored Marines, but still pretty susceptible to what amounts to a fancy hunting round. Do you know what I mean? Like, no one's really safe. The idea that you are safe or you've taken significant precautions is usually an indicator that you're probably not crossing your T's the way that you should be. I know that sounds crazy, but it's like, yeah, I feel safe, therefore you probably aren't. You should be like me. Never feel safe. Search the windows of every car that ever passes you. Oh my god. Benny Shapiro, Benny Shaps. Insert new layer. Ben Shapiro. I believe now Nashville located, longtime political commentator, Jewish American, Republican, firebrand to a degree. Recently, as of the last year or so, very much on the back burner of the American political forefront. As happens when fascists start taking control, Jews are pushed to the side regardless of whether they're a good Jew or not. It's just what's going to happen if you're, I don't know how to tell you this nicer. If you're a conservative Jew, you don't get a special spot on the train, and they are going to actively kill you the second they can, and they're going to cut you out of the process with the due immediacy of the second they don't need you anymore. That's kind of useful idiot, not useful, just an idiot. Ben Shapiro's kind of made a career of being friends with the kind of people any other Jewish American would say, like, hey, buddy, I get the tax breaks, but what in the fuck are you talking to him for? He's a conservative. He plays closer to Christian conservatism than he does like traditional Jewish conservatism, but it's not non-existent. But he is visibly Jewish in America in a time where attacks on Jewish people are very high. So naturally, he's going to be minimum DRT because he is minority status in America. He's visibly Jewish because he goes around in his yarmulke all the time. He's well known for being Jewish. He is permanently, I really have to hammer this home, regardless of how you feel about Palestine and Jewish people's proximity to it, just being Jewish, even if Palestine ended good tomorrow, still puts you a tier up in the risk of just getting clapped. Just getting clapped because you're a Jewish person. So, like, literally, I would say, if anything, it kind of mitigates his higher level danger because, like a lot of Jewish people, regardless of how you feel about him, he probably has a pretty good sixth sense for avoiding being murdered. Jewish people have a pogrom sense, and it will tingle, right? And his community might, regardless of his kind of disposition, take care of him if there's certain things happening. So, like, wherever he lives, more than likely, people will give him a heads up if some crazy shit's happening, as opposed to someone like Asmongold, who people are going to go like, well, I mean, if that house burns down, I don't want the smoke to hit me, you know? I would say he's kind of in a good position where he's not on the forefront anymore, but with Israel being very high, with calls for violence against Jewish people from both the right and left becoming more and more commonplace, I would say Ben Shapiro probably is at an extremely high risk of violence, to the point where I would say if he was to start making public appearances, there's an almost full certainty he would be harmed. I would say he's at Salman Rushdie levels of like risk to his life by going and telling people he's going to be places that are not high security. This doesn't mean that you're going to be killed or hurt. Just that you should exist in a sense that an attack is inevitable. This is advice, not a warning, to the extent that warnings are not advice. I do not want anybody to be hurt. I especially do not want anybody to be hurt because of their fucking protected status. I would probably actually feel bad for Ben Shapiro of all people if he got hurt, because I don't know, he's kind of an idiot. But he lives in Nashville. He's pretty insulated from, I think, some of the worst auspices of things that are going. He's not in the Midwest, but I would say somebody like Ben Shapiro should definitely avoid going outside, at least until the end of the Trump administration, however that comes about. Because, I mean, he can always pick up where he started and say, you know, it's a new conservatism. We're rebuilding from the ashes. But, like, right now is a very bad time to be publicly Jewish, visibly conservative, and have to rely on conservatives for your safety while you're all those things, and we're in the middle of the Israeli genocide. I think the guy lives at a high risk of violence. That's not like a thing I'm happy about. I don't think that we should actually exist as this way, but especially in America where, you know, people like him have really stumped for the access of people like me and other, just any person in Kentucky to have access to high-powered weapons. He's in a lot of danger. I just gotta say. Milo Yiannopoulos. Oh fuck, I don't even know. Brian Taylor Cohen, another Jewish person, visibly Jewish by name. Brian Taylor Cohen, head of, I think, the chorus or whatever the hell. Jewish in America in 2025. It's a bad time. We're very Weimar'd out. A lot of the people that would be supportive of Ben Shapiro, back in the day, are now talking about Weimar. I think the Kirsch person specifically was. So, of course, like I said before, automatically one bump up. He has been kind of maligned recently by this chorus stuff. I don't think that's a big deal in the grand scheme of things, maybe in his career, but in the terms of identifying him as a possible target for violence any more than other people. I do know that he goes out in public and makes appearances in a political context. I think he even does some speeches and stuff. I would say still, though, I don't think that he's an obvious target for violence. I don't think people are pissed off enough at him that I would say it's certainty that someone would probably try to take a crack at him with lethal force. Certainly harassed, certainly bothered, maybe hit with like a shake or something. I could see that. I don't know enough about him to say what how sensible he is when it comes to his own personal safety. I would say if he's a Jewish person, Jewish people grow up with a very similar talk to like black Americans. If they have good parents where it's like, hey, fucking Goyim are okay, but like, you know, be mindful of our family is now only 3 generations removed from the last 2 genocides that happened within the 1900s. So your grandmother ran from the Chechens, and your great grandmother ran from the Chechens, and your grandfather ran from the Nazis. So just make sure you always have running shoes and keep your legs strong. That's the thing. And I think that, you know, in the modern era, yes, he's definitely more publicly known, but also I don't think there's a lot of hatred toward him. Not in a valuable sense where I'm certain he would be targeted. Then again, maybe, I don't know. I would say, yeah, probably with Hassan's audience kind of maligning him as being a, Jew money, IPAC connected, genocide denier. He probably does have maybe some non-insignificant risk potentiality. I would say I would put him into the we don't know 100% category right here. I didn't move that off, did I? Okay, no, I did not move that off. So yeah, I would say he's in kind of the wash area. I would say definitely should live in a paranoid scent, but like probably can still live a normal life-ish relative to the amount of fame he has if he stays away from places like that have his name and face on them and a lot of like open air access. I would say, be safe, but I don't know enough about him otherwise. Candace Owens. Yeesh. Candace Owens. Old Candace. Miss Candy. Candace Owens is a black American anti-Semitic conservative influencer. Very powerful pushing anti-Jewish messaging, pretty much in a vein to really attract some of the worst conservatives from the black conservative movement, people that took all the wrong messaging from like Farrakhan. I won't get hyper into it, but it's the anti-Semitism is a serious issue in the black community, kind of where it is everywhere, but like it's just not paid strict enough attention to because black people have their own problems and they have some grudges against Jewish people that are more than they're more than conspiracy deep, as opposed to white Americans who will just prey on that fear to alienate black people from their potential brotherhood with Jewish people. Candace Owens lives in that world. She really, really is, basically pro-Nazi via genocide of the Palestinian people. She's black in America in 2025, which automatically puts her outside of the no-risk zone. No-risk zone. And I would say the amount of invective around her is pretty high. Pretty fucking high. She's a woman as well. People really fucking hate Candace Owens. I don't know too much about her recently, but she has a very high profile. She is black. She is talking about the genocide in a pro-genocide context. And there's a lot of people, and I'm just going to go ahead and say that are super fucking racist and misogynist on the left that really don't want black people or women to step outside their line and feel more like they want to punish minorities for stepping outside the line than they do want to like uplift minorities. You know what I mean? Kind of like the Vosh camp. It's kind of hard to put your finger on it until I say like, like Vosh talks about black women. And you're like, oh, okay, that's what I mean. I think that Candace Owens is probably in a pretty dangerous position in a day-to-day respect. Not just because, I would think actually from her own potential audience members as well. I think it would be very hard for Candace Owens to effectively screen without some serious professional assistance for people that would have all of the exact same appropriate politics as her, but still just want to kill her because she's a black woman who's speaking to publicly to white men. I would have to say Candace Owens as probably almost certainty of life-threatening danger from both the left and the right. She's really riding the fucking wave in a dangerous respect. I think she lives in a probably very serious constant threat of danger that she's protected from by her proximity to whiteness and wealth. We don't have anybody in the 0 tier yet, so I'm just going to leave this here. Candace Owens is insane. I mean, people call it that. Candace Owens is more than just who she is as a person. She is a direct route to racism for people that are ostensibly left that just really want to fucking hate a black person. They don't understand how that's a part of them. And they're just like, I have some feelings about her that like I'm not going to address, and I'm just going to like really live with them. And then you're like, bro, that's racism. Like, no, it's not. Like, yeah, bro, you're just racist. No, but I'm a leftist and she's pro-genocide. Like, I know you're hyper-fixating on that. You should think about why. Do you really want to hurt her? Yes. When you want to hurt her, do you think about how black she is? And if you can't answer that no really fast with like shock on your face, you got to start thinking about maybe you have it in you, okay? I know I got some evil in me. I walk tippy toes around people that they're underneath the racial stack because I got to make sure I'm not fucking going fucking psycho because, you're around certain people when you're growing up and then you got that thing in your head. You don't fucking let it go. That shit there's not enough introspection on the left. There is not. Nowhere near enough introspection on the left amongst white and white presenting lefties about how they interact with Candace Owens. Understand, she knows. She's baiting you into it. She's like, she wants you to say the word uppity in your mind because she's going to make money off of like, I fucking got him. And that's still on you. You're still that's the evil. That's the evil. That's in you. Okay. She's fine to do that because she shouldn't be able to do it. You fucking idiots. Keep that in mind. But yeah, I would say she's in some serious danger. Oh, on to a fun pick. Chud Logic. Oh no, it's Chuddy. Chud Logic. Not an American. Chud Logic. I still don't understand why people call Chud Logic a leftist. I trying to pierce the political ideology of the commentary community is shocking to me. They call people leftists, and I think the only connection to being an actual leftist when you talk to commentary people is like you don't actively say the N-word a lot, and you're kind of a pervert. It doesn't really matter what kind of pervert. Maybe like, a pedophile actually, or more like, a passport bro, as in Chud Logic's case. I think that's it. I think you're just a bit of a pervert, but otherwise your actual like political positions are the same. People keep telling me Chud Logic's a leftist. I was listening to him on like Dylan Burns and shit 5 or 6 years ago. I always thought he was right wing. I don't know. And if I think you're right wing as a person in America, like overseas, you've got to be deep in it. But it is what it says. Chud Logic is a person. Dioreo's got to go on this list too. Chud Logic is a person that lives in England somewhere. I've never actually looked up his full docs. I know that they're out there. I don't care. Chud Logic is kind of like a big jellyfish to me. I don't think he's particularly dangerous. I think he's a callous political degenerate. Oh, okay. I know what's going on here. Hold on. Let me turn this off real quick. I got a command shift save as a fucking Krita. Save as Krita. There we go. I was wondering why the hell is this bringing up the full save dialogue every time I try to save? It's because it was saving it as a fucking original pinge. But where was I? Oh yeah. Chud Logic, I think I've heard him talk about the doxing's fucking blah 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 blah. I don't know how scared he is of it. I also don't think of Chud Logic as being a particularly interesting individual to people that are like hyper political. I think if anything, he's played the line very well when it comes to the commentary community starting to take sides on Destiny, on Israel, on pretty much sort of that entire like host of issues that showed up past November 29th. If you know, you know. If you don't, go watch my video, Slot Mafia. He is a disgusting person. Obviously, he makes way too many rape jokes. I think if he probably knows that he can't cover people that live in England or the UK or wherever it is he lives. Because if he was saying the things he says about Americans in London and somebody was like actively trying to find him, he would probably get pieced up. Zombie knife. And I think you'd have it coming. I think if you make a lot of rape jokes, you deserve to get fucking clapped a bit. But I don't think most of the people he talks about live anywhere on the same side of a big ass fucking puddle of water as he does. And most of them are like, you know, as he would say, wretched, disgusting wretch. He's a nasty cunt, but I think he's pretty insulated from the worst of what's going on. I would be shocked to find out. Like, I would actually be baffled that someone cared enough about Chud Logic to physically harm him. So long as he stays overseas in England. If he came to America and went to like TwitchCon and stuff and had the fucking shit kicked out of him, I wouldn't be fucking surprised about it at all. Because he just throws around rape jokes way too often. And would it be deserved? Abso-fucking-lutely. But he stays in England. I think he just goes between England and like Thailand to purchase the services of the local women. I would say he, as a gammon in the UK, talking about stuff that most UK people would agree with, that could even hurt him in a place that has no guns. I would say he's less than 15%, high unlikelihood of ever facing any sort of injuries. Nothing's ever zero, but I would be shocked to find out that anything happened to him. Pretty much has personally ensured his insulation from any danger. Asmund's already on the list. Yeah, Asmund's A tier. Okay, moving on. ContraPoints. ContraPoints is the very well-known, infamous trans creator, recently deeply maligned by Hassan's community, more through the actions of Bad Empanada and a behind-the-scenes Reddit hate campaign orchestrated largely by Noah Driver of the channel President Sunday via his many alt accounts and some of his fans to basically like push for a lot of harassment of trans women in philosophy. So the philosophy tube and ContraPoints hate is, by the way, largely from the Cathedral region. Those guys push it super hard. All those videos started there. It bubbled up through Bad Empanada. He covered it. And then like the Hassan sphere took it off. So there's like a big, nice like week of harassment against ContraPoints. That was probably a different flavor than what she's used to. So she was just like, oh my God, I guess I'm drinking strawberry wine this week instead of wwatermelon wine. Whatever the fuck goes through her mind on a day-to-day basis. ContraPoints is visibly trans. And there's a trans genocide happening. So kind of the normal minority status plus one. Being trans in America right now is like asking to be raped or murdered. Not like literally like you're asking for it. I said that in a horrible way. People are chomping at the bit to sexually assault and murder trans women who are bad people. It's hyper common to the point where no one is surprised when it happens. It's just like it's like anonymous statistic level of violence against trans women and trans people in general right now in America. It is an active genocide against them. Their rights are being stripped. They are being targeted for violence. They are being targeted for political harassment via the administration itself. They're in a bad place at the moment. So I'd give them another bump just in general. ContraPoints is pretty well known, but as an individual herself, she doesn't put out content very often, and I don't know if she leaves wherever she roosts. I don't know that much about her personal life. Despite the fact that her every thought might end up on Twitter for all of 30 seconds before she deletes it, her actual personal information and life is pretty not super well known. I could see her being targeted as a lot of, public trans women or just even a good-looking woman that has stalkers would be targeted. I think she probably lives in a pretty consistent state of danger, but I think she probably is sensibly staying in safe spaces and understands that there are threats against her. probably that exist in a pretty much a constant state of ongoing danger, so to say. So I would say with ContraPoints, she's at minimum in wash category. She, like a lot of trans women, and especially as a lefty creator and a person that has a public profile and as a person that is good looking, has a lot of eyes on her. There's probably people that are sending insane shit to her as a woman and as a political creator and as a trans person. But she is probably also very aware of stuff which would bring her down. But all that said, yeah, she's at minimum an A for me, I think, if not an S. I would say Natalie Wynn is probably S tier, 90%, almost certainly carries a day-to-day risk of the potential of violence against them for who they are and what they say. It would be shocking to me. I would think that any level of safety I confer to Natalie is probably relative to how forced she is to probably have to hide on a day-to-day basis and have her head on a swivel and live. Because I really do not see her doing partner ups, team ups, and all that sort of stuff. She seems pretty fucking isolated. I think a lot of YouTubers who should probably be supporting someone like her, regardless of her kind of like middling to shit Israel takes, kind of leaving Natalie Wynn out to just not even to dry but to die is a common thing. Like, people are very, like, grown men who could potentially take a hit are very proud of how hard they've turned their back on a fucking trans woman that people death threat all the time. It's just shocking to me as a guy. But I would say she's probably in a pretty serious, probably lives in a pretty serious risk of fatal harm on any given day. Moving on. Dave Rubin. Dave Rubin is a gay conservative creator. I think he is not to rain on anyone else's parade, but I'm pretty sure he is the actual original. What? Lair cannot use the transform tool. Use the transform mask instead. Why the fuck not? Okay, strange. I don't know why that happened. Oh, it's probably fucking YouTube encoding, but it doesn't matter. It's the right size anyway. He's gay. He's gay. He's conservative. I think he's the original Why I Left the Left guy. And he used to be the primary target of the Majority Report's ire until Tim Pool eventually took the throne. He's a hack. He's a douchebag. He's a loser. He's a proud father of two. Also a former friend to Ben Shapiro. He is Jewish as well, not as visibly Jewish as someone like Ben Shapiro, who makes it a very big part of his personality. And Rubin isn't a name that I personally immediately associate with being Jewish, so I don't know. When you get to fucking actual skull measurers, they're usually strikingly on it. But I would say he just gets the single bump, double bump for being gay and having kids and being conservative and people knowing how to get to him. But David Rubin, I think, is pretty much politically irrelevant these days. I don't think there's a lot of people that are mad enough at him to hurt him. And if there was anybody that was going to kill David Rubin or try to kill him or take a shot at him, it would probably be someone who's a fan of like a Candace Owens or, the Alex Jones type, It would probably be a conservative who's upset that he's a gay man who has publicly adopted children and thinks that all gay men are pedophiles. He's gay in 2025. He gets a minimum bump for that, minimum bump for being Jewish as well, and having being a gay man with children. He's kind of a why I abandoned the people that would ever give a shit about me. But I don't think he's as politically out there and relevant. I don't think he does the kind of shows and show-ups and stuff that would put him in immediate danger on a day-to-day basis. So I would probably put him down here in the C tier, 30 to 44% chance of being a victim of lethal violence against him. It's definitely not impossible. There's what that means. Definitely not impossible. But it's also not, very likely or probably not going to happen. But I would definitely, if I was him, do all of my due diligence to make sure I was safe, know my neighbors, keep in contact with people, start keeping a list of cars that are on your street, and just if some that show up are a different color or a different make or model, just make note of that. Buy binoculars and stare into the driver's seats of vehicles. And if you're feeling really frisky, get a long stick with a piece of chalk taped to the end of it and chalk tires for cars that you don't recognize and see if they move. And see if some fucking agents pop out of the back of them. Definitely, if I was Dave Rubin, I would probably conceal carry at a bare minimum. But like, I don't think that he has to worry immediately about somebody trying to jump the walls of his home unless he knows something that I don't about some sort of more personal issue. But like as a public fear issue, I don't think he's in a horrible, horrible state. Moving on, David Pakman. It's actually kind of striking. I have a pretty large amount of Jewish American people on the list. David Pakman, lefty, center of left. Lefty political commentator, lefty as fuck by American standards, right-wing fascist neocon by the standards of Hassan's generally unemployed audience. Jewish, known to be Jewish, visibly Jewish in his comportment, and I believe in his personal statements regarding to him. He has a somewhat Jewish-sounding name, although I hadn't pegged him for it. So I would say he still probably gets the bump. He gets the smallest amount of a minority bump. He's pretty controversial in lefty spheres. And the lefty sphere is gaining more traction when it comes to being pro-political violence. But worse, the lefty sphere is gaining traction from people like Ben Apanada and Hassan, who simultaneously have enough balls to say, like, you know, to infer political violence should happen, but not say who, when, where, why, what, and when, in order to direct people both to and away from individuals, because if they do that, they run the risk of being in trouble for something or of alienating their audience that kind of just wants a carte blanche card to do violence, but not really be, told what they can and can't do. Which is why when I was talking about David Pakman, there was a lot of, like, he's a Jew, I don't care about Jewish people are related to the Israel thing. There was a lot of beyond anti-Zionist sentiment into just fucking Zog stuff. I think that David Pakman has a non-zero chance, a serious non-zero chance of being targeted for his Jewish identity first and foremost, because there's nothing else valuable there, by people on the left, by people that would say that they're like, a Marxist Leninist or an ML, or even just, like, I'm just a fucking motivated sock dem former Hassan fan. I think that there's a serious chance of violence coming from somebody in those communities. They would know where to find him. They have been motivated to do stuff against him, and he has been basically connected with this idea of Zion-operated government, Jewish money, pro-IPAC, killing Palestinian people mentality by people in Bem's community, but really a lot from the Hassan community via the Taylor Lorenz article, which was, and I really can't hammer this home, full of lies and just actually wrong and unevidenced at times. To which I saw, even in my own comment section, some pretty fucking aggressive statements toward him. As a Jewish American, visibly Jewish American in 2025, he stands a chance of violence literally just for existing, for being participatory in his faith, not even as a person that would go to synagogue, but as a person that would know someone who goes to synagogue and shares a name with them. I think that, on top of being, for no good reason, attached to the hyper increasing anti-Semitic and pro-violence statements coming from Hassan's community, I would say that Pakman is probably in the A tier of possible violence. I would put him a little bit higher than Brian Taylor Cohen, because I don't know enough about him, but I know Pakman goes out around people pretty often. And I know he has been highlighted mostly from that article, as opposed to Brian Taylor Cohen, who is a little bit further back. Majority Report, you can see it in their fucking audience comments. I think they got rid of a bunch of them, but like, their audience, not a big fan of David Pakman. That's hundreds of thousands of people that have connected him via lies and unevidenced statements and intentional fucking double entendres to being a Jewish shill for the Israeli genocide against the Palestinians, which is something that Hassan's community has said violence is okay to solve, And Bemp's community has said violence is the only way to solve. Bemp is sharing fucking more Jewish American names with the obvious hope of trying to stochastically terrorize those individuals. So I would say David Pakman is a serious non-zero chance of being targeted for lethal political violence for who he is as a person. Damn, if that Wired article is fake, I gotta wonder why no one is suing for libel, fraud, whatever. Oh, that's because it's almost impossible to sue for a libel or fraud. Have you ever looked into it? If you're actually saying that, just as a because I know people are on the left are not committing terrorist attacks on this level. They already did, buddy. If you are saying that, how many defamation lawsuits have you looked into, and how hard they are to win? Just how many have you looked into, and how hard are they to win? Do you know how much they cost? It's almost impossible to win a defamation lawsuit in America. And just because you sue somebody for defamation doesn't mean you'll win, even if they're lying. If you look to Fox News Corps', whoever the fuck versus Fox News Corps, they lost that defamation suit against Tucker Carlson, even though he was directly lying, and would later lose another suit because he just said no one should believe him. It was just a ridiculous thing to say. You can talk your way out of him. You can say I made a mistake. You can say, oh, whoopsie-doodle. If you put the onus on truth-telling on, oh, it's a lie unless somebody sues, then unless Taylor Lorenz sues me and everybody else who said that she's a liar, then she's a liar. You idiot. Also, know your place. You're probably like a Hassan fan, Taylor Lorenz. I mean, even now, the Majority Report, I'm going to guess you don't know how to read. Probably have like a 9th to 10th grade tops literacy level. Kind of like A Court of Thorns and Roses is pushing it for you. Harry Potter, tippity top. If you haven't actually read through law documents and ever maybe even taken a single collegiate level course on First Amendment law and libel, and how difficult it is to win or pursue libel suits, and why slap suits are important to keep people from suing you if you do tell the truth in order to bankrupt you because you don't have the money to defend yourself, you should know your place and shut the fuck up and sit on your hands because you're a moron. You're literally a rube that exists just for like the purpose of you repeating other people's statements, but you don't know how to think your way through them. You're like an illiterate fucking moron. So know your place, sit down on your hands, and shut the fuck up. Fucking morons, dude. Oh my god. Address my claims of being illiterate. Prove that you're not posting with voice to chat. Okay, I just did David Pakman. If you, by the way, lefties aren't killing. We just had fucking a dude get shot in the fucking head, and fucking we killed a fucking CEO and a fucking another guy. I'm just saying, it's getting sus out there. The lefties wouldn't do this is usually the biggest indicator that somebody might actually do this too. By the way. Can I adjust these ones? I can. Okay, Dead Domain. Dead Domain is a YouTuber slash, I don't know if Dead Domain ever watches this, gonzo journalist? I don't know. Dead Domain has sort of surprised me. They go, I believe, they, them pronouns. Please correct me if it's she, her. No, I have been corrected on this. Dead Domain is she, her. She, her pronouns. Dead Domain, one of her shticks is actually to go undercover into like potentially dangerous areas in order to cover stuff. That is a serious risk to your person, and it's a very respectable thing to do. She goes out to rallies. She goes to meetings, I guess you would say, rallies, meetings, protests, pro-right protests and counter-protests, and talks to people, really putting herself in danger. It's not a constant thing, but it's a sufficiently enough happening thing that it's a non-zero risk. In addition to this, visibly trans, as a trans person and out trans as a trans person in America in 2025, pretty high risk. Pretty fucking high risk. They, them? Fuck me, dude. They, them. Oh my fucking god. God damn it. I was correct. And then I was like, no, I was corrected on this. This is all you fucking assholes, by the way. that are like, oh my God, the second you saw a trans person, you said they them. When someone's trying to be polite is actively fucking up my ability to try to remember people's pronouns because I'm like, I know I've gotten them wrong before. They, them. Where is it? I don't have my thing. What the fuck? Where's my big old jar? Hey, Sam. What the fuck? I don't know where my misgender jar is, but I will shake it. I don't know where my fucking coins are. They're lost. They're lost completely. I'm like looking around my room and I can't find my cachette of coins. I'll put them in there later. Either way, they them. Dead Domain, visibly trans, out as an individual of gendered disposition, going out and also I think has gotten some pretty significant death threats from people and a lot of like, hey, you should go and harass this individual from people like, what the hell is that guy's name? I can't remember. He's the fucking cigarette baby that talks about like Star Wars and shit. I know that's not narrowing it down, but his name's like a gamer or something. I can't fucking remember. I would say Dead Domain is in a pretty dangerous position. I really wouldn't be surprised. I mean, it's not like they don't know the risk. I would say Dead Domain is almost lives at probably almost a certain chance, a certain possibility of lethal action being taken against them just because of, they're out there. People know who they are as a threat assessment. And yet again, this isn't like anyone deserves to have anything happen to them. But as a threat assessment, I would say Dead Domain lives dangerously, very dangerously. Alex Jones has announced he will now be doing a nationwide tour of universities, finalizing divorce, I guess. Okay, continuing on. Because we got a lot of people. Don't ask ahead of time where the fuck someone's going to be. Just wait until it shows up. Everything's being fucking... but no. Star Wars Theory? No. I can't remember. No, not Geeks and Gamers. Synthetic Man. I just remembered. Synthetic Man is who I'm talking about. Moving on. Denims. New layer. Denims is a Hassan Orbiter. Kind of a dummy. Not a highly interesting or evocative person politically, but a constant focus by harassment campaigns from people on the right. And I'm not on the right wing. I am just a big time fan of Ethan Klein for some reason. Hassan's gotten, Denims has gotten a lot of hate via the H3H3 controversies, some of which is slightly deserved, the vast majority of which isn't. Not a very entertaining person or a very controversial person, but a woman in political spaces. And I believe a non-white, a person of color, ultimately too. And yeah, you can be the most boring fucking person in the world, but if you are a woman talking about politics, you are probably in some at least minimum serious danger of existing. Now, I don't know. Well, we do know now where she lives because she was doxxed by Ethan Klein by putting out her fucking actual fucking address and shit from the unredacted court documents online, and her real name. So her actual fucking general level of danger has gone up. Now, do I think that Denims warrants enough hate that someone would actively try to hunt her down and murder her? Yes, I think so. She's attractive. She's female. She's leftist. She talks about politics. She is kind of a lot of people, a lot of guys, specific, ideal, of the kind of person who should probably be harmed. A woman that talks too much. I don't know how often she goes out and about. Probably the only thing, man, I don't know. I gotta say, she's not someone I think should be like there's any remote possible like value to be gained by harming them. But that's kind of the case. Is I think that like someone like Denims is probably I think Denims is probably even in more danger than she probably knows. Doesn't deserve a fucking lick of it. But even if she knows she's in danger, I think I would add that. I would say Denims is probably at serious risk of being harmed. When I had to think of it, especially now that she's been doxxed and she's been isolated, particularly as some sort of hyper egregious actor and a proponent of terrorism by these commentary community people, in excess of people like fucking Mike from PA, who says way more egregious shit. She has been kind of highlighted as being an especially bad actor in these spaces. I would say if I was Denims, I would be hyper vigilant at all times. Not that she's not. She's probably in almost constant danger. Probably almost constant danger of being hurt. I would actually be shocked to find out that she's not. You won't see reports of this, by the way. Somebody like, oh, well, when they say no, if you're smart, if somebody comes and tries to fucking take a crack at you, unless you have a real strong game plan, that would be a better move. Never saying a single thing about it is usually your best bet, because letting people know that like, oh my God, I was almost killed the other day because somebody blah, 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 is basically telling people like, oh shit, that oyster can get cracked. Which I would say, yeah, Denims probably, especially thanks to the H3H3 community, probably in a way more serious position now than she would have been a year ago. I would have probably had her down in B. Right now, I would say Denims is probably, more than a 90% chance possibility of experiencing an act of physical violence that could lead to death. Don't worry, this is possible lethality, not the likelihood they're going to die. That's kind of impossible to calculate. You'd have to know the threat possibility of the entire population of people that doesn't like them, which is not a homogenous unit. It's not like when you're doing threat assessments against something like Hamas, where you can tell what level they're armed and trained. In this case, I'm kind of averaging them against the average American nut job, which is still a pretty wide gamut in and of itself. That high? What? Yeah. It's not... because she's a chick, she's got too many things together. Being a hot girl, right? You can say that she's not pretty to you or whatever. I would say that Denims is attractive as a purely like an assessment, right? Being good looking draws out fucking psychos. People will just stalk you normally anyway. Having that, which is one of the reasons why you see her being featured in the commentary community's thumbnails way more, because like she is niche. She's not interesting. She's not particularly like egregious in her statements at all, in a way that I would put her like on tier with like someone like Mike from PA or Bemp, who are like hyper aggressive. She's pretty like dull, but that doesn't matter as much when you're a woman, because people also start seeking you out just because you're good looking and attached to something that they don't like. Because guys are broken, and broken guys especially will start hyperfixating on their own shortcomings by blaming what they didn't get in life on politics and pretty women not agreeing with their politics. They'll start seeing someone who's good looking, left, right, or otherwise. They'll start seeing someone who's good looking as being the reason why they are in pain, because that good looking person supports bad things. And that kind of psychosis is how you get like some of the most top tier stalkers and murderers out there. Some people who are considered political assassins, who also really were just like hot girl in their mind stalkers. John Hinckley, shout out. It's not a guarantee, but like, yeah, I would say like shockingly high possibility. You would really be surprised. If you've never been or paid attention to people that are like good looking or that can get stalked because they're like publicly pretty and do that on purpose, it's fucking bonkers. It's a force multiplier. If you take all of that away and she was just a voice with no physical presence online, then yeah, it would probably be way different. This is a wild tier list. It truly, truly is. Bem still got an A even with his negative attractiveness modifier. It's fucking true. I.e. Gamergate. Yeah. It's kind of like, you think, why the fuck are you focusing on them when there's like more interesting people to talk about? But the kind of like proof is like, why are people talking about denims at all? Very dull, very boring. And it's like, yeah, maybe somebody should do a terrorism. Like, okay, whatever, kid, you know? Like, I don't give a fuck. Whereas other people are like, you know, sharing lists of actual Jewish people and be like, this isn't just because they're Jewish. There's other good reasons. The fucking comparison is non-existent. It's not even like apples to oranges. It's fucking rocks to fucking air, you know? Completely different fucking world. Yeah, so force multiplier plus everything else. Oh, everybody's favorite. After denims comes Destiny. Stephen Kenneth Destiny Bennell. I'm going to go ahead and put him right where he belongs without even double glancing. If there was a tier higher than S, that's probably where Destiny would be. I would be shocked if Destiny lives out the rest of this decade. Maybe he'll weather the storm. But Destiny has to be possibly one of the most hated people online right now. I would say unironically people hate Destiny more than they hate Charlie Kirk. I don't think that's a shocking statement to make. He's one of the few people up in the S tier. I would say he deserves a higher part of the S tier. Deserves more than anybody there by far because he actively engages with the things he says. Destiny has been directly implicated in acts of pedophilia and child sexual assault material creation. I'm not putting up the whole red barrier thing. He is currently embroiled in a lawsuit where he is, the revenge porn thing. His own son has become a groiper, which kind of puts him in a unique position of maybe getting murdered by his own brainwashed child, who's in his teens. He has earned the ire of the left and the right. He's currently in a massive doxing war with Hassan's community. People threaten to murder him every fucking day. He would not be hard to hurt. And people know where he lives, where he is at all times. I think he lives. I would be shocked to find out that Destiny survives this decade. Like, it would be impressive, honestly. Like, we would have to be really distracted by stuff. And he has to not be found by people who I believe are actively hunting him to kill him right now. Like, all of those people have to probably be caught and sent to jail. And we'll have to go through so many news cycles that people forget. And even then, I don't think the general desire of tens of thousands of people on the internet to see Destiny murdered would decrease a great deal. I'm not being like facetious. I know even I read the thing like, I'm disappointed the guy's still alive. I think he's disgusting. He said unforgivable shit. He has basically existed in the now diminished to evaporated, like, hey, free speech, it's just jokes, dog, like, area for too long, that now that everything's coming to the surface, people are just like, wow, man, you said you want to fuck kids like kind of like once every 3 months or so for the last decade. And you also maybe bought pornography from a child prostitute, and also like you treat women like shit. Bruh, you can get it. You know what I mean? And it's going to be like, dude, it's got to be crazy to be him. It's crazy to be his son is like, I've like, has gone out and talked to fucking groipers and shit and been like, yeah, I feel like my life is falling apart because my dad's insane. I don't think we need to say too much more. Bro, that guy has a fucking, every day he wakes up to the image of a black dog on the moors through his fucking like 30th story apartment window in Miami or whatever. I'll say this, Destiny, if you end up watching this, if you live underneath the 6th floor, you are fucking up, dog. You should probably leave Miami in general and move to someplace where you can have a monitored fence and then like 600 yards of distance between you and the closest accessible public road. You've already earned all the money you ever need to from being in Miami. If you want to live, I'd really suggest not being somewhere so crowded. If he's already moved, whatever. Because like if you live on, somewhere in like a city and you get doxxed, it's like, oh shit, anybody. If you live on rural Route 13, on fucking 75 acres, like you're good if you have good fucking surveillance equipment, unless somebody with stalking experience equivalent to a fucking scout sniper wants to take you out. I mean, in that case, you're probably gonna fucking get cooked anyway. But like, I would go live on a fucking farm, bro. Just get yourself internet out there, because you're gonna get fucking clapped if you keep walking around down to and from your car in a garage in Miami. Like, god damn it. He's in Miami saying all that stuff? Yes. Saying he's in Miami. Everybody knows where the fuck he is. It's insane. He's a crazy person for being out there like that. Dylan Burns. Dylan Burns out here. This is going to be a sort of adjusted. Dylan Burns lives constantly in the S tier of over 90%, but this is going to be mostly for shit. No, I got to say, if he's still doing the Ukraine coverage, yeah, Dylan's up here. Dylan is pretty much up here. I understand that a lot of actual like online lefty types, BEMP and BEMP community adjacent individuals have painted him as a war tourist and suggested, and I'm not going to like go through the whole rigmarole of like hyper proving it and shit with like clips. It's in that vagary, but people have called him a war tourist and all that kind of shit. And from what I understand, put out bounties on him. I don't know how you would ever collect on that, or if you would even ever believe somebody that you would be able to get it. But I do know that people from Hassan's community and BEM's community do actively monitor Dylan Burns when he's in the field, and they do their best to try to notify Russian forces in order to get him killed. Which is pretty fucking extreme. But he's still out there, it's simultaneously like, yeah, he's kind of in the same position really where I was when I was in the military. If you consider violence against somebody in the military as political violence while they're active duty, I mean, he's a journalist covering the Ukraine war, which would make him an enemy combatant as far as the fucking Russian Federation is concerned. I would say Dylan Burns lives in an almost probably pushing 100% possibility of lethal physical attack on his person. He's technically already survived some, if you count drones missing. I would also be very surprised if Dylan Burns doesn't cut out the war reporting, or the war doesn't end. Every day his risk of dying goes up, but that's also an honorable kind of decision to make. I think he's very well aware of how much risk he lives in, but also it kind of goes as a testament to how survivable the possibility is if you keep your head on a swivel. But I would say, yeah, 90% chance of, it's 100% chance, considering it's already happening, he survived, of Dylan Burns surviving an act of political violence on his person for, who he is, how he makes his money, and what he believes in. Yeah. The difference between him and like a Destiny is, pissed on grave, I would go to Dylan's grave and I would put like a quarter on it, dude. I would actually give like very much respect. I would cover that with, even if I think I've heard that he doesn't like me, that's fine. I have nothing but respect for what he does and him as a person. He's driven in a minefield and got shelled by Russians, though unlike the rest of them, he's actually aware of this and willing to take the risks. Yes. It's kind of like the ultimate force multiplier is standing 10 toes down, that every toe lands in a boot in a war zone is like the ultimate, like, well, yeah. So we can move on from Dylan to Ethan Klein. Ethan Klein, budding. One of the better looking headshots so far. Ethan Klein, head of the H3H3 podcast, and pretty extremely divisive figure for a lot of people for years, but only since the October 7th attacks and the decline of the H3 Leftovers podcast and the eventual hate ship or whatever you would call it, the consistent warm war between his community and Hassan's community, Ethan Klein has kind of transcended being an internet shitter into a living effigy of liberal genocide denialism, liberal Israeli genocide denialism, which is 100% his fault. He's maybe had a few off ramps since then, but he has kind of dragged his community and himself via his really inflated sense of self-importance into a position where he is seen as being a willing participant in and advocate for genocide of the Palestinian people. He's also visibly Jewish. He is a Jewish American citizen. He is outspokenly Jewish. His last name is Klein, which is a pretty consistently Jewish name. So people that hate him simply for being Jewish as well. With that, on top of people know who he is, people have approached him on the street. He is out and about in Los Angeles. People know where his work is. They know where his home is because of legal documents. I believe that a lethal attack on, and I believe he believes as well, a lethal attack on, or an attempted fatal attack on Ethan Klein is a high likelihood behind it before maybe the end of this year. If I was the Klein family, I think it would be time to pull up stakes and move out of at least Los Angeles for a time. It's a rough thing to say, but you've kind of burned that. I know they've moved a bunch before because they've been doxxed and stuff. I'm going to say this. I don't know if you guys are going to watch this. I don't like you personally for what you said. I don't think there's any value in hurting you whatsoever. I don't think that you're a particularly valuable person politically. I don't think that hurting you would be good in any way, shape, or form. And honestly, I think when the genocide is either completed against the Palestinians, as is looking more than likely the case, or, maybe it's ended, I think really people are going to start doing what Americans do and not giving a shit about what you said during it. And you can probably move on. So if you don't get killed right now, you'll probably be fine. And I know no one wants to hear shut the fuck up and move away for a bit, but I feel like that might be the best thing for your family. Legitimately. Find someplace in Oklahoma or Nebraska out in the middle of a field with a nice big distance between you and the fucking road. Get some cameras, get some trip sensors, and wait it out for a bit. If you search your ancestral heritage, the ghosts of your fucking people that have preceded you go kind of a fuck. That kind of slaps. But right now, people are finding Ethan Klein and his family when they are in their personal conveyance on the street, which is, if they had a gun instead of a camera, that's that. Now, that shit was a year ago, and it was bad. I'm like, oh, fuck. Now, with the increasing rhetoric around the genocide, with the genocide hitting a fever pitch as it's nearing literal completion, and the mass starvation and execution of Palestinians is pushing towards fucking fully being complete, to a point where, even if it's 90%, it's we completed a genocide against the Native Americans. You can still visit some today, but that's pretty much it. It's not a full ethnic cleansing via genocide, but it's still fucking a genocide. People seeing you connected to it, Hassan's constant connections, and with Hassan's audience being connected to Bemp's audience, which is Bemp is calling for terrorist violence in America against Americans. It only takes one crazy with a gun that can find you in your car while you're driving with your family to change the course of your life completely. I think that he is, if there was a higher tier on this list, I think he's more at risk of dying than even Destiny right now. But I think that it's avoidable and kind of reparable if he gives time and space to this issue. That's not you should shut up and stop being political because I don't like your politics. That's just legitimately as a person that survived thanks to threat assessments like this done by people who taught me how to do the same thing. I would say the threat assessment is dire. Any security consultancy company that's no, you can still live your normal life, just let us do that, is probably the same people who is what we'll do is we'll have guys in sunglasses and fucking polo shirts stand near you. No, bro, you got to be in a hard site. You got to be in a hard site. You have to be a sufficient a distance away from the road that easy access to windows and stuff. Like, I wouldn't have my fucking blinds drawn if I was the Klein family. I don't know. I will not look up, and I don't know what their house is. Don't tell me about it. Don't mention it in chat. I would say Ethan Klein is in serious risk of dying. Like, shockingly high risk of being killed, even if he doesn't understand that himself. And I wouldn't run that risk. I would not run that risk if I was him. I would either back up or whatever. I would definitely move my family out of state. Or if you want to stay in California, you can, but you just got to go. You just got to go up to like Redwood or some shit, or head out to fucking Riverside, and buy yourself some of that fucking $8,000 land, where you can have 2 or 3 good fucking acres between you and the closest road. You'll be fine compared to like Hassan fans finding you on Sunset Boulevard because you decided to go sunglass shopping. Like, it's, dude, I would fucking peace out. I really don't want fucking Ethan Klein to die. I want to say that. There's other people who I would be happy if they got clapped. I don't think almost any of them are on this list. I really don't blame any person who's a minority that chooses to go right for money. I don't blame them. When I say that, I really don't. Like, the violence would come from their own people. But like, yeah, I don't want Ethan Klein to die. For both the personal reason of I don't think it's a good thing, but also for the selfish political reason of I think that would just be bad for my side politically, and it would be a serious blow to workers and stuff. Please leave California, or at least Los Angeles fucking metro for a few years, and just film from like you can make a whole thing of it, like, welcome to the compound, we've been forced into a bunker. It would be cool as shit. I think it would be a nice change. You could fly a helicopter there, to and from some other place. But like, goddamn, dude, I would get the fuck out of LA. I really mean that. Okay. Moving on. FD signifier. Hassan fans have negative intimidation factor. It's not about intimidation. It's about crazy. Like, and here's the thing. Like, I'm like a legitimately dangerous person. That's not a flex. I just got paid to be a dangerous person. You know what I mean? Like a 45-year-old former like linebacker for a D1 school that never went pro, it's still probably a person that can tackle the shit out of you. You know what I mean? Even if they can't, they're not going to go pro. Like, I couldn't go fucking fight a scout sniper team right now and like do good. But like, if I had to hold a line and stuff and look at stuff, I'm pretty skeech. What scares me is not another person who's as talented as me with a gun, which is even not that great, or a professional like Marine. What scares me is a fucking crackhead with a dream. like $500 in a high point will get you more blood on the street than fucking any amount of military training. Because people that train that much are like, I don't feel like throwing away all the training in my life to kill a dipshit YouTuber. Do you know what I mean? You know who does? A fucking one of these many, as a homeless person and leftist, I do think that the voices that whisper into my head that the angels are crying blood and Hassan needs to live for the revolution to survive so that I won't feel the pain from the itching underneath my fingernails anymore. I think I need to do something about that. Like, that person is the most dangerous person 9 times out of 10. It is such a rarity that you get someone that's going to fucking clip somebody from 200 meters away with a bolt action rifle. That's like, what the fuck? That person practiced a lot for that shot. A lot. That's a talented shot, right? Minimum 2 weeks range school, minimum 2 weeks range, and hanging out with the fucking weapon itself and shouldering it and holding it and being comfortable with it for about a month or so before that to get to that point. Whereas a high point, you might find a high point in a sewer drain in the right city. If you're in Los Angeles and you go around kicking over fucking waste baskets, you'll find a high point, which is just a shitty little heavy as fuck 9mm pistol. The fucking, the Gourmand's fucking tool of choice for street violence in America, with a smattering of assorted pistol shells in it. And that's all you need. 5 feet in a high point will kill most people in America. And that's how most people in America die. Dog shit pistol, untrained individual, point and click 5 feet away. That's why we gotta fucking have no concealed carry permits in this goddamn country. It's shit's crazy. And that's it. And Hassan's fan base needs just one person in it that hears the wrong thing and is undirected because of how they deal with Hassan and Hassan's orbiter sphere. It's law of large numbers. If you have one of those people in every million people, I might not have them in my audience. Fucking Mike from PA might not have one. Even Bemp might not. But Hassan has 10. Maybe 20. Do you understand that that's a serious issue? If you've got just one, the one might go to jail or die on their own. But if you got 19 more, the statistical probability of you and your inappropriate and confusing way of talking about political violence might actually result in somebody going, oh, are you Ethan Klein? And then that's it. That's what it looks like. It's not like, oh, they're intimidating. Oh, like, yeah, you did 6 hours in the gym? No. It's a guy who's fucking got snot running down his nose and bloodshot eyes and scabs all over his forehead, fucking doing one of these. That's what it looks like. All right. That's the person that cops are afraid of the most on the street. That's who does fucking random acts of violence. And Hassan's fan base feels like it's fucking packed full of these fucking crackheads. Fucking smackouts, dude. Fucking space cases that are tweaked, homeless, and crazy as fuck. And he doesn't give a shit about it. They support it. Bemp knows that. That's why Bemp is trying to fucking get inside Hassan's audience, because Bemp wants to see terror attacks happen on American soil. He has all of the fucking makings of a true CIA agent. God damn it. Ugh. Shinzo Abe was a valid crash out, though. Shinzo Abe was a fucking prime minister of a country. But people treat fucking Ethan Klein like he's fucking Shinzo Abe, which is crazy. High points are the closest thing to those disposable guns from Cyberpunk 2077. And that's probably a direct reference to those guns. Anyway, FD Signifier. Not to talk about high points and then fucking highlight a black man. FD Signifier is a lefty, black leftist content creator. Second black person on this list after Candace Owens. That was not a joke. That was actually a legitimate mistake. FD Signifier, for all of his YouTube commentary, is not a particularly invective figure for like right wingers. I think kind of it's because he's one of those rare one of those rare POC creators on YouTube that actually does endeavor to have a black audience, audience of color as well. Or then, whatever. I know there's probably a bunch of people like that, but he does talk about black issues through a black lens, in my opinion, as a person who just watches a lot of different content, as opposed to trying to make it extremely white digestible. So if you're trying to be pissed off at a black person for something more than just the color of their skin, it's kind of hard if you're honky coded and don't have a lot of knowledge of black culture to understand what the fuck FD Signifier is talking about. He's like, he starts talking about Malcolm X and shit, and you're like, no wait, this is not how I heard to hate this person. What the fuck is this guy going on about? You'll really get lost in the sauce as a white person trying to fucking figure him out. If you're right now, that's not to say that he's not very fucking on the on the Upsetty Spaghetti list of black conservative creators, or of the black grifto-fascist community, which is a thing of its own genetic makeup completely and in its own sort of world. I'm actually still shocked looking at this, how high up these go. That's kind of where he sits. I don't see a lot of risk for FD Signifier in a general sense as a YouTuber with the kind of content he covers. That said, FD Signifier is in the goddamn 90% tier, which he knows. FD Signifier is a black man in America. The part of America he's in is fucking Atlanta, and he has made the life-bettering decision of being against Cop City in Atlanta as a vocal and openly and visibly black man. I don't know how to put him in a lower tier. FD Signifier would not probably find this shocking. I would say he probably lives at a pretty significant risk of violence. Right now in America, being black is fucking crazy. Ignoring the fact that if you just seem also Latino enough that it's time for ICE to wrap you up, being black in the South is its own fucking thing. Being black and anti-cop and visible in the South is its own thing. I can't even speak to how I would put him in a lower category. I don't think he would be shocked. This isn't like he deserves to die or any of that stuff. I don't know if there's anything he could do to mitigate it. Really. Maybe find a bug out farm. The same thing is the only thing I can tell anyone else, but I don't think he wants to move. I was talking to FD Signifier one time on stream, and it was like instantly, I got cops pulling up outside of my house, and they're walking around. I don't know, they might have their hand on their gun or some shit. Like, oh, fuck, man. You know, and you can't really ignore that possibility. Shit's fucking crazy out there. Shit is crazy out there. Leftist, anti-cop, visible black, living in Atlanta, 2025. That man's life is in fucking probably like a constant risk of potential fatal violence. Like if he goes out of the house and walks, if he drives home from it, like if he went to Nashville for a meeting and then drove back home to Atlanta and stopped in the wrong fucking city past 8 p.m. in June, no sequels. Do you know what I mean? Like, and I said the list is who you are and your politics on you. I can't put him in a lower category. Can't. I kind of fucking can't, man. I hope nothing bad happens to him. The good thing about this, if there's any silver lining, is the kind of people who would try to kill FD Signifier might have so much face blindness they can't figure out who he is. Might be it. I don't know. There's no silver linings, man. I don't know. I'm gonna have to minimize this list. I'm actually fucking shocked how high up everybody got into. I'm gonna go ahead. How the fuck should I do this? Okay. Say Ethan. Yeah. Ethan, I'm gonna fucking shrink some of these people up because we're only down to F. We're about halfway through the list, and I've got the whole fucking first thing filled up. I think it just happened to be high weighted up. Do you know what I mean? Destiny. This is kind of a revelatory thing because I hadn't thought these out. If I would have just like said my general vibe of whether or not people are in danger right now, I would have probably said like, well, you know, people don't care that much about YouTubers. But it's one of those things where once I have to actually explain myself and then I start like going through my own rationale, you know, and I start looking at everybody, I'm like, fuck, dude. We're actually in a pretty violent era. I mean, even more so than just a year ago. People are fucking crazy. And by the way, I can't read anything that anybody's talking right now because if I slow down too much and go on any more like, hey, stop being fucking illiterate and double check your sources shit, I will never finish this. Benny Shaps. Okay. But one of the things most of all of this, I know I made the joke that it's going to come off as crass and stuff, but I really do want to say that I really like it. If you see yourself on this list, don't be upset because it's like it's not a fucking wish list. It's a literally like, hey, you should consider how you handle your day-to-day personal security, and just if I was you, I would be a little bit more cautious. I think I want it to be perceived as, hey, I'm trying to be respectful of the amount of danger you're probably in on a day-to-day basis. Destiny. Shockingly up in the 90% tier, though. Dylan Burns. And the thing is, too, I think if it wasn't 2025, if this list was like the 2023 list, it would be considerably different. It's just America's crazy dangerous right now. Crazy fucking dangerous at the moment. And you should note also, like, aside from a guy who actively intentionally went to a war zone and a guy who actively intentionally said, like, made jokes about pedophilia, the S tier list is mostly just literally minorities. Dude, minority privilege is real when it comes to the immediate physical harm risk. Oh, one of my favorites. Flesh Simulator. Flesh Simulator, real name unknown. Location unknown. Alias unknown. Is a Spotify musician. and Fish Tarn Camouflage Enthusiast, who talks about government conspiracy theories and reality and CIA type shit. Once upon a time, he would be one of those guys who would be like, "Yeah, man, CIA, don't go out." But I don't know. He's a strange fellow. Of all of the people on this list, one of the ones I would like to talk to the most, but it's one of those things where I don't really need to talk to him. I would rather just like, probably the videos would be fine. I don't know what the fuck I would say. I mean, I can always carry a conversation, but I would be like, what? Why? If anything, I think I would probably just be like, dude, you want to make some fucking weird ass music together? And maybe he would say, yeah. I don't know this guy. This is me, Kane's brother. No, you've probably seen Flesh Simulator. Normally he's got like the crazy guy glasses on, but this was just too good because he looks like fucking Rasputin. You've probably seen him on TikTok and stuff. He made the instant blindness flashbulb gun. He does stuff about how to use UV lenses and dial down lenses to check for infrared spying devices and stuff in your area. He talks about gun safety, talks about things that end up being redacted, but also like scary Memphis rap. And I think he's the first person I've ever seen. It happened accidentally. I was looking for information on, I'm going to make this slightly bigger. I was looking for information on noted meme rapper. Fuck, I can't remember his name. But he's the guy from You'll Cowards Don't Even Smoke Crack. And I was looking that guy up, I think to find his name. And a fucking Flesh Simulator video came up that I didn't know existed. I think like right after maybe it even came out. I was like, God damn, dude, I'm on it. This is fucking kismet. Flesh Simulator talks about the CIA a lot. He's definitely a fucking, not necessarily like an anti-government guy. I would say he's like the anti-conspiracy guy. Which comes off as being very anti-government. I wouldn't say he's pro-government, but like he's, I would say if I had to articulate, he's a guy that doesn't like being lied to, and he's a guy that doesn't like information being hidden from people, which kind of is like up my alley. Probably one of the most like me people on these lists. Viper, yes, Viper, thank you, is the name of the rapper I was talking about. Flesh Simulator says a lot of stuff that the government would be bothered by. I don't know that much about his backstory. He might be a fucking white dude. He might not be. Kind of hard to figure out. Big time camera enthusiast, big time government botherer. Very good at maintaining OPSEC, at least in his own stated reason, holding his shit back and going like, yeah. Armed, accurate, and noited. I will say that. Armed, accurate with a fucking rifle and full auto, and noited. Which I would say, with due respect to whatever the fuck it is he's afraid of, which I don't know. He seems like he's ready for something. I don't know what he's ready for, but he does seem ready for it. I would put Flesh Simulator in the wash category. Because he is actually a legit unknown. So I could, like, this is generally where the unknowns will actually really go. I cannot say confidently that he would not be attacked. I can say confidently he seems really ready to be. He seems like he's been prepping for it for a minute. I wonder how much glass that you can and can't see is around Flesh Simulator's house, is all I would have to say about it. I would say the dude is fucking noited. The dude's fucking ready. If he was one of the people in this tier, even given some of their, I would probably pull him down here somewhere because of the sheer amount of noited that he possesses, like the shocking amount of head on a swivel that the guy has. And it's not just like shit talking for YouTube videos. He says the right things the right ways, where it's like, oh, he is an awareness enthusiast. like he said stuff online on YouTube videos where it's like, okay, I've heard other people make similar points before, but then he'll say something and I go like, oh, a man of culture. Okay, fair enough. But moving on, H3 podcast. So this was, originally I just downloaded this for Ethan, but I think it's actually fair to put Ethan's workers in this as well, as they have been coming under fire. for good and bad reasons since he started his thing. So just his actual crew underneath him. I'm sorry. I just looked outside and Viper was torturing a woman in his basement for garage for 14 years. I think. God damn it. I think at some point, Flesh Simulator mentioned he has an electrical engineering degree. He fucking absolutely would. I gotta say, H3 podcast. I'll just continue on here. We'll just say that this is whoever is currently working and going to that building intentionally every single fucking day. Is who falls underneath the H3 podcast. Former workers, I think I've already heard the individual known as Olivia. I don't know why I said that, probably because I was just talking about Flesh Simulator. The individual known as Olivia, I believe, has left. I think a couple of other people have departed the H3 sphere since the departure, or since the sort of like heating up of the content war between Ethan and the greater Hassan sphere around the era of the content nuke, which kind of really just put things into a whole new fucking ball game of like, you guys work for him, so the content he puts out is your fault. Sorry. This is going to be hard for people to understand, but regardless of how you feel about somebody politically, their employees tend to be fair game when someone starts considering targeting them. Is what we call a bystander. Now, if you are working for some organization that has a feasible amount of concern for bystanders, you may take some solace and you're slightly less likely to be targeted by that person only. However, in almost every other retrospect, when you're talking about organized crime to disorganized schizophrenia aiming, schizophrenia targeting of people via fucking stochastic terrorism, coworkers not only tend to be an acceptable side target, they usually end up being who someone will attack when they can't get to whoever they blame. So, let's just say someone decides to go to the H3 offices and sets their clock wrong on their wrist, not realizing they're there very early because they came from Central Time. And so the only people at the office before the boss gets there are some of the coworkers. Are they going to waste this trip by leaving? Are they going to rethink what they're doing? Or are they just going to shoot who they find? We have seen through things that happen when mentally ill people are goaded into acts of terrorism that they'll kind of just take advantage of the situation as it arises and shoot somebody's employees. It's happened at YouTube when that one psycho got her channel demonetized and she went and just shot up the YouTube offices. This happens in actual just normal terrorism all the fucking time. And if you consider Brian Thompson getting targeted as opposed to one of the major shareholders of United Healthcare, you kind of get the pattern. I would say the H3 podcast employees day to day going into that fucking office share right around the same amount of daily risk as their boss. Insofar as they collect a paycheck from him, I wouldn't say that they deserve to be harmed. I don't think there's any value in hurting anyone that works at the H3 podcast. I don't know what the fuck you think would happen. I don't know what you think would change politically. But as far as people being targeted because a Hassan fan got ass mad or a Ben Panada fan decided to stop taking their antipsychotics that day and got their hands on a gun, impossible in America, I know. I would say that the H3 podcast people exist at the same to higher, maybe slightly lower sometimes level of potential risk of an attack against their life in person for who they are, what they believe, and where they stand, as Ethan himself, to include possibly his wife and any guest that would go to that studio. I would say this maybe even just extends to the H3 podcast premises. I think that that's a fucking dead zone. I would not go there. I would not go to that studio if I was anybody. If you were as paranoid as me, you would not go anywhere near that place. I would personally never, or I would do, and it would be a very big personal risk to myself that I would have to weigh out. I wouldn't go to Avenue of the Americas where Fox News's offices are, and be on that block where there's no alcoves to duck into at any given time of day. I especially would not I would go a different block away to avoid walking into wherever the subterranean parking garage exit is for Fox News. I extend that same thing to the H3H3 offices. It seems like a soft target. If you're upset with all of these people, it's easy to get into. From what I understand, people have just walked onto the set before. I would say in current era, bad. Given the overall situation, I would say the risk for H3H3 podcast studio premises / employee core would probably decrease at an exponentially higher rate than even Ethan Klein's as the situations that are causing these problems decrease. I think that this is a blip, not a constant state, as it would be for certain other people in the S tier. It's a temporary thing. I feel like that measure needs to be stated. Maybe if I redid a list like this, maybe I'll do another one if this is popular. I'll add a color code around people's names to just show the ongoing nature of the risk. Like someone like Dead Domain, I think she would be they would be right here in A. If the general vibes towards transgender individuals slowed down and they stopped going out in a hyper political time, I think they could easily go back down to A. I think FD probably going to live here forever because I don't think he's given up Cop City stuff. Dylan, obviously, if Dylan left ceased war coverage, he would go from an S probably down to a D or even an E. Destiny's permanently up here. Denim's probably going to stay up here. Probably go down to an A, maybe a B. It's really dangerous being a woman on the internet. I'll talk a lot of shit about her, but I will give her that credit. ContraPoint's probably going to stay up here until the fucking vibes against trans people go down or people actually finally forget who she is. Candace Owens, probably up here for the rest of her life. Ben Shapiro, probably it could go down to an A or a B. Depending on how the political situation in Israel kind of pans out over the next several years. He may be stuck up there for forever because people just hate Jewish people. Continuing on. Hey, the man himself, in front of the man of the hour, Hassan Abi, new lair. Hassan Piker, Hassan Abi, probably one of the most anticipated individuals on here. This is his fucking profile picture. I probably should have chosen maybe a slightly better one. Hassan Piker is the largest streamer on Twitch. He is also, I would say, the softest target on this list. I think maybe he owns a gun. He lives in West Hollywood in a house that I think has walls around it. People have posted pictures of his house. They know his house. They know his car. They know where he goes. They know where he lives. He likes being in public. But he also makes his money off of highly invective, highly charged statements. I think it goes kind of without saying he's going to be in the S tier. I'm surprised there hasn't been an attack on Hassan yet. I know people ideate about attacking him on a pretty constant basis. Yeah, I really wouldn't be surprised if somebody took a pot shot at him. Another person that probably shouldn't be living in somewhere as crowded as LA. But he really likes being out and being like a rich kid on the town. He goes to the little fucking, red carpet events and gets his picture taken, flexing with his peers. Probably his career is relying on that, so he won't give it up. I really wouldn't be surprised if you see Hassan get physically attacked or even shot before the end of the year. He's a hyper focus even before yesterday when Charlie Kirk got shot. He was a hyper focus of the American right for being basically openly pro-terrorism. I know you can be upset about that. I don't care about your propaganda. If you're a Hassan fan, your propaganda doesn't work on me. I take facts as they come if they're provable. Hassan, to you, says he's not pro-terror. Everybody who sees him thinks he is. I get you to say Hassan is not pro-terror because I believe that damages his credibility in a way that benefits me. Let me just put it that way. Hassan makes a lot of his money off of via his even his clothing catalog off of LARPing as a violent leftist revolutionary. Basically, he's the not the Joe Rogan of the left, but the new Che Guevara t-shirt of the left, right? You see his fucking clothing, his clothing article, he poses with fucking guns and stuff, and you know, he interviews Houthi terrorists, but he soft dicks it. I don't think he really has a understanding of how dangerous the world is because he's a rich kid. I know he's from Turkey, and I know he watches the news and he thinks that's sufficient, but the way that he lives is fucking crazy. Random people come to his house, random creators. It wouldn't be hard to do a number of possible things in order to get access to where he lives and attack him. You know where he's going to be, when he's going to be there, and that he's there immediately. He lives a sneeze away from somebody having enough free time to go over and do it. And I don't know if maybe he's hopefully taken some protections for himself to keep himself like safe, but he's past the point where even just owning a personal firearm is going to mitigate danger against his person. Hassan is very likely at almost immediate risk of state violence at this point. I think that we've been setting it up for a little over a year that he is going to become a bipartisan fixture of anti-Semitic pro-terror thought. He's going to be fucking held up. I think that Amazon.com has been doing this on purpose. I don't think that Hassan got big because he's good at what he does, or even maybe to a degree because of his familial connections, although that helped him. I think Hassan is being set up as being a moron that is going to attract the most amount of people into basically an implosion of a career, because he is going to be attached to terror attacks. I think they're probably already in the midst of trying to attach him to the Charlie Kirk terror attack, which is how they're going to fucking phrase it. It's an assassination. A political assassination is an act of terrorism. Get dunked on. Sorry, that's just how it is. You can say things if you're one of his fans. No one cares. It's not even literally true. It's never provable. And it's in your fucking head. I really have to hammer this home. If you're a Hassan fan, you live in a fucking delusion. You guys don't nothing you say is important to anyone except for each other, which is why you have to be so dedicated to making sure no one from the outside talks to you in a way that changes your mind. You guys are cooked. Basically, you got to be fucking amputated like a bad leg. Hassan is going to be used in order to destroy himself, you, and any leftist cause he supports. He's going to be held aloft as a terrorist. Chiayose, who's been in his room, Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez, I believe Ilhan Omar maybe has done something with him. I feel like he's done something with everybody in the squad at this point. And pretty much any other politician and political personality who's attached to him is going to be highlighted as one of these people, and in a constant and losing battle, because you won't have any ground to stand on because you got set up to defend lies and not providing sources. You just got played with one of the oldest CIA handbook tricks, and you're fucking doomed. I'm just trying to tell everybody else that's not in there that, like, you're fucked. That's where Hassan's going. He's fucking screwed. It would be better for the left if a right-winger clipped him, like, in a political sense, game theory, and like he got martyred, than what's inevitably going to be coming, which is going to be him becoming the face of youth terrorism in America, as propped up by fucking Donald Trump and, you know, like Jeff Bezos, man. Like, you thought Jeff Bezos, like, was tolerating him for no good reason? Like, he just rose to, you people are played like fucking dominoes, I swear to God. Oh my God. Have I seen the slumped up Trump face yet? No, I haven't. So Hassan is a kind of a honeypot? Yes. Hassan is a fucking, like, literal, like, false messiah character. It's super obvious. He's not independent. He's not indie. He was groomed up from the start to be in these... Cenk Uygur's nephew. He started on Cenk Uygur's network, which has created How many fucking right wingers come from the fucking Young Turks? Anna Kasparian, at least. Glenn Greenwald. Did Dave Rubin come from there? I can't remember. That network that generated all of the I Left the Left people also shout out one fucking himbo who happens to not really 100% call for terrorism because, or even say how it could or should be done or when it would be good. Just kind of like generally that people are justified in doing terrorism in general. And he just happened to climb to the top based on being on the internet a lot to the very tippity top of the Twitch empire and just happened to connect himself with all of these fucking people super early in his career. And of Jeff Bezos, who owns Amazon and has the direct ear of the president and literally purchased the Washington Post in order to fucking neuter it, just happens to fucking sign his paychecks and he's at the top. And it just, like, what, he just doesn't notice? When you get a Twitch Prime sub to that guy and he's, oh yeah, I just don't have to run ads on my channel. And you guys are like, no, he's not only is he not compromised. Have you ever heard of this Jew, David Pakman, who Taylor Lorenz, who one time said that like all the people, only lefties are really being to were Nazis, also happen to be very nice. There's this white chick named Taylor Lorenz. She just like happens to be one of his best friends. She just said, oh no, it's the Jew money you got to watch out for. That dark money is crazy. Well, how does Hassan make all of his money? Oh, he's paid like hundreds of thousands of dollars by Jeff Bezos' subsidiary company, Twitch. Yeah, anybody else would have gotten kicked off of Twitch by now. Like literally just anybody, smallest fuck creators for saying the exact same thing. But we keep Hassan along. Like, yeah, is it even making money? Oh, no one knows. No one knows if the platform's really making all that money. Everybody that makes a lot of money on the platform is kind of like irritated because like they're losing subscribers, but like Hassan seems like insulated from any of those issues. I don't know. No, it's just normal as hell. It's just normal as hell for a guy that came up from a literal media family and has been indoctrinated in this stuff his entire life, was just tapped accidentally because the algorithm doesn't have, it's like, you know, it doesn't have an agenda. It couldn't. It'd be impossible. He was just tapped to be the somehow constantly incompetent, controversy attracting sole proprietor of leftism online. It was just him. And now he just has all sorts of connections, just a bunch of nice big chains around the throats of the most important people to not fall that actually have political connections in DC. And, you know, just everything he said for the last 2 years could probably be used to drag them down and censor them in Congress ahead of some of the most important elections and midterms in American history. And he's just directly connected to the worst political messaging in the history of an election cycle that has nothing to do with anything and is completely self-serving and self-aggrandizing. He just happens to be there in the middle of it, and it's not him. Just the most woke, the CIA is everywhere, people on Earth are like, no, Hassan, always good. How could you say otherwise? He's an independent force for good. He's the one good rich person who somehow just fucks it up for us all the time. And we spend almost all of our time just saying the random shit that he just says off the top of his head that's actually like criminally liable for us, but he never gets in trouble for. We just have to spend all of our time defending. He's the good guy, the one good guy, the one rich, great guy. He's just really good looking. He's very hot. He's in no way, shape, or form at the mercy or being manipulated in any way, shape, or form by the multi-billionaire, 100-billionaire owner of the program, the platform that he's on, that also just happened to be the guy that bought the Washington Post. Who else worked for the Washington Post, by the way? Oh, wait, Taylor Lorenz worked for the Washington Post, writing opinion articles where she got lied to, and then she got to keep her job until she just resigned. I forgot about that completely. Taylor Lorenz also worked for the Washington Post. She's a friend of Hassan's. But that just happens. What you do instead is say, it's a small world after all. It's a small world after all. I couldn't imagine Tyler calling Hassan fine. He gets a twinkle in his eye when he talks about it. He doesn't get for anyone else. He's a rich guy that poor people treat like he's not rich. He's a class interloper. God damn. I don't know if Tyler is on Hassan's radar yet. Hassan knows me by name. He knows me by name. He would pretend he doesn't know who I am. I just know that. But yeah, Hassan up in the S tier. He's a liability. Hutch. Finally, thank God. Hutch on here. Hutch on the radar. Hutch out here. Bald worm boy Hutch. Hutch, former Modern Warfare guy. A dude with what, 600,000 or something subscribers on YouTube, and a concurrent viewership usually about a little over twice mine. Bald Los Angelino Hutch, progressive victory money receiver guy on the internet. Hutch is a super anti-political violence person, freaked out about it. From what I understand, his coverage relative to the Charlie Kirk unlivening was like, hey, this is whatever the fuck leftism. Very big time. People, when they hear me criticize Hassan, hear Hutch's criticisms and fucking make it harder for me to actually criticize Hassan. Hutch is just so irritating. The piss boy. Hutch the piss boy. Hutch is not important to anybody. He's white as fuck, and I don't even know if anyone knows who he is. Like, literally, I don't know if anyone's actually mad at him aside from like bemp people who probably have said like, I'm gonna kill you, or it would be crazy if somebody comes to your house. Da, 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 da. I think Hutch, for his irrelevancy and no one who gives a fuck, I think Hutch is one of our first sub 15. Probably one of the people most likely to complain about the risk of violence against their person. I can't think of someone. And now that doesn't mean that they don't exist, because that's why it's not 0, it's less than 15%. I can't think of someone who would go to jail to hurt Hutch. I can't think of someone who would go to jail to hit Hutch with a pie. But yeah, definitely probably one of the people who's going to be like most at home complaining about political violence, most freaked out about it on this list. I think that's it. Joe Rogan. Insert new layer. Joe Rogan experience. Joe Rogan, pretty much the king of internet politics right now. The god king of internet politics, bought by Peter Thiel in a way completely different than the way Hassan was definitely not bought by fucking Amazon.com. He is a self-proclaimed at this point stand-up comic. He's had some pretty okay jokes and some specials. But, a bow and arrow enthusiast guy with a bunch of fucking compounds and stuff, all that good shit. Goes out to the Comedy Store, pops around here and there. Very physically around. Very well known. He's been approached in public before. I know this is going to sound crazy. I think that the amount of people that know about Joe Rogan to the amount of people that actually do want to hurt him is actually probably a weirdly low ratio compared to some other people. But because he's so big, it's a non-zero number. I wouldn't be surprised if there's been people that have driven out to try to hurt Joe Rogan, but unlike some of the other S tier people on the list who have not similarly, but also have massive platforms, I know that he's one of the ones that have taken the great advice of moving out somewhere in the middle of the fucking country where no one can get to you, as opposed to living in Los Angeles, where it wouldn't be that much of a drive for in the ballpark of 15 million people who may or may not be upset with you to come have a conversation with you. Oh, damn it. I clicked the wrong fucking screen, of course. Have I been doing that the entire fucking show, slowly but surely moving that over? Okay, here we go. I would say because he is deeply aware of probably the risks of his life on a day-to-day basis, and he's already taken pretty extensive measures to safeguard himself and his family from harm. He has access to a lot of money and uses it appropriately to keep himself safe. He's also white. He's also, not going to be a target of any sort of political violence for any other reason than he's immediately irritating to people and famous. I would put him in the A range, right? If he was an idiot and just fucking lived in Miami or still just lived in LA like he used to, I'd probably put him up in the S. But Yeah, he moved to Austin. He lives out in the middle of the fucking woods. He does still go to fucking shows and stuff and shows up and talks. And people really do dislike him. And the people who do dislike him do have access to weapons and stuff. He's also kind of a schizophrenic, fucking unmedicated psycho attractor, which is a serious issue, trust me. Like, you know, somebody who's upset about, like, socialism is never going to be as dangerous to you as somebody who's upset about the moon landing. I know that's going to be a shock to some of you, but it's really the case. But if you find somebody that's upset about socialism and the moon landing, you're fucking, your time, you have a countdown timer till that person tries to fucking beat you in person. But yeah, I would say Joe is probably right around here. He's just, his profile is too big to avoid the actual danger of just being that famous, having that many people talking about you, and because he's directly connected to, he's doing a good job of it. I would have probably put him in the S tier actually a couple weeks ago when he was still doing fucking pedophilia apologia raw, but he seems to have gotten the fucking hint that he needs to step away from the Elon Musk, Donald Trump stuff like now, and that's, I think, reducing his overall risk just relative to other people in a way that makes him less fucking on the radar for psychos. A big reason I think that Charlie Kirk was targeted isn't just because of his like good Republican politics and Christian nature. If you look at this list, I would put right around 45 on the verge of AB. I would put it right here that his person was most pissed that fucking Charlie Kirk went back on there's probably nothing that Charlie Kirk has said in his life that has been as dangerous as, I think I'm going to trust our friends in the government relative to that Epstein list. I don't think he said a single fucking thing in his life that's been as dangerous to his person as I'm going to trust my friends in the government when it comes to talking about the Epstein list. For people that are on the right, that are like old school on the right people, not conservative for social reasons, but conservative because they think that, like, you know, Satan's on the earth, that kind of shit, that is you got to go. That you might as well have just said that you were at fucking Comet Pizza or whatever the fuck on the night of April 12th, 1998. I made up all that stuff. If that connects to anything, it's not my fault. The government just beamed that into my head. I'm a victim as well as everybody else. I think he was hit by a groiper. I don't know if you're talking about Charlie or Joe anymore. Joe stays noited, but stupid version. Joe is noited as fuck and does have bunkers. But he is just high profile enough. He's directly friends with a literal president. If he just fucked Donald Trump one time, he would get Secret Service protection. Like that's how high that profile is. Disgruntled X-Fan is my bet. That would be my bet before it was a fucking lefty that would do something and knows how to shoot. Lefties just have fucking jobs too much. Jordan B. Peterson is, I think, in my mind, the first person that ever really was a like internet guy that became IRL in danger. Do you know what I mean? Like, I always associate that with him. Whenever I think of, I was going to the college to, or I'll just say it in my normal voice, I was going to the college to talk about freedom of speech and the blue-haired and yellow-haired and green-haired SJW types that came to protest me, and I had to cancel. I know that might have happened to someone else first, but this is the guy I think of it. When I think of freedom of speech is under attack, it's this fucking Canadian who I thought was an American for the first, like, 3 fucking years that he existed. Because I swear to God, people talked about him getting attacked, and I didn't realize that he was, like, actually legitimately just not an American on all these American shows. I thought he was just, like, really upset about Canada, you know? I could be wrong about that in my own recollection, but he just did not feel Canadian to me, despite the fact that he's apparently as Canadian as fucking maple syrup. Well, as Canadian as anti-native racism, which he does not participate in, but he is that Canadian. He would be furious with me if he heard me say that. Jordan Peterson, despite being a guy who was like famous for being attacked all the time, or feeling like he's gonna die for freedom of speech at any given moment, never really seemed like he was really in all of that much danger. Jordan Peterson is at most in danger in my mind. I think like the thing that could kill him most easily is accidentally ingesting broccoli, from what I understand. He's also not American. I don't know if he's even in America. I don't know if he tours. I think he has people over to his like Bond compound that he bought in Nova Scotia or some shit, to talk to them next to his kaleidoscope collection, like the James Bond villain he is. But I don't think people care about him anymore. I don't think he goes out. He's not a valuable political target. As an American, there's no real reason to go to jail for killing a Canadian. You know what I mean? And this is very America-centric. And also, I just don't know if people in Canada care about him. He's white. He's not visibly a minority. He's not highly invective. I think people think of him as a joke. There's not a zero chance completely he would ever be hurt, but I'm going to put him down in E. I don't think people care about Jordan Peterson anymore. The Cavernacle. The Cavernacle brought on because people said Cavernicles. Oh, what the fuck? Why does that keep happening? Oh no, is he up here? Am I just okay? I'm just losing track of some people up there. Cavernacle, the man who made the class interloper who's tried to convince everybody he's poor because he can only afford one facial expression. I'm gonna go ahead and just throw him down here in the who gives a fuck land, because you know white people do be lonely. God damn, it's fucking Crisco down there. Cavernacle is a lefty commentator who basically puts out America isn't leftist enough slop. I really have to. He has, as far as valuable political things to say, yeah, lowest on the list. Even when he agrees with me, I gotta say, a complete non-entity. To the point where I would say he's almost not even really like playing. There's a possibility you could do less for the revolution than Cavernacle does, but it would be hard to figure out what the thing you're doing is that you would stop doing that Cavernacle is doing that does anything good for the left. It would be pretty fucking hard. Politically, morally, ethically, rhetorically worthless. I like a non-person that just sucks up money. If anything, I would say he's a boon to the right for draining resources from otherwise well-meaning fucking leftoids. Kirsch. The definitely not a pedophile, right? I can't remember if it's Kirsch or whatever. The first and probably only VTuber for today on this list. Kirsch was in a state last night. I have people in my community that are like always on Kirsch watch, although I have not yet made time for it. Kirsch was in a state all night last night over Charles Kirk. I believe it was her community, although it could be another adjacent one. I don't know, some other AI avatar looking fuck. These people are talking about fucking like Weimar and shit. There's a lot of anime Nazi girls online right now. Shocking amount of them seem to be in a stable of prostitutes owned by one Archcast. But Kirsch is a VTuber. They're not. I don't know who the fuck she actually is, and I'd say the increased amount of anonymity would put her pretty far down on the list. But she is a woman, and she is a VTuber, which does put her into the permanent minimal 16 to 29% fatality category for minorities and women. Because, you're political, you talk about politics as a woman, there's every possibility that if Kirsch gives any wrong answer, that some fat guy is going to go to her house and end up eating part of her over the course of 3 days of torturing. You know what I mean? Like, who the fuck knows what her fans are like? Seen the way that she fucking talks. And that kind of goes to all the, she's kind of a representative here of all the Nazi VTuber chicks. They're strange. So I actually am almost ready to start addressing them on stream with the appropriate amount of vibing. But yeah, I would say, yeah, the biggest risk to Kirsch is probably just giving the wrong political take to somebody that also wants to just like, is a fan that wants to hunt her in real life. Just a very real risk, I guess, for people that VTube. Rev says Dez. I'm not even putting Rev says Dez on this fucking list. It would be self-incriminating. Matt Walsh, insert as new lair. Matt Walsh, the slowly but surely becoming more irrelevant every day. Last remaining original white guy from the Daily Wire. I don't even know if he's still on there. Matt Walsh was very important to online rightoid talking point development 3 years ago. But even despite the fact that he's essentially a Nazi, he still does work for a Jewish guy and is insufficiently Nazi enough to have kind of kept up with the zeitgeist. It's crazy. His anti-trans rhetoric was pretty much what was keeping his head above water. He's, he does the anti-trans, pro-misogyny stuff. That was very typical of political talking points pretty much pre-2003. But after 2003, he got caught in the ultimate pincer attack that Candace Owen took full advantage of, which is, hey, a lot of this Ben Shapiro, Dennis Prager-esque political commentary area is both legitimized and funded by conservative Jewish individuals, most of whom want tax cuts and pro-Israel sentiment and are willing to also pay lip service to generally right Christian values and right Christian messaging and visibility, right? Like, you see a lot of right-wing Jews, but you do not see them giving talks with their fucking, with the curls in their hair and dressed up in anything much more than a yarmulke. They all try to look like fucking William Buckley, and that's for a reason, and it's because the Christian right in America does envision the full annihilation of Jews. I don't know how to explain that in a nicer way, but you guys, there's nothing you can do to stop them. Eventually, if they win, that's what they're gonna do. Walsh would be a Nazi, but he fucking missed his opportunity because he was too fixated on the trans question to focus on taking full advantage of the, I believe probably to him, unprecedented American shift in sentiment against Israel that Candace Owen saw, sensed, and fucking used to fly like a fucking black Nazi Valkyrie into an entire different income bracket than Matt Walsh may now ever hope to join. Matt Walsh kind of lost his opportunity by staying, a useful goy to a Jewish person by their own racist rhetoric, and now has kind of become pretty fucking, sidelined in a shockingly quick series of moments. That doesn't mean his entire audience is gone. Obviously, he still has his sycophants, and, channel botting is what it is. But Matt Walsh vanished. He put out What is a Woman? He copy struck a bunch of people, whatever that was, 6 months to a year ago, and now no one gives a fuck what he has to say. And a year or so ago, he was one of the most important people talking on the right, and really just like he missed the fucking train. I don't know how he did it. I don't know if there's a recovery, but maybe he's also just like, he's putting his feet up at the Winchester, so to say, with the, and avoiding going full anti-Semitism and waiting until there's a rebuilding of, there's a new pro-Israel propaganda wing maybe after the fucking end of this thing that he can use to get back in the good graces of general conservatism as a actually important voice. But like, it's crazy how like, he was not sufficiently anti-Semitic enough, and the people that were are fucking rich now. Like, goddamn rich. It's fucking nuts. He's not important. He's just a commentator. I don't think he's a thought leader in the American right. Nowhere near the way Charlie Kirk was. He's not going on stage at these events that I've even seen. I know that he's deathly afraid of going out in public. He said that on his own program. He takes every death threat that he gets, from what I understand, very seriously, and he gets a nonstop deluge of them. His kids aren't in school. He doesn't go into town. I believe he gets all of his food and shit delivered. I don't know if I'm remembering all of that or imagining some of it, but I know he's homeschooled his kids. His wife doesn't have a job. He works, I believe, from home. And he lives like a fucking hermit out in the middle of nowhere, and he's writing this thing out. He might just have powerful rat sense and figured it all out ahead of time and is playing the very long game well. But to that extent, he's kind of not important on these lists. I would be shocked. If he comes out of hiding, maybe someone would be upset with him, but he's a white guy. I think if the worst came to worst and it was fucking Turner Diaries tomorrow, he could definitely talk his way out of it, like in 2 fucking seconds. He would be a fucking collaborator in a minute and just go the rest of the way Nazi. He does his dog whistles. He does his daily fucking rage bait. I don't think he's in a fucking lick of harm. I think he simultaneously makes a lot of money off this shit and no one gives a fuck about him. I would say Matt Walsh is probably less than 15% chance of a lethal attack on his person. He does a very good job of insulating himself from interaction with people. I'm pretty sure every time he does one of his little fucking costumed gigs, he's got security around him and it's a controlled set that he brings people into. Like, he does not fuck around. I think despite his being a piece of shit, he's Walsh Rat Boy. He's the fucking a primo rat king. Didn't Alex Gunter debate Walsh and Walsh stopped doing events? Alex Gunter wasn't the only person there. Other people were as well. But that was 2 years ago or a year and a half ago ish. I think Matt Walsh, I think that actually was before. I think that might have been before October 7th. I'm not even fucking kidding you. Hold on. Let's see. Alec Gunter. Oh, wait, no. This is my fucking file explorer. What the hell am I trying to search for stuff in there? I actually want to see the answer to this. I think I'm right. Alec Gunter, Matt Walsh. Embarrassed by... Oh, yeah, Shark was there. Shark was there because it was in Lexington. It's actually where I am now, although I was living in Louisville at the time. It's from October 22nd, 2023. It's when the fucking pro-Israel sentiment was at its highest. And it was the end of his tour. Oh my God. So that's what it is. Yeah. That's when Vosh uploaded his reaction. So actually the fucking event itself was probably a little bit earlier than that. So yeah, it was October of 2023. So like literally, yeah, do I miss when it comes to this shit? I know my fucking racists. I hate them. Like I think about them all the fucking time. Israel popped off and he probably thought it was going to be another thing. The second Israel started being something people could ask him about in public, he went wum, 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 and he pulled back. He could fucking shave. I know what he looks like under there. Okay, but yeah, no risk. Metatron, new layer. Metatron, by popular request, the Metatron. I believe Metatron is a person that would say that he is at risk of physical harm from people. I can't even take Euros seriously. I don't know enough about him really to say that much, but he's European. He's in Italy. Italy is fascist as fuck from what I understand. I think I've heard that while Italy can be more fiscally left than America is, socially speaking, Metatron's standpoints aren't particularly like rare over there, especially outside of cities and stuff. I don't know where he lives. But he's also a nobody, despite he gets a lot of fucking attention. He's a nobody. He doesn't come to America. I don't think anyone gives a fuck about him. I don't know why I have these headphones on. I'm actually going to take these off because my fucking head's sweating and I don't need them. Be aware I have ears. Nobody knows who he is or cares who he is, you know? And, yeah, I don't think he's in any remote danger whatsoever. But yet again, definitely one of the people that would be the most like, I am in danger. Noble ones, I am in danger of being attacked. Metatron's moved to the U.S. a while ago, if I remember correctly. Well, prove it. Okay, let's keep going. Matt Walsh, Mike from PA. Here's a good one. New layer. Mike from PA. Mike from CIA. Hello, I'm Mike. I am from CIA. Oh, look at him. Right? Which was the correct ratio? Now none of you know. Is this correct or is that? Mike from PA is a former Democratic staffer, former DNC staffer for elections, I believe, in Westchester, Pennsylvania. I'm trying to remember literally what he said. Has since moved out of Pennsylvania. I think he was a long time Majority Report call-in guy, if I remember correctly, and that's where the Mike from PA came from, is he kind of built up after calling in to talk to Sam all the time. Mr. Cedar. But I don't know if that's the case or not. He is one of those, like, crypto socialists, it feels like. I'll give him his due. I will say, and this is going to shock people, out of almost everybody on this list, and let me just run through it again, I would probably, I don't know if I would necessarily even exclude Dead Domain or some of the professional politicals. Out of all of the leftists on this list, maybe probably excluding FD Signifier and Dylan. Actually, so much of this, no, never mind. No, my list actually has a bunch of people that actually know what they're talking about on it. Out of most of the lefties that you run into on the online left, Hassan orbiters generally, and people that kind of pop into the debate sphere, especially when you consider someone like Vosh and stuff, Mike from PA actually does have a shockingly large amount, surprising for that crew, especially a shockingly large amount of political acumen. He understands, and this is normally not the case, fundamentals of electoralism, like how votes are counted. If you said districting to Mike from PA, in his mind, images of districts would appear that he has seen and researched. I believe that to be the case. Of all the people that are, in the Ben Hassan camp that I would talk to, I would say I would do the most amount of prep for a debate with Mike from PA. And people don't want to give him that credit. I don't know why. Well, I mean, I understand that he acts like a fucking psycho and stuff online, and he makes most of his money now by being just a fucking polemic. But when it actually comes to talking about especially local elections, he's very dangerous. People do not give, I have to say this every time, people don't give him enough credit for the tell me about sewer socialism, what is a TIF district? Because that is a fucking kill shot question he asked Vosh. Because Vosh does not know what a tax incentive fund is. He does not know what a business development district is. If Vosh knew 4 or 5, if Vosh could tell me what C1 housing is, I would be shocked. Like, it would be crazy to find out that Vosh knows what like mixed development zoning and stuff actually is comprised of outside of, oh yes, of course. Well, I'll just look it up real quick and then check it out. It's insane. The bar is in hell, but also Mike did, I think, learn a lot while he was working that way. Is he a worm? Is he crazy? Yeah, sure. But like literally all Democratic staffers are. So if you see Mike, just understand he's every shit-heeled Dem staffer. Every one of those scurrying mites that creeps around behind like Elizabeth Warren or Nancy Pelosi or fucking Chuck Schumer or fucking Hakeem Jeffries. He's one of those, but he broke away and turned into that for Hassan, which puts him underneath a normal human, because political staffers are anything but technically above all political staffers. He's a house elf that got a sock. I'm not even kidding. That's literally what it is. And he still has access to his house elf magic. He fucking bailed. He bailed on being a Dem staffer, and instead of having to go to fucking wear a suit and tie every day and creep crawl and fucking hand wring like fucking what's his name on recess behind the teacher, he just sits in his fucking house all day getting fat as fuck, just saying Hassan good and yelling at people, reminding them that he has money. So he made it. He saw the future, predicted it, and went in a different direction. So never take that away from him, because you could, if you go in there half-cocked, set yourself up to get fucking probably slapped in the face. Very similar to how Vosh did. Vosh got away with that only because his audience is more fucking doped out than fucking Hassan's is. As far as physical danger goes, hard to fucking think that Mike from PA is in any danger of anything aside from maybe being swatted. Mike is kind of weird in that he's almost the perfect opposite of Denham's, while being exactly the same in his messaging. If you want to really like hammer home the difference, and this is like literally the fucking what the patriarchy is, Mike is at best, I would say D. And I don't even know if I can get him that. He's smart. He doesn't go outside of his house. He is not the kind of person that I think attracts a parasociality by virtue of just existing or intentionality. Like, he's a siphoner of Hassan's fame, not necessarily an exploiter of his own fame, which is a good move to some people. So, like, he is only in as much danger as Hassan is, but Hassan would always get hit first. He's under an umbrella that he can abandon at any time. He's a true rat, which is kind of respectable. Unlike Denims, who is a pretty girl, which makes her the fucking subject of extraordinary ire, even though she has the same messaging and basically, I think, platform size and proximity to Hassan as Mike from PA. They're both the same type of orbiter. They've said almost the exact same stuff. But you do not see Mike from PA's face in thumbnails the way that you see Denim's face in thumbnails. And it's for the very fucking reason that people are sexist and fucking misogynists love hating women. And commentary community and H3 fucking orbiters and hopefuls knew that, and they fucking hyperfixated on Frogan to a lesser extent and Denim's to an extreme one. And you really get to see it play out here because they're the same person politically. If it wasn't for the fact that if you take them and turn them both into a voice, that's like I said for Denims. I don't think she would fucking have eclipsed E, maybe even D for the things that she says. Because who gives a fuck? You know what I mean? Like, ultimately, you're just seen as an extension of Hassan. That's why I barely even fucking went into any goddamn Destiny orbiters. Who cares? And yeah, I couldn't see anybody that's going to waste their time on a shot going after Mike before they go after someone like Hassan. I feel like maybe there's something I'm missing. He's shrewd. He is pretty off the grid. I know he's been doxxed, but I mean, that doesn't really count for much when you're him. I don't know what you get out of trying to fucking take a shot at him. And I don't think anyone is as pissed at him as they are at any other person that they could try to get to. Aside from the small likelihood of proximity to an actual fucking psycho that decides to make Mike from PA his last thing to do as a free person, who the fuck would take a shot at him? That is really like the patriarchy at work, bro. Female privilege shooting fucking Denims to the top of the murder list, keeping Mike from PA in the paltry -15. Look at these fucking white guys down here. Dude, you can actually see the color gradient as you go down the fucking screen. Oh my God. I think I know C1 property condition, newish with no prior occupancy. Yes. It depends literally on where you are, but C1 is just single family housing. C1, if I said C1 housing, that is commercial. It would be CH or C1 if it's C1 housing, C1H housing. C is commercial. C1 is raw commercial, so that's non-residential commercial, which would be your downtown businesses, skyscrapers are C1 commercial tech generally, but like zoning can be down to the local ordinance. A lot of things have been universalized. I said C1 housing. C1 housing would be mixed commercial housing in a commercial zone. So that's the C1 housing. So that would be a commercial district, a skyscraper with housing in it somehow. More than likely in a normal downtown in the US nowadays, you would see that as a 5+1 or a 4+1, which are those buildings that are all shops on the bottom and then 4 levels of residential above it. Or you would see it as a full C when in some place like, who knows how New York is fucking organized or if it even is at all. But a business with intermixed, you walk into it and it's like a building that has businesses smattered throughout it. So like you'll have like a C store up on like the 15th and 16th floor. There'll be a restaurant up on the 17th floor, 4 or 5 restaurants scattered through the 1st through 3rd, a parking garage under and in like on the 4th to like 6th floor of the building and underneath the building. And then in the middle of the building, you would have occupancy, single family occupancy, rented occupancy, and or business, leased and non-leased is how you would say it. Leased and non-leased properties inside the building. So like if that would be like condominium owner, where you own like your box inside of it, but you still have to pay for the overall maintenance of the building collectively with everybody else. It can get pretty complicated after that. That's also CH or CR. I think I said CH. I meant to say CR, commercial residential 1, commercial 1 residential. But those can be different. So if you go to a different city completely, it might actually say H for housing instead of R for residential, because it's at the local level is how zoning is technically put together. A lot of it looks the same now because organizations of people that go to school for it have tried to standardize it so that you can get a job in Philadelphia and then move to not Toronto, of all places, Tyler, and then move to like Little Rock, Arkansas, and still like be able to just immediately integrate with, the GIS people and stuff there. I talked to building commission people a lot when I was a journalist. As a New Yorker organization in New York is an oxymoron. It's true. Oh my God. Okay. But yeah, I would say, yeah, Mike from PA, little to no risk, so long as he maintains his disposition as a rat. Mildred, new layer. Mildred added just to have Mildred on the list. I don't know what things are like in Canada. I can't speak to Mildred's personal situation. I feel like Mildred lives somewhat of a rat lifestyle, not in a negative sense this way, but just hanging out somewhere in Canada. I would say, they're non-binary, right? I know that about them, but I don't know how irritated people are about Mildred in Canada. I'm going to put Mildred next to Kirsch because it would bother both of them. And I really don't know. I was just asked to include Thought Slime in this, and I did. Mudahar. Some ordinary gamers, or Mudahar. Before I go, I would like to ask for Rev Says Dezu. I'm sorry, I can't do it. As a personal disregard, I don't want to do a threat assessment on Rev Says Des. I'm gonna have to politely say no. Mudahar, some ordinary gamers, massive-ish YouTuber, recently went into a series of spats with commentary. He was a reliable opinion haver and noticer before that became not as beneficial to people and started being disregarded. He is a brown individual and he is Indian. Mudahar, maybe a few years ago, might not have been as much of a target for racism, though still a target for racism as he is now. I've said this before, and you should be aware of it. Especially if you're an affluent and visibly like in the community person of Indian or Indian continent, subcontinent, adjacent descent, so Pakistanis as well, and anybody else that's kind of around there. The next meta following the Israel situation, depending on how Israel goes, is I'm telling you 100% going to be anti-Indian racism in a way that Indians have never experienced on the American continent before. I know you have experienced racism. I'm not telling you that you haven't, and I'm not telling you that it hasn't been bad and that it hasn't been fucking insufferable at times. I'm not telling you that. I am telling you that you are actually, for the first time in your life, going to be as much a focus of racism in America as like black people and sometimes Jewish people are. Indians are on the fucking chopping block. It got deferred a little bit by the Trump admin because there's special attention. They're basically like the good kept property of whites in the eyes of racists due to the H-1B visa situation, which is a whole complicated mess of things. But essentially, okay, how to explain this? Indian people are going to be occupying the same place racially in America as affluent middle-class black people did in the like 30s to 60s, which is an immediate target for ire of white people. Now, if things cool off racially, and I fucking hope they do, that's one thing. I'm telling you as a threat assessment, Indians are a hyperfixation right now. Hyperfixation of white supremacists. You guys are equivalent to Jewish people. and worse than some brown and black people, and they are actually trying to use that as in their minds and use that to motivate brown and black Americans to otherize Indians racially and hyperfixate them as a problem. Indians are seen as being given, and because they technically are right now to a small degree because of racists like Elon Musk, they are seen as being given a how do you say this? What is that called? Elevated status, an elevated status, I guess, in the workforce above like common labor workers, which is how black and brown people are seen in America, Latino black people, and the various other, sub-derogations therein. Indian people, because of the H-1B, very abused H-1B status issue, are being seen as interlopers against the white middle class. Intentionally, and I believe that a lot of the hiring practices relative to Indian people are to set that up. The H-1B visa system, which is actually more complicated than just H-1B visas, it's the entire visa system, is currently complicated via a series of ways, but it is deeper than the H-1B, and people are being deceived into thinking that they're getting a fucking leg up by saying, no, the H-1B only does like 40,000 per year, but it's actually 50,000 if you look at it, and then if you look harder, it's not just the H-1B, it's the H-2 and the H-2-1, I think it is. But the H-2 visas, like you can bring in your wife can then work the same way that an H-1B person is. When the wife or the husband loses their H-1B status, the wife can go for H-1B. Every H-1B visa can be extended. There's also S-1 and S-2 visas, which are student visas, which, because of loopholes passed by fucking Silicon Valley specifically, like hardcore by Silicon Valley, they can be used to bring over students who basically take jobs from white middle class kids who wanted to go work in the tech industry. The S-1 and H-1B visas can be used in order to get married while you're here, so you can come over on an S, get married, get an H-2, and then stay on the H-2. And essentially, if you look at the length of these temporary visas, these are not long stay visas. They're not naturalization either. They're just work visas. You can stay in America for the better part of 20 years, starting from the time you're 18 until you're in your late 30s on these visas, while taking less money overall than white people would be paid if white people were allowed into the industry. And then your response is going to be like, no, they have laws that are part of the thing. The H-1B, you have to give the best in the prevailing wage. It's like, yeah, well, they depress the prevailing wage by hiring just under that guy, and they have one white guy that makes the most, and then when he leaves naturally or gets laid off, now the prevailing wage is whatever's the lowest, so they just keep knocking it down. They're smarter than you. They figured it out. Silicon Valley is using Indian labor that is exploited and belittled and treated like shit. It is racism. It's an attempt to restart the slave market and defeat Native American ability to basically fight for and negotiate for good pay, and abusing Indian people and people from other parts of the world to basically say like, yeah, you're not going to make anywhere near as much in India as you are here, so it can change your fucking life. We'll bring you over here and we'll pay you. You're just going to make less than everybody else around you, and you can't ever unionize. You can't negotiate against us. You can't fucking argue. You can't slip up. If we do anything to you, you can't ever complain about it, because if any of that happens, you'll be gone before you ever get to trial. We'll fire you and you'll lose your status. So you basically get people that are slaves in all but name, to depress the labor market for, everybody that's not them, but also them too, because if you become a naturalized citizen now, you are at the fucking whim of that as well. And then like naturalized Indian people are like, wait, what? So it's literally being abused by Silicon Valley to abuse workers. That's just true. And I think one of the most active things right now for the dino anti-left Democrats is to try to equate any criticism of the H-1B visa process and the general visa process that's being abused like crazy in America right now to racism, is in order to prevent worker solidarity from arising there by fomenting right-wing style anti-Indian racism on behalf of white people, and by creating that as a wedge issue instead of everyone going like, no, there's absolutely no way that Silicon Valley is actually trying to be good here. Like also they're setting you up for the thing they've been doing for years, which is going to have Elon Musk go, we've had some arguments, but I think that racism is bad, and there's no one more racist than these leftists that are siding somehow with these Nazis. They said I was a Nazi, siding with these Nazis and saying the H-1 programs that bring Americans to America are bad. And it's like it's not a visa, it's a temporary work visa. There's already visas. And it's a whole fucked up system. It's insanely predatory. It's insanely dangerous. There's all sorts of fucking creepy fucking cottage industry lawyers and lawring that have popped up about it. I've got to make a video on it, but it's a very complicated situation. All this is to say, understand, anti-Indian sentiment is the next major project of the white supremacist right wing. You see fucking Sam Hyde's working on it like crazy. They're basically negotiating with other conservative racial groups on like, hey, this is how we're going to push this next thing. You guys get a buy, but we want hyperfixation on basically the last other that we have in America, which is vaguely Muslim-coded brown people from a region that has strange food and worships maybe a elephant god or something. All of that's going to get set up to be abusive to Indian people. It's forewarning, and forewarned is forearmed. Just be ready for it. I'm not telling you to leave America. I'm not telling you to not have a job here. I'm telling you to buy a gun and just get ready for fucking crackerwoods to fucking try to come burn crosses in your front yard so that, you can meet them in a way that will suggest they never return to your neighborhood. I want you to be safe. Mudahar is one of the first semi-victims of this. Mudahar is a bit of a snake, a bit of a liar, a little lying snake, but he's a commentary guy. He has no real political takes. he's a go along, get along guy, a bit of a liar, a commentary rube. He put out a Keffels video. He's also Canadian. I think he's generally just about as in danger as any other non-white person is, but he's also, I don't know where he is. I don't know who would waste their time trying to hurt him. But he is not white. So, I don't know how things are there in Canada, but I can't assume that the fucking schools for native peoples have gotten rid of all of their white baggage over the years, despite how much they like to look at us and point. So I would say a non-zero. It's not. There's not a chance that it's not guaranteed he's going to be safe forever. And I would definitely be cautious if I was him. But low priority. Oh, moving on. America's favorite son, who is not an American, Lonerbox. I gotta say this. I can't say that. Oh, because the tier's for lethal damage. Lonerbox is a giant piece of shit. He's been doxxed. He's a pro-Israel shill. His community does him no favors. And I think he's still adjusted to the past. He really is. He's adjusted to the past and this idea that you can say anything online. Sam Hyde on this tier list? Yeah, it's alphabetical. I'm going to keep telling you guys that. It's a fucking alphabetical list. But I keep going like this, and the alphabet goes like that on my program. Lonerbox is a pro-Israel shill, former Destiny associate, possibly future Destiny associate. God damn, that's got to fucking be miserable to not be there. And a resident of London. He's not white, so he automatically gets a little bit of a bump. His real name's, I think, Nassim or Nassif. I can't remember because I said it wrong. Nassim Poo Cream. So I think it's Nassif. His real name's Nassif. Nassif Younes. He is a worm and a rat boy. He did come to America in 2004, early 2024, to stump with Progressive Victory, but I think that's done. He's no longer hanging out with Destiny, which probably moves him pretty far down on the fucking list. I think the most danger he would ever be in is from DNC people, do nothing communists in the BEMP camp, who are they really are just do nothings. I think I can say this. I think I would maybe punch Lonerbox one time. Just because it would be hard not to. It would be fun. I would take it. Was it 2 years? I'll take it. How do you plead? Your Honor, I hit him. I did. I shouldn't have, but I did. You know? But he's in London. He's in the UK. He doesn't fucking live here, so who gives a shit? But I think generally the people that are upset with him aren't upset with him enough that he's like the hyperfixation of anyone. They're all overseas. Then again, a lot of Bemps fucking fans are European, but then again, Europeans are fucking pussies. He lives in London. I don't know if he's not a victim of knife crime. He's tall and skinny. You might have to throw a long punch to get to him. You Buck, what the fuck was that? It's okay, buddy. It's okay. Was your mom outside talking to somebody? She's doing a little bit of gardening. You bad boy. You bad boy. You good dog. Bug, shush. I know you good dog. I love you. You gotta go sleep. I'm working, bud. I'm working. I love you. You did a good job. Go sleep. Go sleep. I'm gonna have to lock you outside so I can finish. You're too distracting. Everybody can hear you crying. But yeah, I don't see him being in any danger from for his real political stuff. But I could see him accidentally just being killed by some random fucking guy that looks like Chud Logic for just being a little not British enough and too close to a mosque. Tommy Robinson people would still probably kill Lonerbox, even though politically, aside from things that bother Lonerbox, they seem pretty fucking in step with me. So yeah, I don't think Lonerbox is in really that much danger at all. Stay out of America. Don't come back to the U.S. Other than that, probably okay. Like a Hawaiian Punch? Yes, a delicious mixture of sody pops. Okay. Yeah, Nick Fuentes. Jesus Christ, we're not even gonna go ahead and dick around with that. Nick Fuentes is on borrowed time as far as I'm concerned. Nick Fuentes is a Latino American, America First Nazi, and a honorary white sometimes. When people feel like it, he is a now out and about homosexual and a panderer to an associate of pedophiles. Not the least of including Destiny, and I think he hung out with Lonerbox as well. I can't really remember, but also other people. Not Johnny Samal. There's another guy with a. I think he had like an African state as one of his names that he hung out with. I don't know. It was a whole thing. People know where he was doxxed a year ago, and people went to his house. He was lucky it was some old lady that he got to fucking mace. The next person that came to his house was a guy with a gun and like a hand crossbow. Like I said, a random fucking schizoid. Who knows what that guy's political takes were, but sometimes you get lucky, and the schizoid that fucking decides to come and visit you is too out of their fucking gourd to have practiced well, and then other times the person is fucking ready to high point you into fucking heaven. He's already gotten lucky. This is never going to end. Nick Fuentes is cooked. Nick Fuentes is not white, and the only people that care about if he lives are Nazis and irony-poisoned fucking teenage boys. And even they don't care that much. America First as an organization relative to him is pretty much done. Right-wingers don't like it. It's too fucking pedo-coded. It's too fucking not white, really. If you are associated with America First, and you probably go to any of the actual, like Nick Fuentes is America First, not like the actual America First. If you are associated with Nick Fuentes and you try to get too close to real fucking groups and you don't like immediately disavow, like if you go try to talk to fucking white supremacist bikers or some shit, they'll probably piece you the fuck up. You might get fucking, you might fucking not come out of that bar. If you go to prison and you try to fucking hook up with AC people and you tell them that you were an America First groiper, your best bet is going to be you're hoping that they're gay enough to keep you as a pet of that kind of sort, because you're otherwise they're going to be like, dude, you need to go with the chomos. Like, from what I understand, Nick Fuentes, his notoriety, people are like, oh, Nick Fuentes, nobody knows about him online. Like, people don't care about him online because he's so repugnant. In white supremacist circles, he is extremely well known. Like, and they don't like him. Aryans do not tolerate whatever the fuck Fuentes is. And he tries to say he's Spanish, and they know he's not because he does not look Spanish. He looks like a fucking part Mexican guy, which is one drop is the rule. That's why they call it the one drop rule. After that, gay and probably a pedophile, he's just like unless he can be used, I think if he tried to fucking rely on actual white subs, real fucking WS people, he would last as far as him getting to the bank to withdraw all of his money. And that would probably be it. As far as the left goes, there's a lot of people that want to kill Nick Fuentes because I really can't have. He's a pedophile and a Nazi. Like, it's kind of a no-win for you. The police in Chicago, where he lives, aren't even apparently taking his concerns serious. They're like, when the murder happens, we'll come out. Otherwise, you're basically paying us for a 24/7 patrol detail while you actively antagonize people online. It's to the point where I've seen people posting clips of him interacting with his fans, and it's very clear that his fans are trying to get him on screen associated with stuff that's going to bait people into trying to take him out in real life. Nick Fuentes is still rat built. The 90%'s never going away. He has to get lucky for the rest of his life. Pretty much. Or hope people forget. Maybe someday people will forget and it'll move down out of here. But I saw online people saying like, wow, Charlie Kirk died and you moved people into the hands of Nick Fuentes. And it's like, dude, don't let Nick Fuentes hear you say that. He's going to have a fucking heart attack. Yeah, like, oh yeah, they killed Charlie Kirk, so now a lot of people are going to start listening to Nick Fuentes, someone who nobody wants dead. Like, you're out of your, like, it's crazy. I would not want to be around Nick Fuentes. Like, because you're a fuck, dude, bullets go through people at best. Like, what if it bounces off something? Nick Fuentes has already been attacked in public. People are going after him. Like, that, his life is in danger every day. I have no pity for him whatsoever. And that's kind of it. God damn. He's been cozying up to Alex Jones lately. Alex Jones has lost his fucking mind. By special request, somebody who has been one of the most important political figures of our time, the Canadian menace himself, Noah President Sunday Driver, a person who lives, I mean, we can just, without it, the thought that go through this man's head are the most, Noah Driver. President Sunday, also known as Noah Driver, is a Noah Driver is a self-proclaimed former outright Christo-fascist who can quote Mein Kampf and does still own a copy for good reasons that he will tell you when he eventually watches this and gets huffy with me. He is a grimy child of a rich person, I believe, or at least maybe a failed lawyer. I have no idea. From Victoria, British Canada. I am the first person, I guess, maybe outside of possibly Destiny, I don't know which one of us got to it first, to say his name on a public-facing channel, to which he responded, he's certainly going to be in danger, or something like that. And I've been told that he would try to hold me legally responsible if anything happens to him, which, okay. My personal opinion is no one gives a fuck about Noah Driver. No one cares. Yeah, aside from, I guess, maybe me and my community, because he's been an antagonist here. He's not a minority. I think he claims gay, but he's whatever kind of gay he is, it's the unwashed ass, looks like a fucking McPoyle kind. So I can't even give you like visibly. I think you would have to tell somebody that while they're literally on the hunt for gay people, and then you'd have to like, no, I really am. He comes off as just your average fucking self-important rich white cunt to me. I don't think anything that he says anybody gives a fuck about. His most successful attacks in the recent years, from what I understand, have been against Destiny, who everybody already fucking hates, and trans women, who most of his audience hates too, because he has a pretty hefty amount of Kiwi farmers that are in his fan base. I'm going to go ahead and just drop you right down here next to your old friend Mike from PA. God damn, the E tier is the worst. The fucking real question here so far is going to be which fucking tier is the most cursed fucking blunt rotation. God damn. Which tier is the most cursed blunt rotation? Oh my god, yeah, I think he's fine. God, I let you guys make me put too many on here. Noah Sampson. Noah Sampson, former friend of the channel? I don't know. The dildo salesman himself. He's been radio quiet with me ever since the Bemp drama. He's a LA native, I believe, or at least an LA transplant. Friend of his son, been to his son's house, sat on his son's couch. Former football player, leftist, probably one of the better people doing weekly, or at least he was doing weekly, kind of like news update commentary videos on what's going on. That I think he actually is one of the few people I've seen credit news people when he talks about them. He is, or was, maybe the target of a lawsuit by H3H3. I stopped caring. I think that's been rescinded or it hasn't been pursued. I can't remember, and I haven't seen any updates because people stopped giving a fuck. Other than that, pretty ostensibly middle-of-the-road lefty politicking. The Trump administration would probably be mad at him after all of the people with a slightly darker skin tone for his pro-Palestine comments. But despite, I think he was in a FT Signifier video that said he's not white, which, okay, cool. But he's pretty white passing to me by sight. My cop sense is not tingling too much. So I think he'd probably be fine racially out there in the world. Got a little mustache. Kind of looks like my brother-in-law. I think he'd probably be generally fine. He doesn't go out much and do crazy stuff like some of the other people on the list. Nothing that Noah Sampson says is especially really fucking intense compared to anyone else. I think most of his beef comes between him and H3H3 people, which is kind of, like fucking, the suburbanites are the suburbanite scrap fight. Regardless of whether or not he's kind of from that sort of situation. People don't generally tend to dislike him. People don't tend to know about him very much. Yeah, I would say, well, he does hang out with Hassan. I would say that's pretty much it. He's in Hassan's house sometimes, so if he's visiting when somebody decides to take a pot shot at Hassan, he might take the stray. Catching strays, I guess, will put you in the D tier. God damn it, dude! How many more of these do I have? Alex Jones. Alex Jones. Alex Jones, I'm gonna fucking throw up in the. No, I think Alex Jones is in the wash tier. Alex Jones is an internet's conspiracy theorist and kind of disgraced former biggest guy in right-wing talking points, but he lost the Sandy Hook fights and sort of fell off the map and lost his mind afterwards. It was very embarrassing for him. His wife divorced him. He lost a lot of money that way. He's losing a lot of money. Kind of all of his big wins have just been other people's shortfallings when it comes to chopping his corpse to pieces. I would say he's kind of a visible target. I could see Alex Jones, because he gets out and he's loud and he's boisterous, being a target of violence because he's in Austin and somebody decides to shoot him. He actively puts himself in a dangerous position. But I don't think people care that much about him. He is not a right-wing thought leader. He's kind of a Joe Rogan orbiter at best. He was out there for a little bit, but most of the danger that Alex Jones could be in, he puts himself in. I think he also lives in a compound. He was a billionaire, I think, and is not anymore, but he still has millions of dollars. And he's like, his orbiter's like Paul Joseph Watson, who's not even going to be put on this list. Like, I don't think he matters to people. he could be a victim of violence. I could see somebody taking a shot at him, but I could also see him being forgotten about in 3 weeks and having to be reminded that he exists because he did something purposefully to remind me that he exists. So yeah, I gotta say he's here. He tries to be here, but if he actually was even here, he would probably be fucking clapped. You know what I mean? So I don't think he's up that high. Sorry, I just missed that. Marcus Stryker, super chat at $5. I have a hard time believing someone would waste their shot on Alex Jones. I do too. But I could see Alex Jones forcing somebody to waste their shot on him. Do you know what I mean? Like, I could see if somebody was like crazy and they'd been like, you know, like Liver King was nuts and he was in town. Like maybe he would have tried to kill Joe Rogan, or maybe he was just trying to give him a gift. But if there's like a Liver King around and they're like in Austin to try to find Joe Rogan, and then like they just stumbled upon a wild Alex Jones just like out there in nature, they might go like, at least Joe's going to say my name, you know? Which is 100% his fault. Can we get a WWE style cage match between Alex Jones and Shank? I would love that. I would fucking love that. I would live for that, as a matter of fact. Shank would fucking, I think, rock him. New lair, Jeremy the Quartering. There you go. All the way down by Noah, down here in the D category. Now that I somehow all my fucking whites were somewhere the fuck else, and now they're all fucking shrinking up our space. Who's gonna get diminished? I gotta go through here, and I've got to fucking shrink up. Jeremy the Quartering is a guy that talks on the internet about like right-wing movies and stuff, and parrots right-wing talking points, but is not in his own right a particularly valuable political voice. He is not like Charlie Kirk, where he's like created this successful propaganda agency in order to push his rhetoric onto people and try to convince, you know, like young people to take up or to engage in violence and stuff against, you know, fucking trans people or whatever. Like he's just a guy that says things that other people have, and really, I think just got super lucky in the great griftening. Yeah, I'm just gonna shrink your head a little bit, make you skinnier. There you go. He just, I think, got super lucky, is what it is. And there's a lot of people that try to do what he did, and he just happened to be, you know, like an Asmongold precursor. But I don't even see people getting mad at him anymore. I think it drives him crazy a little bit. Because I do believe, to no small degree, that I think he thought he was more important than he is to this whole thing. And he really just isn't. He's a pretty forgettable name in politics. Pretty miss me with that energy. Where's Mike? Mike from PA. God damn, I'm glad. I almost decided not to label these, and now I can see every single one of them in my selection screen because I have. Yeah, white people list. This reverse bell curve is insane work. It's fucking bonkers. Quartering is the first step of the pipeline. Sure. But, like, he's not dangerous. Do you know what I mean? Like, he's not... Quartering would send you to anybody. If there was a Charlie Kirk who's basically, like, fucking the proto-Nazi type guy who's teaching about replacement theory and fucking, like, actively bringing on fucking anti-Jewish sentiment, fucking spewing people and talking about black people can't be pilots because they're black. Not good pilots. Why didn't we say that, did I? You know, that's one thing. But Quartering could have sent you to just anybody. Like, he could have sent you to a fucking Archcast who says a lot of the same things, but is worthless. Do you know what I mean? Like, the guy can't organize. Charlie Kirk was dangerous because he could organize. He put together a whole fucking propaganda machine. Like, he did a pretty solid job of creating the political change he wanted to see in the world. It was just, you know, Nazi shit. So it's not good. Whereas with these other people, like, yeah, I feel like you're an actual grifto fascist. Charlie Kirk, I don't think was a grifter. Charlie Kirk was the real deal. An actual goddamn fucking crypto Nazi. Past tense. Whereas, you know, somebody like an Archcast or something, they're play pretend Nazis, but like, you know, no one's going to select them. And he can't really build it. He can't even fucking not lose to fucking Games Workshop. You know what I mean? You got to pay fucking prostitutes to come hang out with you. Weak sauce shit. Moving on. Which is why he didn't even make this list as an attempt. Sam Cedar. Sam Cedar, I think, is a person that's in a shockingly large amount of danger. Maybe not as much as everybody else. I think Sam Cedar's a smart guy. Sam Cedar does go and do public events. He has been on stage with Charlie Kirk. And, people hate him because he's Jewish. He will, I feel like he's kind of like fallen by the wayside with Emma and the rest of them on there. Not like this is like a whole big thing of like the Majority Report's ending. It just seems like he's been busy. I think to get parasocial with it, I feel like from what I remember hearing in the show, he's just like really focused on his kid right now, which is reasonable. And I think he's kind of leaving the show stuff to other people. Because, most of the episodes barely even have him in them anymore. Once upon a time, I would put him actually way higher. He is a Jewish person. He's a Jewish American guy. He is hated because of that. People really do accuse him of a lot of crazy stuff for being Jewish. He's a lefty figure, and he's prominent in a lot of these spaces. I think there's probably some people who really would like to take a shot at him, but he's also pretty safe. He's not hyper in the spotlight. He doesn't say things that are really invective laden. I know like people dislike him. They hate him because he's Jewish. But also, like, he talks about nerd shit. Like, Sam Cedar's a fucking nerd. Like, that's kind of what it is. He talks about Social Security and Medicare for all and stuff. When he gets into arguments with even some pretty fucking crazy people, they are talking to him about, like, well, I just don't think that you understand the numbers. Like, well, I really wish you would just kind of tell me where in the literature you see that. Like, that's, like, the whole thing. I just don't think he earns the ire of people as much as he would. Also, even though he is Jewish, and obviously right wingers are going to try to go after him, he is not on the wrong side of the Israel-Palestine thing as a prominently Jewish person, which kind of prevents the leftist invective that would go against somebody like a David Pakman from kind of affecting him as well. With that, he's got a good head on his shoulders. He's older. He's less intense about stuff. There's definitely not a chance that no one would take a shot at him. There's also, like, he's been around so long that I feel like if people really wanted to try to hurt Sam Cedar for some reason, they would. But I don't think a lot of right-wingers would waste their shot specifically on him. Left-wingers don't have really any reason to be upset with him outside of the most, like, psychosis-laden reasons, but even those people are going to go after a more extreme target. So yeah, I would say Sam is probably actually pretty surprisingly middle of the road. Not safe. Don't forget, B is not safe. It's just S is extremely imminent threat of death with the level of danger that you're exposed to on a basically day-to-day level. I would say Sam probably slips right out of the mind of a lot of people. And yet another Sam. Samantha Jekyllstein, also known by her dead name, Sam Hyde. Not allowed to tell that joke. Sam Hyde is one of the internet's most respected and longest running crypto Nazis. He's probably been one of the most mainstreamed into non-political spaces cryptos that have ever existed outside of like the 40s and shit, and while he's still on his grind. Host of $1 Million Extreme and Meta World Peace, correct? Now currently the proprietor of Fish Tank on season 3, I believe. The internet's largest independent Big Brother knockoff reality TV show. Congratulations to him on that. Also an out-and-out crypto Nazi, one of the most forefront voices on the cutting edge of racism in America, despite not getting a lot of credit for it. You know how like FD Signifier has said this. You know how some people are like the video essayist. Some people are like a comedian's comedian. Sam Hyde is the crypto's crypto. He does crypto fascism so good that he really does need other cryptos around him to kind of explain, like, while he's operating on a cerebral level. He is really good at racism and really good at propagating racist thought. He's usually really ahead of the curve in understanding what people want and taking advantage of that. A lot of what people give Nick Fuentes credit for, Sam Hyde does and gets away with scot-free. Go look at my video, Destiny losing a debate to a literal pre-recorded video of Sam Hyde. He is like my white whale. Yeah, I think about him all the time. Sam, I'm thinking about you right now, buddy. For other reasons, I would say he's not in as much danger as other people because he really just is not known for what he is as well as other people, as well as he should be. A lot of the predictions I get based on racism, I get from paying strict attention to his community and seeing what the fuck they've got going on and people that are around him. And they're highly predictive of the senses and the sense of taste, the sensibilities and taste of racism to come. They're usually pretty ahead of it. They're on it about, like, you know, when you could have predicted the entire transgender genocide push by right-wingers in the mainstream by seeing kind of what Sam Hyde was working with a few years before that came out. He was ahead of Gamergate before Gamergate came on. Now, I know it's not like he's a great boogeyman. The guy is just a talented racist. He's talented at racism. All right? That doesn't mean he's like a fucking, like, you know, super Hitler or whatever, or that if you hurt him, anything would be fixed. He is sort of a non-entity. He's a Kissinger without a Nixon. Now, that could change, you know what I mean? But I don't think it would really work because of kind of how he is. It'd take a lot to explain. What Charlie Kirk would be and kind of was, if you know more about Charlie Kirk, he was like a personal aide to, like, Donald Trump Jr. He's a personal friend to the Trump family. He really helped them a lot, unironically, with messaging in the way that a good sycophant does. I don't know who the fuck you could find that would be an equivalent to that to Sam Hyde, because most traditional politicians wouldn't tolerate him. And you would need really a Trump that was young, aggressive, and built better even than Trump to handle a Sam Hyde on your team. Sam Hyde is built to be on, like, the Hitler main squad. I'm not really fucking with you. This isn't, like, actually a joke. He would be your fucking actual, like, Himmler. He would be your actual, like, Goebbels. Like, he's on the fucking meta level of that shit. Like, he's up there. But you need a fucking Hitler, which is a fucking 1 in a billion fucking draw to find somebody that's that fucking skitzed out, but also just together enough to take advantage of a weird time in history to become literally that one guy. It's impressive. And I think really what he's doing is biding his time. But people don't know that about him. Mostly they just see him for making his entertainment products, which he uses to slowly but surely expand his reach to people and create an ongoing legacy of legitimate content in which to approach ongoing series of fans to maintain a direct connection to the mainstream. Obviously, he's also like a Bitcoin and financial instrument. Con artist is probably a bit generous. Scammer might be in the better, but like he's in that world of Bitcoin trading and stuff. I've heard he's over leveraged. I've heard a lot of things about Sam Hyde. He is a massive proponent of Querdenken, parallel thinking, theory, whatever the hell you would have called that before the 2020s. But it's very much in the line of that's bullshit, but I believe it. Providing a story that you just want to hear because whatever the truth is trash. Nobody cares about that anyway. So that's what he gives to people, while also being entertaining and letting bygones be bygones. He's a time biter. And now I could be wrong about all this, but that's my vibe on him. If you're watching any of this and you're one of these larger or smaller creators or whatever, just keep an eye on the guy, okay? And learn how things work. One of the biggest blows to us ever is going to be that fucking Hassan Piker didn't fight him. Not kidding. That would be, if the worst comes to worst, somebody's going to read a book by my insignificant ass that's actually important years after and go like, fuck, Tyler Bell was on it for that one specific thing. But either way, Sam Hyde. He's out there, he's around. Sam is surrounded at all times by sycophants and weirdos who are heavily armed. He's kind of got his own little crew of fucking schizo brown shirts. I don't know how loyal they are to him. I don't even know which ones are real and which ones aren't, paid or not paid. He's very good at using paid actors, I'm not even fucking kidding, to swell his ranks and kind of inflate the size of his existence in an area. And that doesn't mean he's fucking like bulletproof, literally or figuratively in a comedic sense, as Harlan Williams showed us. But he's a tough nut to crack. Physically located, probably all over the fucking place. He might be bunkered down. He seems like he's got people's ears to the ground, and he kind of strikes me as somebody that kind of understands how irritated people are by him, enjoys it, and is prepared for it. I could be wrong, but I try to err on the side of, if I was wrong, what nets me the best possible end result. So to that, I would say the possibility of a life-threatening attack on him that he would be at risk of is fairly low. I think that Sam Hyde is down here in the 30 to 44%. And unironically, it should probably be higher, but nobody knows about him or cares about him. Much to the deficit of all. Bro's a real-life Batman villain. He's definitely like a multi-season issue. Now, speaking of Batman villains, everybody's favorite guy, Shadiversity. Without much fanfare, we're gonna go ahead and stick Shad down here in the lives in rural fucking Australia, who gives a fuck category. Shadiversity is a right-wing political commentator from Australia who LARPs as both someone who knows how to sword fight and an American. He really likes that American YouTube money. I'm actually going to be talking about him either tomorrow or the day after or Monday because his channel's dying yet again. But other than that, no one knows about him. No one cares about him except for us. He's a lolcow. He's fun. I don't think anybody would hurt him or that he would even present himself in a situation where he could be harmed. I think he's completely insulated. I think he's completely insulated from harm because he does do the thing. He lives out in the fucking boonies in a house that's nice and far from the road. I think so. From what I understand, he wanted to build a castle on all the land he bought. So I guess we'll see. Steve Crowder. Steve fucking Crowder. Steven Crowder is apparently still making videos. I think I just double checked before I watched this. Another Canadian, he is actually what we would call a Canadian American, who moved to America in order to be kind of a less influential, less successful, and overall less Christian version of what Charlie Kirk was at the end. He's racist as fuck. He's definitely gay. He's one of the gayest people I've ever seen in my life. Where Charlie Kirk had unfuckable loser with weird teeth energy to kind of separate him from women in general. Steven Crowder is a closet homosexual, and everybody knows. And I think it's kind of kept him away from the mainstream. That and the fact that he really is not an American. So when he starts talking about American politics, outside of say the line, you racist fuck, there's not a lot of value to him. He has gay guy energy when he goes out and talks to people, which can be actually very off-putting to more conservative individuals. And his life is an anti-Christian mess of being just a fucking embarrassment and going around and touching people with his dick. Madison Cawthon, who people may remember from being that one crippled racist in Congress, you know? You remember him? He stood up. And everyone's like, oh man, so you lost your legs for this country. And he's like, oh no, I never served. I got hurt in a like swimming accident or a car crash or some shit. Boop. And he disappeared. Madison Cawthon was like around this guy talking about how he's fucking weird. And Madison Cawthon was also weird and came off a little gay as well. Very strange. He got a divorce from his wife instead of widowing her like a real man. True, which is true and very Christian. And kind of right after that fell apart. He lost bigly to Candace Owens, who fucking paddled the fuck out of him online. I can't even remember what she said, but Candace Owens just like cooked the fuck out of Steven Crowder for like months. And that is, you can't have black women putting you in your place as a fucking Nazi adjacent YouTube creator whose whole thing is being racist to black people. He's the guy that knelt on or had people fake kneel on him to mock George Floyd's death. He went around Karening people that were doing like graffiti on storefront plywood. And like would try to like irritate people into fighting him. Now this is before his career collapsed like a year or two ago, and before the election, and definitely before the current meta in politics, which is Nazis stormed the Capitol on January 6th, and they said they're not Nazis, but then there's real Nazis walking around. So like the cops aren't going to do anything, and the cops are Nazis too. So maybe I will shoot somebody. That meta is here now. Before, if Steven Crowder was going outside, if it was Steven Crowder still playing the same antics, I would put him right in S. I'm still shocked to this day no one shot him. That's just an American speaking as an American who's lived here my whole life. Steven Crowder is crazy fucking lucky nobody ever shot him to death. He has been fucking knocked out. He got fucking KO'd by a fucking 60-year-old Union guy one time, which is getting off light because he had cameras around him basically to protect him because he's going to go to the cops if you hurt him. He's a bitch, right? Like he's a fucking pussy. He fucking yelled at his wife and shit on camera while smoking a cigar like a big gay fucking queen. Like he's so lame. Not an American at all. Very fucking Canadian in his disposition. Nowadays, with people a little bit more fucking high-strung, with people losing their jobs en masse, with the prices of shit going up, I would say Steven Crowder may try to regain his glory years now that he's lost the fucking support of a lot of the people who used to be his fans, and go out and harass people in public. If he does that, it's almost guaranteed he's going to get shot to death, probably along with his cameraman and any police or security officers he goes out with. I'm not playing around. People are fucking pissed. If you do that, you are actively and for no good reason risking your life. Like, I'm going to prove that people are violent. I'm telling you right now, people are violent right now. You will very easily escalate people into killing you. Or just like, someone going like, damn, maybe I'll just do it, but when the guy's not there with cameras. Don't do that shit. Do not do that shit in America right now. People are fucking... Everything has gone up in cost, really, but bullets. People bought them fuckers before the tariffs hit. Do not go around doing this fucking prank shit, dressing up in fucking costumes, trying to piss people off about things they care about. They will probably kill you. Don't fucking do it. But Steven Crowder, I think, has kind of moved away from that. No one really cares that much about him. Now, if he was still doing that stuff, I would say he's probably in serious trouble. But when he's not a thought leader. A lot of people know about him and don't care about him. He works out of a studio. He doesn't have like real guests come out. And I don't think he does rallies. I don't think people would let him do rallies. He is a divorcee and a closeted homosexual that everybody knows does gay stuff to people around him. The comedy scene doesn't like him. He's lame. He's weird. He's like a fucking theater kid. I think he's fucking cooked as far as like being around people goes. And I think he's probably a big enough pussy to know that like maybe he shouldn't go out and try to do that. If he did, I would fucking shoot him straight up to S-class. I would say if Steven Crowder starts appearing in public to the extent that Charlie Kirk was, he is on matter of time energy because he's way more irritating than Kirk ever was. Like he's irritating to people that maybe agree with him politically, much less somebody that you're actually like hurting them to the soul of like their core beliefs and has access to a firearm. Like people just hate Steven Crowder. Greg Gutfeld has been on the record saying Steven Crowder is an irritating cunt. You know what I mean? And Greg Gutfeld is a party guy. So I don't think you're going to see him getting invited to, America First, Turning Point USA stuff that anybody valuable is going to be going to, or that anyone's going to really risk taking a shot at some fucking Canadian closet case. In fairness, great Pee Wee Herman impression. He does. I wouldn't be surprised. He learned most of his Pee Wee Herman antics from jerking off in movie theaters the same way. He did a lot of what do you call that? He did a lot of method acting. By popular request, Taylor Lorenz. Maybe just to give a fucking an intro to. Taylor Lorenz is I think probably a fucking CIA asset if I had to guess. Might not even know it herself. Definitely on the fucking DNC payroll. For sure. And other people are going to be shocked by that, but like understand, if you're on Baby's First Conspiracy, or as simple-minded as fucking the Majority Report's fucking B Squad is, you might see somebody that says something that you agree with and go, oh, thank God, someone's finally saying something that I agree with, and then you'll never look harder into it. You're what's called a rube. This isn't to be argued with. I don't care what you have to say. You're a rube. You're just trying to convince yourself if you're talking to me. You have nothing to say that I'm going to listen to or need to hear because you're a fucking idiot. Taylor Lorenz plays the fucking like Kissingerian fucking CIA asset perfectly, in that she's your friend that fucks you. Her recent live filled and where did those sources come from reporting basically is set up to completely torpedo a grassroots organization that had just literally begun to shoot, put together by essentially a couple successful YouTubers in order to start generating additional lefty YouTuber content. It's a highly effective political strategy that has been engaged in by a lot of different people to excessively good results. Everything else that's been tried has not worked. Letting Hassan become hyper famous doesn't actually change the world. As crazy as that sounds. Letting Cenk Uygur make a lot of money so that he can put in one AOC was kind of a nice thing to happen. But generally, the way that lefties have been doing stuff online, this doesn't work. And real politics is almost always more valuable than fucking hopes and dreams and moral purity testing. However, Taylor Lorenz kind of came out of the fucking woodwork in order to torpedo that out of nowhere for no good reason. And all of a sudden was doing an entire press circuit in order to plug this, which is bog standard day one fifth column shit. It is like CIA playbook number one. And like everybody that's like, what would Wired lie if they had lawyers and stuff? How about this one? Would the CIA pay for a journalist to just destroy a grassroots organization that's trying to unseat the fucking people that are paying the fucking CIA to work? How about that one? No. Sorry, I don't know if you understand this, but she said Palestine good and Israel bad. Therefore, she's done the only thing that I've ever considered being valuable as leftist. Like, okay, you're politically worthless and you're a detriment to everything you care about. Every Palestinian that dies from now on, I blame you partly for, you fucking moron. Idiots. She came out of fucking nowhere to show up, drop a story that was unsourced, get a bunch of people to stop organizing, Pinkerton, and provided nothing in value in return other than her ability to fucking market herself to a bunch of people as being like the last good journalist and mainstream media, which we're pretending Wired magazine is mainstream media right now, which is awesome. That's a revelation to me. But yeah. Death knell of the left, fucking being paid for this summer where she dropped it $50,000 by the Pierre Omidyar network reporters. Omidyar's reporters, Pierre Omidyar being the CEO and founder of eBay, former current massive DNC donor, former Republican donor, one of the guys that has paid specifically to keep individuals like Dianne Feinstein and Nancy Pelosi and Joe Biden in office for years. But of course, that has nothing to do. She's just the only good reporter ever. And I really can't hammer this home enough. She said Palestine good and Israel bad, which is literally the only thing you need to say before any other thing that Hassan fan wants to agree with, before they just start believing everything that you say. It's kind of a stupid cunt way to live, but hey, you guys do you. How at risk of immediate personal attack is absolutely not a fucking CIA asset, mainstream reporter / YouTube personality Taylor Lorenz. I would say I would say probably over here in the D range. You know, she is a woman. She has pissed off some people, but despite the fact that she's on Twitter and will probably say, you can tell a lot of death threats, I would say more than likely she's got access to advanced notification. Somebody was upset with her enough to go find her out in real life. Also, politically worthless, valuable to the absolute asset to the establishment. And aside from maybe like if she was in the room when somebody took a shot at Piker, what the fuck? Taylor Lorenz is useless. Like, what the fuck are you fucking talking about? Oh my God. I'd say C maybe, not even remotely. Boo, 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 boo. Theo Vaughn, I think I was requested this, but I must have just added it. Theo Vaughn, Joe Rogan, Orbiter, and random guy. Theo Vaughn's a comedian who's like our backup Joe Rogan. If the original Joe Rogan experiment fails, he is probably protected at the highest levels. I don't think he's in any remote danger. I would be shocked to find out somebody hit Theo Vaughn. So I'm just going to throw him down there because I had him in here. Tim Dillon. I wanted to talk about Tim Dillon just because he's on my radar, because I think people are trying to push him as being somehow leftist. I don't know how that is. He's one of those people. It's very much like Chud Logic. We're like, what do you mean leftist? Do you mean he does like would not say the N-word really or something? Or like one time he went like, I don't know, Trump's like kind of ass. You know, the fuck are you talking about? White guy, stays in his house all the time. I don't think anybody knows who he is. I don't think he's in any remote danger of being hurt by anyone who doesn't like already just hate him for stand-up comedy or something. Timmer. Oh my God. Timothy Poole. One of the most hunted men of all time. Tim Poole used to go outside and do reporting. And he would go outside for just a little bit and then go hide in a hotel room and lie, which I know about from journalists who used to work near him who would tell me about it. They hate Tim Poole because they would go and report on the thing that was happening and then be seeing him like live tweet saying he was at the place and he wouldn't be there. They're like looking for him actively. Tim Poole is former or maybe sometime again a temporarily no longer a Russian asset, but was a Russian asset for the conservative side of media, pushing anti-Ukraine sentiment and generally for like the distrust in the American system in order to kind of like destabilize or blah 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 blah. One of the main reasons we have Trump as president. I would say of the people on this list, you missed your chance to fucking do something to Tim Poole and then like have it be any effect. I don't think Tim Poole is valuable anymore as a rhetorician. We're kind of on the other side of the tenor thing. Tim Poole, I think, has been bleeding sponsors and sponsorships and viewerships. I think I don't care enough to look it up because who gives a shit? I think he might have lost a bunch of views in the botting. The botting fucking controversy that happened a week or so ago. Who the fuck knows? He's on fucking everywhere though. He's a multi-platform, multi-millionaire. He lives in a fucking compound in West Virginia. I think he's outside of WVU up there near Morgantown. So he's not too out in the fucking boonies. So he could call for an ambulance is what I'm saying. He's fucking loaded for bear. I think Tim Poole has preemptively taken the advice I would have given to a lot of these other people in that he is in a rural area with a nice big distance between him and the next closest public road and probably plenty of surveillance so that he can be out on that compound and safe from horse shittery happening there. He has visitors. His visitors agree with him and like him. He does not have contentious people over that are not safe, sane individuals, people like Emma Vigeland or fucking Sam Cedar who are not going to bring a gun and shoot him in the fucking face over that goddamn table. And I don't see him doing public events outside of places like, you know, at the White House or, you know, at some senator's fucking thing where you're going to have serious, actual, real fucking hardcore security. overseen by and interacting with local law enforcement, which was not the case with the Charlie Kirk rally. I don't think, if I would have said, if we would have been in this situation and Tim would have been appearing outside the way he was back in the day, Tim would actually probably be an S. I think Tim probably came closer than he even realizes with some people a few times back then. He was getting his beanie snatched off his head, and I think he sensed the where the winds were blowing. And I think these days Tim is probably down in the C tier. 30 to 44% chance. I could legitimately see, and Tim also could legitimately see, and has actively hallucinated people breaking into his compound to try to take him out because they've overinflated his sense of importance now, or because when that happened, he was a little bit more important. I think every year this risk will go down for Tim as he kind of maintains a trend toward irrelevancy as he ages out of talking to young people and ages out of being, you know, on the fucking pulse of what happens with the Republicans, and as he slowly but surely drags himself out of the like Republican establishment by being reasonably too afraid to, you know, go out into public for the amount of time it takes to go to some Republican thing. He's not Joe Rogan. His table is not as important to people to arrive at, and it's hard to get to. From what I understand, his place in the fucking boonies outside of Morgantown, I think it is not easy to get to. I mean, you're going to fucking Yeager Airport or you're going to Pittsburgh, and then it's like an hour or so drive to go talk to Tim Pool in order to fucking get in front of Tim Pool fans who are already going to be Joe Rogan fans. So if you can get that Joe Rogan, it's going to be much more important. And if you can only get that Tim Pool, dude, it's got to be fucking worth it. And because of that, you know, he's going to generally trend outside of relevancy for the kind of stuff that he does. So like somebody who's going to try to assassinate him has to hate him a lot and also be completely deluded on how valuable he is to justify trying to hurt the guy. I don't think he's worth hurting. It's funny to steal his beanie. I would say stealing Tim Pool's beanie is a very funny thing to do, and I don't care if anybody does that because fuck him. I wouldn't care really that much if something did happen to him, but I don't think there's any value in hurting somebody like Tim Pool. I don't think that he does anything other than harm causes he's associated with, very similar to a lot of Hassan orbiters. He's kind of just cringe now, and he does not speak to the zeitgeist of racism and sort of like nebulous, unfocused pro-populism that is really at the heart of the American political sphere right now. And you can kind of see that in that there's no reason to react to people, react to him. There's not a lot to be had in saying like Tim Pool bad. Even the Majority Report, I'm seeing less and less Tim Pool bad from them, and they treat it like a fucking civic duty as opposed to just a way to grow their channel. And even they're moving away from him and kind of into, I don't know, maybe that's why I haven't been seeing as much Sam Cedar. They debated him, it went bad for him, and now it's like, I don't fucking know. We're kind of out of bad guys on the right now that something happened, that there was, that something happened, that happened on the 10th, and that's like kind of shocking in how open it became. Everybody else is kind of niche. They're stuck in their own areas. They're the lightning rod people that talk to more radical and extreme individuals, and the kind of funnel individual got clipped, and that is massively beneficial to non-Nazis in America. And someone else might have to fill that. And now that it's like, dude, did Donald Trump ask for that to happen is kind of, I think, the vibe I'm hearing to a degree. There's not going to be a lot of people who can and want to step into that place. Like, understand, Charlie Kirk built that for 20 years. And without Charlie Kirk, it doesn't exist. And you need a Charlie Kirk to be there for it to happen. And I think that's kind of the point that I'm making with some of these other people, is that they are either too afraid, too irrelevant, or they've already kind of burned their bridges, or they're not the right kind of white, straight, and male to be that person. Like, Candace Owens can't do it for obvious reasons. Ben Shapiro is no longer allowed to do it. Alex Jones is too sad and old and fucking insane to do it. And, you know, Tim Pool is too cringe and he missed his shot. Same with fucking Matt Walsh. Matt Walsh should have been way more fucking anti-Semitic and racist when the time came to strike, and he missed while the iron's hot, or decided not to, and so he can't do it either. Someone will probably be picked. There's like, but we're kind of in a weird position where the griftosphere burned through all of its best people, or they burned through themselves, and now there's no heir apparent. People are talking about it's going to be fucking Nick Fuentes, and it's like, dude, I think Nick Fuentes is about to kill himself with help from the FBI at this point. Getting to our last three individuals. Ian. Oh, whoops, I messed that up. I didn't mean to do that. That's a new file here. Oh, is that what happens? Oh, I should have done that. This one goes here. This one, because I need to use this thing. This one. Oh. This one gets deleted. Oh, shit. Hold on. Cut layer, right? Okay, good. Vosh Vidya. Please select the correct one or I'm going to fucking die. I've been talking for too long straight. God damn it. Vosh Vidya, Ian Kaczynski, Lefty Pedo. Vosh is an interesting case. He was one of the big three, still probably is one of the big three internet lefty live stream commentators. He is slowly but surely every day becoming a relic of a bygone era. The Destiny time on the internet is over, and we're kind of in the aftermath of that. That kind of drags down Vosh. Hassan is surviving and turning into something different, not necessarily a good thing, but the big three streamer era feels like it's calcified and waiting to be broken apart. There's no future in it. Vosh's channel might grow for a time, maybe indefinitely, maybe he'll be fine forever, but I mean, the guy's been controversy after controversy. Suffice to say, his connection to mainstream lefty politics, I think, is permanently done. Anybody that doesn't fucking understand that it's a bad idea to talk to him is an idiot. He might get a few notices or a few fucking nods from lefty individuals running for this or that are smaller and just are going to be like, we'll take the risk of getting access to that platform and maybe some of that donor money. But as far as mainstream candidates that are large, your AOCs, your fucking Ilhan Omar's, fucking Bernie Sanders, I think that they're going to play it smart and not associate with him. And if they do, it's going to be because one of their fucking aides lied to them and got them fucked up. And this isn't a permanent spot yet. Vosh, I would say, is in a pretty substantial amount of danger from a unbelievably tiny amount of people who I think increasingly care about him less. Vosh is engaged in lolicon. He is, as far as I'm concerned, a fucking pedophile. If you don't share that definition, that's on you, not me. He's political cancer, and he's really fucking gross and irritating. However, he's also kind of politically irrelevant. Basically, his entire existence is to do what Hassan does, in every sense of the word, worse. And also have no orbiters. He doesn't have a lot of influence on the online sphere anymore. I don't hear people talking about him outside of his sycophants that come into my comment section to remind me that he's bigger than him he's bigger than me because no one else is going to do that for them. I mean, I have one of his people that's like literally pro-pedophile that shows up in every video. Beardman Vosh, hello. You got nudist. A noticing happened. That's kind of it. Maybe a little while ago, he was probably at risk. But he's been out in public, but now he doesn't go outside. He's in the Fortress Arc. He's becoming more and more politically irrelevant every day. There's probably a lot of people that would hurt him for who he is and what he does, but mostly not because of his politics, but because of he's a fucking pedophile. I don't know how to tell you that any nicer, and seems to be highly defensive of that, and it just looks bad in a nutshell. But he also sits in his house all day, and I don't think he's ever going outside again. If he does, maybe this will go up in risk, but it's because of only his past and his apparent fame, and people know him in the area. Yeah, he's probably at some non-extraordinary risk of personal harm. But I don't see anybody taking the time out of their day to hurt him unless they have a personal vendetta. As far as when it gets to the great anonymous mass of people, him generating new people or generating especially talented or like dedicated people to come fuck with him is going to be such a personal issue that it would be definitely way down here in the D tier. And from what I understand, he recently moved and was malding about it to not be there. But yeah, I don't see him being particularly any value in like hurting the guy or politically, pushing it. Yeah, I don't see it. I don't see him putting himself in that position. I don't see any value in pushing for it. I think it's kind of just meh. But he is known to some small degree, so I could see some opportunist thinking about him and then like seeing him outdoors somewhere and going like, I don't really give a shit about Sunday dinner, and fucking, clocking out right then. For the memes, Vosh's final orbiter, noted fella, Xander Hall. I figured I'd throw Xander Hall on this list because who thinks of Vosh without thinking what happened to Xander Hall? Xander Hall has weird fucking mods, I'll tell you that much. Xander Hall has a pretty large audience, but he's best known these days for slowly but surely starving to death in a withering box of his own creation, which appears to be like some Methodist church's basement in a flood zone. Xander Hall was really a part of the zeitgeist. He's really part of the meta 4 or 5 years ago. And looking back on it, it was mostly because he was really capable at weathering lefty drama. And I think what it really was is that he was kind of a lightning rod for the worst auspices of the left, which is, if I don't care to basically interact with what eventually be homogenized into Hassan's audience of people who put feels so far over reals that reals don't matter, if I don't care to appeal to them and I'm fiscally independent of them, they have literally no ability to affect anything because they're so fucking goofy that no one can take them serious. They're not dangerous. They're not a risk to anyone. They kind of come off as being fucking stupid and self-serious. They won't do research. And if you drag them into a fight, you beat the fuck out of them because they just make shit up and lie. And the only person that's ever really isolated from that is Hassan himself, because he's the best looking one of the big creators. I think that's it. He's good looking and that's it. Or maybe he's being handled up at that level and they're just maintaining his existence. But underneath Hassan, everybody else gets fucking cracked. They get month-long suspensions and stuff. They lose subs. And that's really only for the Frogan, the little tri-tet of Denim's Frogan and like Mike from PA. I don't know if fucking Shonda Black is fucking orbiter or not. Completely uninteresting person, so who really gives a fuck? But like everybody that's smaller than that, even, they just get eaten up. They get turned like overnight into lolcows. Commentary devours them. Right wingers fucking annihilate them. And so you kind of see that like there's this bubble that is Hassan, and underneath it is like people that don't know how to actually formulate a logical reasoned argument. Not like, oh, facts and logic, but like literally like Aristotelian logic, like literally like A plus B equals C. Pythagoras figured out how to do. He turned triangles. He figured that out. Well, you can do that with words. It's called logic. It's how your computer works. And I think Xander Hall was really kind of like a lightning rod for exposing like, holy fuck, this is just an entire ecosystem of paper tigers. Like, they can't do shit. You can try to appeal to them, but it's kind of pointless. Like, they're politically worthless. A lot of them don't seem like they vote. They argue on behalf of not voting. Oh, you're repeating the not voting lie. And then like somebody will play you the clips of people going like, if you don't want to vote, if you're not going to vote, I voted, but like, I understand why people would. You play the clips and they just won't put it together in their heads because they just want to hear the thing. And you're like, oh, fuck, they're cooked. Which is fine on the right. The right already has that because the right doesn't need you to think. The right just needs you to vote enough to destroy democracy. The left actually needs you to be able to operate shit once we win. Like the only thing that the left has is being right. The only thing that the right has is being powerful enough to ignore you. And so, like, what Xander Hall really did was present the reality of these lefties got nothing. Like, that's crazy. Like, the biggest L Xander Hall ever took was a valid crash out that ended the career of the person who exposed him by virtue of fucking by virtue of connection to the amount of attention she got for it. Like, it's kind of crazy. Like there actually needs to be, if someone gave a fuck, only I care about stuff like this. If someone gave a fuck, there could be a pretty good fucking video essay on like Xander Hall's bizarre influence on the left that he couldn't really like parlay into a lot of attention for himself outside of like the most negative stuff, period. And he really couldn't turn it into enough influence to be like, hey, I'm going to fucking expand the left. And I know he had his dreams of quail and streamer houses that don't seem to have come true. And he seems to have just be Asmongold that picks up his plates. But like, you know, I still have some respect for that arc. There's a lot to be learned from it. It's very, very interesting. This stream has been posted to a Kiwi Farms friend based. Welcome. So yeah, I would say literally no risk. He's down here. He lives in a basement. I don't think anybody cares about Xander Hall anymore. Xander Hall is I think the quote is Xander Hall is at best a threat to himself. You know what I mean? Like, I don't even think he would actually go all the way to Canada to kill Keffels. Keffels, call the police. Xander Hall's on a red-eye flight to Ireland. He's serious. Oh my god, bro. Okay, finally, one last person. Oh, is that what my face is gonna look like? Jesus fucking Christ. It's embarrassing and stupid looking. We'll keep it. Oh, god damn it. Headshots. One last person. Kick obits. Oh, where the fuck did it go? Oh, I put it in there. I just got fucking cycled down to the bottom. Where am I? S's. West Side Tyler. It's always scary doing a fucking threat assessment of yourself. So what is the risk of something happening to little old me? Not insignificant. To quote Workakai, your information's already on Kiwi Farms. Oh my god. I've always known that I can be found everywhere. And I've always been public where I am. I'm the final member. It's me. Look at my stupid fucking face, dude. Why did I do this to myself? I am not famous at all. I really am not. I'm not very influential. I think I irritate some people. I think the most dangerous thing I'll ever have done up to this point is probably this list, because this is usually the sort of thing where someone goes, you know, they do a little bit of noticing, and then they go like, hey, what if you, bitch? You know what I mean? And they get fucking excited. If anything, I would say I'm probably most at risk for some sort of like state violence, like somebody like swatting me or something. But I'm noided. I am one of the most paranoid people I know. That's why I have a lot of respect for paranoid people. I think it's just because even if it's not accurate, it feels nice to have someone else be just as like, jittering small dog energy as you sometimes have. I'm not even to 20K subs yet. I know for a fact through very interesting ways that there's a lot of large streamers that know me by name and fucking hate me and have blacklisted me, which is fine because, I guess if I was a pedophile, I would do that too. And so, like that's it. But like, physically in public, I am pushing 300 pounds. I like to think of that. I'm actually just right around 265 right now, I think. 6'4", former Marine. I am pushing 40, but statistically speaking, if you're alive and a person, you got to be a pretty rare specimen for me not to be able to fucking just, get you. So physically I'm fine, but probably somebody would shoot me. Not bulletproof. So I couldn't Clark Kent my way out of it, despite the sometimes spit curl that shows up here. That said, as far as a valid target or a good target for political violence from anyone on the left or the right, I would be surprised. I think no matter what, when you do something like this, people are going to make fun of what you say, obviously. But I think the most I would be getting made fun of would be from anyone who heard me saying I have an inflated sense of self-importance. I'm white. I'm a former military person. The people that hate me most right-wingers don't mind me. They really don't. Lefty, psycho fuck, bemp lefties hate me the most. Right-wingers, at best, you get fucking John Smith 1212 people coming in and calling me a fucking this or that, or telling me I suck Hassan's dick. It's like, dude, you're not even paying attention to this shit. Go bot somewhere else. And then, Archcast, fans, they reported me to fucking YouTube to get one of my fucking videos struck and give me a content strike. So, I'm not really nervous about that sort of stuff. It's never not a chance. But I'm a white guy. I live in Kentucky. Fucking Lexington. It's chill out here. Yeah, as much as I would like to say it's higher, I think I'm a politically irrelevant ding-donger. Worst thing that would probably ever happen to my dumb ass, unless I got way fucking bigger, would probably be somebody trying to call the cops on me in order to try to get the cops to bust in, the fucking psycho ex-Marine is murdering his wife. Go in there and start shooting. It'd be something stupid like that. I can't think of Lore Lodge? like a Lore Lodge fan, this and that. It's crazy. Most fucking political violence is done by right wingers, and despite my standpoints, I come off pretty sympathetic to them in a way that I think a lot of lefties try not to for no apparent reason. There might be some that are psycho fucks, and it only takes one, but I just don't have the audience. I don't have the impact, and I'm not anywhere near irritating enough. I'm talking you have to be going out and actively trying to fucking instigate a fight, you know what I mean, in public with people. Maybe, but I mean who the fuck is gonna go to jail for fucking putting one through me? I kind of be honored that that's what you did. Why you're a fucking idiot, dude. What a waste of time. No, my internet's still up. It sounded like John Mulaney reporting you. But this is it, man. Lore Lodge drive-by would be insane. This is it. This is the list. This is my political death pool threat list. Going through from top to bottom to re-explain the tiers here at the end. 5 Kiwi farmers watching this stupid shit. I don't even know how many people are viewing right now. I don't ever pay enough attention. In my S tier, with a more than likely possibility of having some sort of immediate physical attack against you, we have Candace Owens, Ben Shapiro, ContraPoints, Dead Domain, Destiny, Denims, Dylan Burns, Ethan Klein, the entire cast of supporting cast of the H3 podcast, FD Signifier, Nick Fuentes, and Hassan Piker. Now, not everybody, this tier comprises a series of percentages from 91 to, what do you call percent? Oh, fuck, I just realized I didn't include this correctly. I just realized my percentages are completely off. There might be, actually, yeah, probably half of these people would be in the 75 to 90. I forgot 75 to 90. That's why this is so overcrowded. Oh, I'm a fucking dipshit. Oh, well. Nobody's in the 75 to 90. 75 to 90 would more realistically be maybe Ben Shapiro. Honestly, no, I'll keep it. Yeah, actually, kind of. That's a dead zone. Almost certain, but no. Yeah, that's actually kind of a dead zone. Yeah, Fuentes, it's a matter of fucking time. Hassan, it's a matter of fucking time. Destiny, same. Ethan, if he doesn't fucking chill out. His cast, if they don't fucking either leave or have him chill out. Denims, maybe Denims would probably be down in the 75. The make a mistake tier Whoopsie daisy. Everyone else pretty much up there. All the other tiers I stand by pretty much 100%. B tier is Jerry Springer's tier. Yes. I'd put this together myself. I just wasn't paying enough fucking attention to do the deviations the right way. Yeah, fuck it. This would still be the same. Yeah. Underneath that, we have Asmongold 56 to 74%. This is I could see it happening, but like, no, maybe I wouldn't be surprised. Bad Empanada, David Pacman. For now, David Pacman's a temporary entry. He'd probably go back down once some of this chorus stuff chilled out. Joe Rogan's probably around here until he stops making podcasts. If he decides to retire in the next few years, he's going to go completely out of the fucking running. Here in the mid tier, which is the either I don't have enough information to really fucking say, or I wouldn't be surprised, but also who knows? I put Brian Tyler Cohen, who I don't know too much about, other than he was also involved in the fucking, dark money bullshit. I have Flesh Simulator here as pictured in his Spotify. The most noited up person I think I've seen on YouTube that also has good camera skills. Alex Jones, because Alex Jones should be down here, but he actively tries to endanger himself, but people don't care, so he's in the B tier. Sam Cedar, because he's kind of like a semi-retired dad now, and I don't think anybody cares enough to do anything to him. In the C tier, we have Samantha Jekyllstein of the well-known program Fish Stank. She is here because she's a pretty intense crypto fascist. Does a lot of publicly type stuff. Probably has a bunch of people that think of them schizophrenically, but she is kind of generally not known by people enough to actually attract real fucking political violence or from some sort of lefty perspective. David Rubin, sort of similar. I think David Rubin would probably most likely be killed for being a gay guy who adopted kids. Steven Crowder, gay guy who didn't adopt kids. Tim Pool, acts gay, no kids. And then from down here we got Adam Friedland, a little bit above E for being a kind of harmless Jewish guy, but he is a Jewish guy and people do know about him, so maybe. Kirsch, because they burned down the fucking anime studio because of anime girls. She's an anime girl. She upsets somebody for the wrong political opinion. On her own side, they might go hunt her down, or they might just do it because she's a lady. Mildred, because Mildred. Mudahar, because Mudahar. Loner Box, because nobody really gives a shit about him that much. And yeah, he'd probably be higher. There's a lot of people who threaten to kill him and stuff, but honestly, they're fucking actually bigger pencil necks than he is, so I don't think so. Noah Samson, I don't think enough people hate to actually care about doing anything to. Taylor Lorenz's fucking handlers over at the CIA probably wouldn't let anything happen to her. Vosh is on his Fortress arc, and I don't think anybody's going to waste their time to go get him. Chud Logic, safe and secure in the UK and or wherever he is spending his money in Thailand at the time. No one cares about Hutch. No one cares about Jordan Peterson. All of these people are too white, irrelevant, or milquetoast to give a fuck about. This is the great white Sargasso Sea down here. And my picture is only bigger than theirs because it's my stream and I don't feel like shrinking myself so that you can stare at me doing this. The fuck that facial expression is. And that's kind of where we stand, with me realizing only at the very end that I fucking forgot to put in a tier between A and S, but then kind of realizing that when I went by the percentages, they all make sense anyway, so just nobody's in the 75 to 90%. Just tell everyone that tier's for nobody comes in second place. And I hope you guys enjoyed it. I gotta read some super chats, but yeah, that's my list. I might go back to that. That might be a fun threat assessments after political violence. Hey, who now? Who next? If you like this stuff, like and subscribe. If you want to see me do a tier list with some, I don't know, fucking politicians or something. These are things I think about. This isn't like it just came out of fucking nowhere. I just thought when I was seeing people react oh my god, this person's next. I was like, no, they're not. Who the fuck? On what fucking planet is that the person that you're putting at the fucking top of the list? Luke Lar, Supermat chatted, $10. Good stream, man. This list provides a lot of good realizations for me about America's political climate. Thank you. Worshiper of the Olympian, super chatted, $5 Canadian. Sorry, I came into the stream late. What's going on? Probably that was already explained or not. Number 5, I had a hard time believing somebody wasted their shot on Alex Jones from Marius Stryker. Already read that. Read that. From Kiers. The entire right has to band together. Enough of this infighting bullshit. We are up against demonic forces from the pit of hell. Okay. Elul chicken from Boball for $2. What was that? Oh, did you ask for? Was that even more money? For the Rev Says Des thing. Second servings for Bun Bun for the Cum Scoundrel for £5 sterling. Muppets Corner plan tier 1 message nothing message nothing 55 subs from Shark Jumping Walrus. Vod Gang total time. Didiers gifted plan. Vod Gang total 10. $5 from Ryan Brown. I heard Hassan told his audience not to promote any political violence and said if they did, he's worried he'd get shot. What fucking pussy, dude. First off, that ship has sailed. Second, ha and also ha. Fuck me, dude. Oh my god. Numerical racism power rankings. Ooh. You know what the other one I was going to do? I should do this one. Whiteness ranking for all the people that were at that fucking racist. You guys remember when Mehdi Hassan was like, it's Mehdi Hassan versus like 20 white supremacists, but they were like vague. And like everyone was like, I've never seen white supremacists out there. Phrenologizing them as somebody with a head shaped like mine would be one of the funniest fucking things I think I've maybe ever done. So I am considering doing that. Goddamn. I mean, he's not wrong. He's an S tier. I know, but it's just the thought that like that's gonna cause it, and not just like he really underestimates how pissed people are at him for saying America deserved 9/11. Oh my god. Write down the hit list and get to work. It's fucking every fucking person that's ever had a video over 100,000 on YouTube in my fucking subscriber list. Okay. Kill every YouTuber. Okay, go for it. Where would RM Brown rank? Safe. I will never let RM Brown not be safe. I would go into the void and I would cover him with my body to protect him while pressing the button one time to get the ha 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 ha. Not gonna lie, the 75 to 98, 89% doesn't matter too much. It's true.
Oh, it's on. I just don't have any headphones on. Right? Nope.
It's not on. This. Woo. That was a raw talking stream. That was relentless. I'm gonna be editing this together and putting it out probably tomorrow or so. I hope you guys check it out. Have a good time when you do. Make sure I got all my super chats. Good stream. I read that one. Rudyard, the type to get got in a hunting accident. Rudyard or somebody else, you know what I mean? If I had to guess how What If Altus is gonna die, I'm gonna guess laudanum poisoning. Not an overdose. Laudanum poisoning. Seems like the most realistic way for fucking Rudy What If Altus to die. I still want to talk to What If Altist. I will never take away a fucking invitation to talk to him. I don't agree with anything he says. I don't think it's possible to agree with things he says. But I just want to. I want to bathe in an ayahuasca trip I'm not having. Remember back in the day that Zan said he got generic. Oh, it's too gone. That's gone now. Probably generic Adderall for something. I don't know. In no fucking way you're doing it for real. Altus be F tier. I couldn't imagine What If Altus actually being the victim of political violence by anyone other than, like, it would have to be like a right winger. I feel like most right wingers would agree with me. It would have to be somebody who like got mad at his like interpretation of like Dude, some person that walks around also like ripped out of their fucking mind on opium. losing their fucking cool on opium in the year of our Lord, whatever this year is. So what the fuck is up with my face? Why does it look like I'm smooth? Is it just because I had my shit up too high for the last few days? Now I feel like my face is a little fuzzy. Like it's focusing on my ear and not my fucking face. I don't know why. Oh, maybe because it is focusing on my ear and not my face. That's so weird. Taylor Lorenz is actually coming for you. I'm fucking down. Sip Sip Sunday with Tribe was right hand, too shaky to shoot straight. Fucking, he's got the whiskey in one hand. All three of you hold still. Oh my god. Amazing stream. I'm glad you guys enjoyed it. Was likely to be the threat assessment. Tyler at the top. I will probably get in trouble someday. My teeth are this way? Dude, I think my fucking camera's got some other shit going on. Now I'm deeply suspicious that there is some sort of... Maybe I do just look like this. Can I do the thing? Can I do it? Fucking look. Could I get a quick rundown? Where'd the guy who runs the Yo Mama Twitter account go? I have no idea. What Bolte could it have been for the Kirk shot, though? I think it was like a fucking standard, like a Remy fucking click clack. I think it was a standard 30-06, 308 Remy click clack. Fucking 4 shots in the internal magazine. It'd be awesome to have What a Fault Is on with this music in the background. I just realized it's probably a little too loud. I feel Rudyard wipes the floor easily. I don't know what that means. Back to Silk Song later. Yeah, me too, actually. Camera out of focus. Got to redo the segment. I'm not talking that long again. I'm still kind of fucking pissed I missed that percentage, but oh well. I'll get made fun of it and then I'll live on. S tier really is S tier, you know. Oh my god. What am I doing? Oh yeah, I gotta save this. Control save. I will export it using the power of my computer. And I'm gonna throw this in the stream chat on my Discord. You can join my Discord if you want to join the conversations, speculate in your own way. No Fed posting, no talking about how you want to see anybody dead. It's fucking stupid. Everyone, officer, please don't, okay? But if you want to talk about my picks and if you want to talk about like threat assessment stuff and all that kind of shit, please feel free. Please continue, request stuff. Tomorrow, I believe I am going to be streaming. And I believe I'm going to be making fun of Shadiversity and his channel dying for yet the 1,000th time. So we'll be seeing that as well. Where did that go? Where did that go? Hola. Okay, Deathpool tier list. Oh, it actually looks good, despite the fact that it's fucking got the wrong missing numbers. Okay, well, that's what I get for making my own tier list on stream using a fucking camera I can barely see, or a fucking thing I barely can see. Whatever, you know what I mean. Yeah, you guys are cool. You guys are cool. They don't make a 30-06, but they do make a 308. Okay, fine. I don't know. M40, baby. Ooh. But folks, you have been watching Westside Tyler, and I hope you have had a good time. Westside Tyler Live is the actual name of the channel. Folks, I hope you had a good time. Yeah, be cool, be chill, hang out, have a good time, watch my videos and share them. Apparently there is actually some weird algo stuff happening with YouTube, so make sure that you're not in restricted mode or whatever that is. Apparently if you're a YouTuber, you're supposed to be telling people, make sure you're not in restricted mode, and having your videos not recommended to you because the YouTube thinks you're a fucking kid. I don't know if you knew this, but that's a thing that happens apparently now, is that YouTube is worried that you're a child. So if you're in restricted mode, it will not give you anything with remotely adult content in it. There you go. So go ahead and double check that. But with all that said, share the videos, put anything that I make in people's communities, send the list out to anyone that was on it. That's very funny to me. And ask them what they think. Say this lefty put you on on his death pool. How do you feel about it? And see if my channel still exists tomorrow. But with all that said, folks, I hope you had a good time. I know I did. I talked to myself about horse. Bosch mention. And with all that said, join the Discord, like, subscribe to the channel, share the videos, and until next time, as always, stay safe out there.